the sale. We have great partners with Bob and his team and the West Paces folks, but this filly did everything right, and we had really high expectations coming in. So it was, it's a blessing.
Well, guys, it takes a lot to beat Wesley Ward at this time of year, especially on the turf. Do you start dreaming of Royal Ascot?
Tom's dreaming of Royal Ascot.
He's over there nodding his head.
Tom's ready to go. I'm going. I'm going to look good in the top hat.
Kudos to Javi on a great ride, and all the credit to Tom and the team at Morley Racing for the tremendous job they do with not only this horse, but all our horses.
Tom is absolutely the best. So we love him. We love the entire family, but he did an incredible job with this filly. So we're blessed to have him, and we're really excited about the future.
Well, I love him too. And Javier Castellano, guys, he said, are we booking our tickets? We got to find babysitters for those kids.
Now I have to send more candy and ice cream to the girls.
No, you're not. He spoils my children, Acacia.
When they're on a sugar high, Maggie, you can call him to look after them. Congratulations to the excited team. We'll see if Tom takes the trip back over across the pond, potentially with that filly. Next stop, Baltimore and crab cakes. It looks like Kentucky Derby winner Mage is doing well. Talk a little bit more about him after this.
Karakontie has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Karakontie proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Karakontie is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Karakontie standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. And Hillendale had quite a good weekend. Stallion Good Magic standing at Hillendale at Alapa. His son, Mage, became the 149th winner of the Kentucky Derby.
Good Magic almost did it. Mage did it.
Yeah.
Good Magic in his first year, his first crop, getting a Derby winner. I wonder how many first crop sires, first year sires got Derby winners. Probably not a long list.
Not a lot, that's for sure.
He was a terrific horse.
Pretty impressive. He was a terrific horse, Good Magic, and has turned out to be a spectacular sire as well. Had his progeny sold for $2 million at the OBS March sale, too, as a sale topper. And, of course, highlighted by Mage. He could have quite a presence in the Preakness, too. Blazing Sevens also by Good Magic, pointing to the Preakness as we take a look back at the Kentucky Derby. Quick break for two fills. Not a good start for Mage.
Actually, I think for Mage, it was actually a good start.
For him, for his typical running style, yes.
He's broken worse than that. And Javier Castellano, one thing I said to Javier at Aqueduct, and he was riding him, I said they made the right choice because he's extremely good with horses that are difficult out of the gate. And the thing that, first of all, let me be clear, Two Phils ran the best race. This is not a criticism of Mage. But anybody doesn't understand how well Two Phils ran isn't paying attention. It doesn't realize how badly anybody else that was near the pace where they finished. But forgetting about that, what Javier Castellano did that I thought was so impressive was he really seemed to know at all points where his main two closing rivals were, and that was Angel of Empire and Tapit Trice. And he kept them really sort of within striking distance of him, one inside, one outside, different places. And when he made the move with Mage, Mage was one that was able to accelerate on the turn. Angel of Empire never accelerated on the turn, and Mage just basically ran away from him. And while Angel of Empire ran a respectable race and was able to pick up pieces at the end, he didn't do any significant running. The only horse besides Two Phils that did major running was Mage. He buried these other horses. Now, Tapit Trice, he was spinning his wheels under a ride the entire way by Luis
See him out
Saez.
in the center of the track at this point.
He's just a tough horse to ride, and it just wasn't his day. He's a better horse than this. And I'm not knocking Angel of Empire, but don't be deceived by his finish. He was picking up the pieces in a very, very fast-paced race that was falling apart.
You would have thought he could kick on a little bit at
Right. He's supposed to have finished out of Two Phils. Two Phils was remarkable in defeat. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen a horse run that well in defeat in the Derby. Congaree had run very well, but he was beaten by over 5 lengths as well as he ran. There have been others that have run well, but Mage, he accelerated around the turn, and we saw it in the Florida Derby where a lot of us felt he did run the better race than Forte. Now, unfortunately, Forte wasn't able to run. And so we don't know. Has he really just taken step forwards? If you're in Forte's camps, you think, well, we beat Mage twice. We would have won this Derby. And listen, you can't really blame them for feeling that way. My feeling is that Mage, though, is an improving horse, and it's a very hard thing to do, to win the Derby in your 4th start like this. An enormous credit to a very talented horse and his connections.
Joined by Gustavo Delgado, and as we bring Maggie into this conversation, Maggie, Mage was a horse who, as Andy mentioned, did not run as a 2-year-old. You have Apollo, Justify, and Mage in that kind of elite camp.
Yeah, it's not something that is easy to do. Now, was I expecting a hot pace in the Derby? No. Did we get one? Oh, yeah. And I do think he benefited from that, but it took an excellent and professional and Hall of Fame ride from Javier Castellano, as Andy mentioned, to get the job done. But and
we apologize for some technical difficulties that we're having here. Hopefully get a chance to check back in with Maggie shortly as far as getting a chance to hear her thoughts on this year's Kentucky Derby. But Andy, I think the fact remains, as we were discussing, with not having run as a 2-year-old, Mage, a horse who steadily is taking some steps forward. The team saying we're going to be listening to what the horse has to say, much as we have been all along. They say he seems like he's been bright, eager to train after the Derby, and it looks like they'll march on to the Preakness.
It's a very hard thing to do what he did. I mean, Curlin wasn't able to do it, and Curlin was a tremendous racehorse. Now, Street Sense and Hardspun were pretty good as well, but both of those horses, and Curlin comes in there off 3 races, 3 brilliant races, and he finished 3rd. And he took a huge step forward in both the Preakness and the Belmont, even though he lost the Belmont. And Mage just takes another step forward. So whether he ran the best race or not, he ran extremely well, and he's gotten better with every one of his starts. He's a supremely talented horse, and there will be others that can win this Preakness. And one of them, I think, is Confidence Game, because he was part of the pace, and Two Phils is going to run back, and he only got beaten about 14 lengths, part of the pace, missed a start before the Derby, so he ran well. Make no mistake, Mage is the horse to beat.
He's made things interesting and exciting as far as the 3-year-old picture is concerned. Let's try going back to Maggie once again.
Yeah, we'll have fingers crossed here. This works, Acacia. But, you know, look, I loved Two Phils going into the Derby. He was the one that was training best. He looked best. And plus, I just loved him as a horse. His whole presence, he kind of had this attitude of, I'm not training until I'm ready. And I just became enamored with him. And as Andy mentioned, he truly did run the best race. And obviously, I'm biased because I really like this horse. But at the end of the day, Mage was the winner. And it's remarkable how quick this horse has come to hand. I even remember his dam, Puka, running, as well as his sire, Good Magic. So it's a pedigree that is very familiar to me. He feels like one that the more distance he actually gets, the better he may become in the long run. We'll see how the horses that come out of Churchill do in the Preakness. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a new face showing up and getting the job done in the second jewel of the Triple Crown Acacia. I feel like the Derby may have been a taxing one.
Yeah, that very well could be the case and will remain to be seen. Maggie, thank you. Will be interesting to see as there were a handful of horses who their connections, even before the Derby, saying we're going to wait for the Preakness and think that there's a little bit more time. You had the Brad Cox horse that won the Lexington.
First Mission.
Blazing Sevens, as mentioned, a few horses that have kind of been waiting in the wings to move on to the Preakness.
Yeah, First Mission will take a lot of money, and rightfully so, and he is a player going forward. As far as Blazing Sevens, he's going to win a mile and 3/16 race without my money on him. And I know he's going to take a lot of money because Chad Brown not only is Chad Brown, but because he has twice in the last 5 years or 6 years won the Preakness with horses that were eligible for the Derby, had enough points, and they skipped it. They were different horses, in my opinion, than Blazing Sevens. I think Blazing Sevens is good, and I think he's a horse that I'd rather be betting in the Woody Stevens or the Alan Jerkins. And I just wonder how far he really wants to go. His best race was the Champagne, a one-turn mile, and I didn't love how he didn't finish in the Bluegrass. Chad Brown's done it before with these ones, but this one is going to beat me.
We said all along it looks like a pretty evenly matched group of 3-year-olds. We have Mage as the Kentucky Derby winner, but there's still a lot more conversation to be had as far as this group. And Irad Ortiz, he won the Belmont Stakes last year with Mo Donegal. He's back at Belmont Park, won 3 races on Sunday for his first day back, and he is back for more.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Race 2, New York Reds are in the spotlight. It's a maiden special weight, a mile and a 16th on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. 4 to 5 now on Bourbon Chase. Let's check in the paddock with Maggie.
And Bourbon Chase going out for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And as we always say, with these high percentage, high profile barns, if they don't break their maiden in their first, second, or third start, then it's usually not a good sign. But number 6, Bourbon Chase, is going to try to do so in his 7th start, but he is second off that little bit of a layoff. I do think 6.5 is too short for him. I think he's a horse that does relish a distance based solely, not solely, but mainly on his disposition. He's just so laid back. And furthermore, he is built like a horse that wants the distance, incredibly fit, second off that little break and taking blinkers off today. As we'll take a look at a first-time starter here for Christophe Clement, who is taking money. Number 4, Better Lucky Than Good, son of Looking at Lucky. Damn, she was okay. She's more of a sprinter, and she has produced 3 winners out of the 3 to run. He's a good-looking type, very attractive, well-muscled, great demeanor here, just very professional, taking it all in, and certainly one that wants the distance, but again, a mount of 16th can be a little tough to ask at first asking here. He's one that, could win because he's fit and ready. But again, that distance plagues me a bit. As we'll also take a look at number 5, More Than a Feeling, who does get the services of Kendrick Carmouche today. And I'm not going to knock loyalty to local riders, but I feel like Kendrick is a step up. This horse is one that the only other time I saw him was back in his debut late in his 2-year-old season. He has just grown up so much mentally, become so much more athletic, really matches up nicely with the rest of his competition here in the paddock for Tyler Service. Guys.
7-1 on More Than a Feeling, a nice price. As Maggie mentioned, this horse, not the easiest time of it recently.
I mean,
trips.
Right. I same thing as Maggie. I don't want to be too harsh on another rider, but they needed a rider change in this horse. The last 2 times this rider got into trouble in situations, and he's dangerous switching to Kendrick. Listen, to me, if you're taking 4 to 5 on Bourbon Chase, you're going to need a Bourbon Chaser after this race. I mean, he has now lost 2 races at odds on, 7 to 5, 8 to 5, twice at even money, 2 to 1. I mean, I'm not saying he can't win. He's going to find the right field sometime, but he is an absolute money burner. When you get with Barnes, like Todd Pletcher, like Chad Brown, and their horses fail repeatedly at short prices, they're just good bet against because these trainers, they win with the horses. They get the job done. That's why they take a lot of money, and this one's just had too many chances. I like Squid Gamer in here. I am answering the first turn how much he's getting bet, though.
We'll meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with the one Red DGP, who stretches back out.
He ran a big fig last time, which makes him competitive and bettable at his price. It's just a little hard to believe based on his prior races.
And that was for a maiden claiming level 2 as he steps back up. Here's Squid Gamer.
Big rider changed to Joel Rosario, gets back to the dirt where he ran very gamely behind 2 horses that finished first in their next starts.
Here's the 3, Ormstown, stretching out in distance.
And David Donk's numbers are he's got good ROI, decent percentage, 15% stretching out. This one's interesting a little bit, stretching out.
Is the half to that nice horse Dave Donk had last year, Water's Edge. Here's the first-time starter, Better Lucky Than Good.
Taking money, and I'm not going to argue with Better Lucky Than Good. Seems to work.
It's a good way to go through life. Here's the 5, More Than a Feeling.
Yeah, no, this is a dangerous horse based on the rider change and the fact that he's run respectable races. He's got figures that put him in the game, so it's not you're just playing on the rider change, and he's 7 to 1.
This horse is not a generous price. 4 to 5 now on Bourbon Chase.
Listen, I picked him second. I'm not going to be shocked when he wins this race, but I just think you're taking an awfully short price on a horse that has done nothing but burn money for connections that win.
The blinkers coming off as they will try to spice things up a little bit with Bourbon Chase. Taking a look at his race back in January 6th race, actually, when he finished 3rd. What did you want to highlight with this race?
Nothing. I just found the one he finished closest in his recent races, to be honest. They're all the same.
Yes.
He all runs sort of okay, and he doesn't really win races. He shouldn't have been favored last time. Pete and Billy, who won, should have been favored, and he's probably better going longer than the 6.5 furlongs, and he was on a track last time that was kind of forwardly placed horses. So to be honest, I'm not going to hold his last race against him. I'm going to hold the rest of them against him a little bit because he's had so many chances. He's just a bad play at a short price in here. I really don't have much more to say than that. I prefer Squid Gamer in here, whose last dirt race was respectable. He was engaged in the pace. Olympic Dreams came back and improved to beat a nice field. Rafua, who had trouble in there, but he made a big run from the back while Squid Gamer was doing more of the hard work. And I think at 6-1, he's a very viable play.
Here's Squid Gamer's last dirt race. This was 2 starts back in March behind Olympic Dreams, as you mentioned. They tried the turf last time to no avail. He goes back to the surface he prefers, and we often talk about it. When Charlie Baker reaches out for Joel Rosario, you might want to pay attention too.
He uses Joel a lot, and of course, this is probably the first time that Joel's had a chance to ride him since he's been back in New York, and I just thought he was reasonable here at 6-1. He's going down to 5-1. I wonder. I was trying to look at doubles as my phone started singing and dancing around here, trying to see if he's a much shorter price in the doubles, because I have a lot of trouble believing he's going to be that short, that big a price by post time.
5-1 on Squid Gamer. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, we'll take a look at him getting back to the dirt. He's kind of one of those big, galloping, I hate to use the analogy giraffe, but kind of the first thing that comes to my mind when you watch him go galloping off. But needless to say, that's exactly what you want in a 1:16 dirt race. He looks good, he's sharp, he's incredibly fit here. Yes, he does make a good deal of sense, as Andy was talking about his previous dirt race, just on that wide chase throughout, and just kind of stayed on. So if he gets a little bit of a better trip being down to the inside, he is one that will likely be effective here. Number 3, Ormstown. He'll try to be effective going longer. Now, he is the half-brother to a horse that was very proficient going long on the dirt, and that's Water's Edge. So there's some pedigree to work with. Now he's kind of second off that brief break from February to April. And once again, he warmed up really well. And he's kind of an anomaly of what I look at. So he looks like a sprinter, right? I mean, you can see he's short coupled, he's more built downhill, really strong hindquarters. But when you watch him move over the ground, he really covers a lot, and he just moves more like a horse that the distance is going to be his friend. So while I'm not, 100% yay, let's go mount a 16th, I think we'll see a better showing from him than what we did last time. And furthermore, he just showed absolutely no speed in what was a quickly run, at least early race back on April 27th. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Ormstown with that nice pedigree. One to take a look at as he stretches out for the first time at a generous price of 13-1. Andy and Maggie both going against your favorite. And I think with races like this, Andy, the conversation is none of us will be surprised if Bourbon Chase wins.
Of course not.
But at 4-5, these are the types of races with a horse like this that you should try to take a play against.
Yeah, and you and I were talking off camera, and I think we both agree, and I wonder what will happen after the start. If he loses today, I think you'll see him in a maiden claiming race. He only costs $50,000, so it's not like they have some major investment into him. And listen, he's done fine. I mean, he's made $70,000, sure. So maybe they're looking at him as a bit of an ATM, finishing second and third in races. But he's just not a winning type, and as a player, you've got to bet against these horses 4-5. And once again, like you said, I picked him second. I'm sure you would have him somewhere in the top 3 if you were picking the race. But he's 4-5, and a lot of it is Irad Ortiz picking up the mount. And Irad's a terrific rider. He's a terrific rider who's been in a little bit of a slump lately. Now, that's not going to last forever, but he did not have a good Keeneland.
No, he had a good day coming back to Belmont Park, though, Irad.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I'm not worried about Irad at all. He's going to be just fine. But forgetting about that, Irad Ortiz isn't going to make slow horses faster. And I've had this conversation with Irad. He says to me sometimes, he'll ride a horse, he'll say, why was that horse I rode favored? And I point at him and I say, it's your fault. They're favored because you're riding them. And he says, but the horse isn't good enough. And it's kind of like he gets it,
Such a slacker. You should be able to pick up the horse and carry the horse across the line.
Irad, you have to. That's what you have to learn to do.
It just doesn't work hard enough, obviously.
This horse has lost, 2 of his losses at odds-on are with Irad. It would be 3 if he loses today.
We'll see if today is the day for Bourbon Chase. Irad Ortiz won 3 on Sunday, his first day back at Belmont Park after an up and down of emotions this weekend at the Kentucky Derby. He's aboard your favorite, Maggie going with the 5, More Than a Feeling. Andy with the 2, Squid Gamer, both at some nice prices. Loading in for race 2, New York Reds in the spotlight. Let's send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Ormstown going out for the lead, More Than a Feeling, and on the extreme outside it's Bourbon Chase. Red DGP is next in 4th, and alongside is Better Lucky Than Good. Break of 2, back to Squid Gamer, who is the trailer in 6th. As the field heads up the backstretch, Ormstown is down at the rail, and he pokes ahead in front. More Than a Feeling in between horses, and Bourbon Chase, the odds-on favorite on the outside in 3rd, the quarter one in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Red DGP down towards the inside, racing in 4th. Then it's the first-time starter, Better Lucky Than Good, joined on the inside by Squid Gamer. Chasing long shot Ormstown, who leads here by a length. More Than a Feeling remains in 2nd. Bourbon Chase is on the outside as the field heads for the far turn. Ormstown is the leader. More Than a Feeling in 2nd, followed by Bourbon Chase at 3 to 5. Sits in 3rd, now 4 lengths from the lead. Then it's Red DGP. Next is Better Lucky Than Good, and Squid Gamer is at the back. Ormstown ran the half in 47 and 4/5 seconds. More Than a Feeling remains in 2nd. Bourbon Chase on the extreme outside is going to have to pick it up here as they hit the quarter pole with Ormstown the leader. Red DGP looks to come through down at the rail. Then it's More Than a Feeling and Better Lucky Than Good. Bourbon Chase has dropped completely out of it. Ormstown, in the meantime, has opened up on the field. It is Ormstown with a 7 or 8 length lead. Bourbon Chase trying to get back into it on the outside, but Ormstown scores in a front running way, and it's Bourbon Chase who did come back to get 2nd, and More Than a Feeling was 3rd.
Ormstown get comfortable on the front end at a nice price as he was stretching out in distance, doing like his older brother Water's Edge, winning on the racetrack.
They bet the wrong Ortiz, apparently. And this is a horse that had a right to improve stretching out, and he did improve stretching out. Now, listen, he obviously had to, and this is a very good ride by Jose, putting him on the front end, because he really, even though he was running in shorter races, hadn't shown any real speed towards the front end, and he was able to control. And even though Bourbon Chase got 2nd, he appeared at this point, he was going to be last at the 8th pole.
Yeah.
And I almost think he got 2nd because everybody else just sort of stopped running behind the winner. And I think our prediction of him being a maiden claiming race next time might come true. But on the other hand, running 2nd, they picked up $15,000, and that's not a bad payday. But Ormstown, he was much the best. Always happy with Dave Donk.
A nice win from this horse at 13 to 1. Ormstown, who stretched out in distance for trainer Dave Donk. 3, 6, 5, 4 in race 2. Jose Ortiz able to nurse them along on the front end, gets the win. Son of Bernardini as well. Good looking horse too. And it's interesting, he did get comfortable on the front end while Squid Gamer, who had been a little bit more forward 2 back, Joel Rosario was riding him every single step of the way.
He rode him out of the gate. He had no speed. Now, I don't know why he sort of jammed him inside. He got in a little trouble back there. And it looked for a second like he might be 2nd in the stretch, and he didn't really finish up, but he didn't run well. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. One horse ran well in this race, and nobody else.
The winner, 13 to 1, Ormstown, was impressive to get the win in race 2. Seeking his first Grade 1 this weekend, Verstappen for trainer Brendan Walsh. He had a good weekend as he took the Kentucky Oaks on Friday. We'll look to capture the Man of War with Verstappen on Saturday.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road, City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Acacia Kumon, Andy Sterling, and Maggie Wolfendale joining you on this Thursday afternoon for Twilight Racing. We saw a nice performance in race 2. Wire-to-wire winners in the early double, but it was in race 2 on the dirt in this New York Red Maiden special weight as Ormstown gets the win. Let's head down to Maggie.
Thank you. Oh,
like to be
sorry. Yeah, we're talking about horses as we should at the racetrack, but so pleased to be joined by John and Sandy Crow. And guys, we were just discussing Sandra the horse has been quite the producer. Ormstown today and Water's Edge was such a nice horse too.
Yeah, no, both of them, and we're very fortunate. We have a 2-year-old shipping up tomorrow by Frosted filly out of Sandra, so we're looking forward to that.
Sandy, do you ever feel pressure when, a horse is named literally for you?
Yeah, John said we're not naming after any other people because it is too much pressure.
Wait, what is Ormstown?
Ormstown is a small town in Quebec, Canada, where Sandy was born and grew up.
Yeah, John loves that.
Population what?
2,000.
2,000, very small.
Wow. Well, I think a lot more people than that watched Ormstown win today. What a comfortable victory on the front end.
Yeah, he looks so much different at length rather than on, yeah, for sure. He's bred for long, and he showed it today.
Well, congratulations, guys. What a wonderful mare. And Ormstown looks to keep things going.
Thank you. Thanks.
John and Sandy Crow, guys. And like I said, it's so fun when you're an owner, a breeder, and you bring these horses up and they produce wins like that on the racetrack.
It makes it extra special. Maggie, congratulations to Empire Equine's team, 29-20, and now we know where Ormstown is.
Yeah. In case you're thinking of heading up. You ever been to Quebec City?
I have not.
It's great. It's actually
the only time I've ever been to Canada was to go to Woodbine.
Yeah, I've been to Quebec. Quebec City. They say that it's one of the most European cities you can find,
yes,
obviously over in North America, and the Hotel Frontenac. You need to tell Miguel to take you over. It's really nice up there. I went there with a girlfriend. We broke up about a week later, I think. Yeah.
Was it the trip?
Well, me locking the keys in the car, missing the World Series game.
That's what you're saying.
It's always me. It's never her.
Turning our attention to race number 3, allowance optional claiming. You saw the field there on the inner turf. Dreams of Tomorrow looking pretty tough. But coming up this weekend on Saturday, we have our first Grade 1 of the Belmont Park Spring Meet, and it is the Man of War, a race that is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. It will go as race 5 a little earlier in the day. We have a short show wrapping up around 4 o'clock on Saturday. 1 3/8 on the turf for the Man of War, and it came up a salty field. We will take a look at the Elkhorn Stakes as you have a couple of horses coming out of there, 3 in fact, including the winner, Verstappen, for trainer Brendan Walsh, and that was after a string of synthetic races switching to the turf. He upset this Elkhorn field at a big price.
And Declan Cannon gave him a terrific ride to get it done. Now, the truth is that Red Knight, who he outgamed the wire, got an excellent ride as well. I think, was that Junior riding Red Knight, or was that Irad?
That was Corrado Corrales.
Well, it was close. I took 2 guesses and got them both wrong. I tried.
Irad Ortiz will be able to
I think both of these horses are players in this race. I think Shadowmaker is going to run better with a race under his belt. And the question is, do you take one of these horses or do you default to the Godolphin shipper, as so many of them obviously have done well over the last few years?
Big win for Declan Cannon, winning the Grade 2 Elkhorn aboard Verstappen. Brendan Walsh, Kentucky Oaks winning trainer, as he had pretty mischievous victorious on Friday. But as you touched on, Godolphin shippers, we saw it last week in the Fort Marcy. Could be the same situation in the Man of War. Charlie Appleby and Godolphin send over Warren Point. But this is a horse, as you take a look at his second place finish, we had Russian Emperor in the Amir Trophy at Doha in Qatar. He won in Bahrain prior to that. He comes out of a second in Qatar. It almost looks like, looking through his form, he may not be perhaps up to the level of some of the other Charlie Appleby horses we've seen come over here.
I would completely agree with that. Now, in all fairness, the horse that won that race, where he was second, he was a promising 3-year-old. He's now 6, and he has been okay since then. Now, Broome, who's been pretty good, he ran the Breeders' Cup Turf last year. He finished 5th in there, so he did add some credibility to the race. But I agree, he's going to be short, and it's easy to default to him. And may well win. The Godolphin horses seem to run very well here, but he doesn't look as good as some of the ones they've shipped over here. The question is, how good are the others?
Frankie Dettori will ride Warren Point for Charlie Appleby. We'll see if he can go back-to-back weekends winning graded stakes in New York. We also have some other exciting stakes action on Saturday, though, at Belmont, including the Peter Pan for the 3-year-olds, the local prep for the Belmont Stakes. Taking a look at the field here will be race 6 on Saturday at Belmont. And once again, you wonder who is going to take a step forward with some new faces coming in, including the undefeated Bishop Bay for Brad Cox, stepping into graded stakes company for the first time.
And he beat First Mission in his debut, and First Mission we were talking about is going to be a relatively short price in the Preakness. Now, David Aragon has an 8-5 morning line, which is a tough pill to swallow. And if David thinks it's going to be 8-5, he's going to be short. But this is a competitive race, and he's run quickly, but as he runs so fast, he should be a heavy favorite here. I thought Classic Catch ran very, very well for Todd Pletcher in the Wood Memorial. He's kind of a sneaky good runner. A lot of people are going to give the horse that had a trouble trip, Slip Mahoney, in the Wood. And I want to point out about this race, I know these races are run early in the day. And somebody asked me about why they're not in the late pick 5. We want to have them on our Fox show. Right. That's why they're on early. There is a middle pick 5 in races 4-8. So both of these stakes are part of a pick 5. So they have not been left out of the pick 5.
Speaking of Classic Catch, he won going a mile and an eighth down at Gulfstream 2 starts back. And then, as you mentioned, with a post towards the outside, he was wide in there. This is his win at Gulfstream 2 starts back. But the blinker's going on. I think he's very intriguing for Todd Pletcher.
I think he's extremely dangerous in here. And you know, you think about his Wood. Okay, he was ineffectual. He made a run to 5th. But I don't really look at it that way. It felt like the only running was done towards the front end. Now, maybe they were the best horses in the race, and that's entirely possible. But it seemed like he just sort of got going too late, and he was the one that was really kicking in the stretch. And he's the only one besides horse to front that seemed to be doing some running. We'll find out how good he is in here.
Todd Pletcher sends out 2. He also has the UAE shipper, Go Soldier Go, who adds an intriguing level to the Peter Pan.
I don't know anything about him. They're not showing a trainer change, at least in the PPs I printed for the DRF. Obviously, Todd did not have him. I looked it up on Racing Post. And
I was previously with Fossey Naz. As we will see those graded stakes taking place on Saturday. Can't wait for such a big day. We have the Gold Fever tomorrow. 3 graded stakes. The Run Happy also taking place on Saturday, and wrapping up the weekend with the Vagrancy on Sunday.
Okay, Acacia, what Grade 1 in New York did Gold Fever win?
Oh.
Cigar Mile. Was it?
I was gonna guess Met Mile because I had a feeling it was a mile.
It was Shug. Shug trained him. I feel like it was a huge field when he won it too.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look back.
14 or 15, some crazy big field.
Well, speaking of Shug McGahee, he has your favorite.
I stumped you, by the way. I never stump you.
I know.
I'm going home now.
But you gave me a nice setup into the 3rd race with Shug McGahee. It was a perfect segue. There he is, Shug, right there, getting ready to put the tack on Dreams of Tomorrow, your favorite in this upcoming 3rd race. We'll talk a little bit more about it after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafact coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafact.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Race
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Colonial Affair appears there on the outside, and Colonial Affair and Julie Crone riding for her life now as they come down toward the final furlong here in the Belmont. Wild Gale is there, kissing Chris with a late one on the extreme outside, and they're coming down to the wire, and Colonial Affair, Julie Crone, the first woman to win the Belmont. She wins by 2.
History in the 1993 Belmont Stakes. Julie Crone aboard Colonial Affair, the 30-year anniversary.
It's amazing, yeah. One of the only Belmonts I've missed since the mid-'70s. I was here for the early part of the card. I had to go to a wedding. I missed the Belmont and a Dead show, and of course they got divorced. But
oh no!
Happy for Julie. Julie was such a great rider.
Absolutely.
You missed out on Julie. You would have. Horses ran for her. She was really had such an incredible knack as a rider, and she was a phenomenal rider. And I love that this helps us remember. And she was here, I think, for the 25th anniversary. We had her on the show, actually, and it was nice to see her. But he was a terrific horse. I mean, those were really good horses. He got hurt very close to the Breeders' Cup Classic. I think he would have won that year in '94. He was
sensational horse, winner of the 1993 Belmont
Centennial.
Stakes.
Centennial Farm.
I love seeing those old Winter Circle videos and shots, and remind you, can be part of all of the history this year. We'll be part of it on Saturday, June 10th on Fox. We'll be on prime time. You can watch the Belmont Stakes this year. Can't wait.
Aren't we the not ready for primetime players here?
I love it. You're always a primetime player, Andy.
Oh, please.
Race 3, Inner Turf, a mile and a 16th. Dreams of Tomorrow, your favorite. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Dreams of Tomorrow is always a horse I've liked, Acacia, and I actually think he ran okay despite the running line maybe not suggesting that last time out at Gulfstream Park. He was just caught wide throughout there, but do want to check in with 2 horses to his inside coming off of respective layoffs. We'll begin with number 1 in here. That is Daunt for Bobby Robato, and last year, or I should say when he ran in the Red Smith, I just thought he was getting a little bit light, and look, he was a big price that day. He probably didn't ultimately belong there. He ran okay though, so better than I expected him to. He looks great. Some of the weight is back on, but the conditioning not per se. It's like it's there, but with a race, it's all just going to kind of come up, and he's going to strengthen up over that top line. I just really feel like a race is going to be needed for him. Now, number 2, St. Anthony does come in by way of the West Coast with a pit stop at Keeneland here for Neil Drysdale, who is in the paddock. We don't often see Neil Drysdale here in New York, but the last time I saw this horse back in October, completely washed out that day. I don't know why. It wasn't like he was nervous, but he was just washed out. Now, he is kind of that horse. It's a little bit on the meek side, maybe not the big, bold type of horse that I particularly love, but he's not as washy today, and he looks incredibly fit. And furthermore, a mile and an eighth last time in a very tough Hollywood Derby is just a bit too much for him, I think. A mile and a 16th's fine. I would have loved a mile, though, to be perfectly honest. He's truly built kind of like a miler, typical of that Noble Mission bloodline, but he does look ready for this comeback effort, and in that sense, Acacia, I think he might be dangerous.
He is coming out of facing some classy competition. Maggie, thank you, St. Anthony. Noble Mission, as Maggie touched on, he faced good field in the Hollywood Derby last time out, and it looked like he was not the easiest horse to ride that day either. He was kind of 3 wide, lugging in a little bit late in that Hollywood Derby, only beaten 3 lengths, but he'll try to get back on track today.
I am not a big fan of the horses he was facing. I just don't really know how good those 3-year-old turf horses were last year. I respect Neil Drysdale, and listen, I'm not going to be shocked here. Dreams of Tomorrow is a funny horse. Now, One thing I'll say, I was reading tomorrow, I was saying to you off camera, he's even money, and Bourbon Chase was 3 to 5. How is this horse not a better gamble? This is the lone speed on paper with actual proven talent and the capability of winning races. And he's a similar now higher price. He just seems like a better gamble. Now, I picked him. I'm not, if you don't want to bet even money shots, I'm never going to criticize that. The rest of them are unknowns. Daunt wants more distance. Richie's got games, first time on the turf for Mike Maker, but how good is he? St. Anthony probably has the most upside of these horses, but I don't know. He doesn't do a lot for me, but I do respect his connections.
We'll take a look at Dreams of Tomorrow's last win, which was back in December at Tampa. That's Shig McGahee's son and assistant Reeve McGahee, listed as the trainer there for that day. Did get the win, chasing down Never Surprised, as you mentioned, a horse that seemed to have a lot of promise throughout 2022 early in the year and then kind of tailed off a little bit later as the season went on.
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it. And he really had tailed off for Shug, but he sort of refound himself. And he's being Never Surprised in this race, who, as we said, was second in the Grade 1 at Gulfstream last year. And, I mean, listen, when Never Surprised first started, he looked like he was going to be really, really good. He has huge speed, and he was very, very dangerous. They made some mistakes rating him, but he is a very talented horse.
As Maggie touched on, Dreams of Tomorrow, his first race of the year back in April in the Appleton. He did not have things go his way at all that day. He was not fastest out of the gate. He was 6 wide in the first turn. Not where you want to be anyway, but especially on that Gulfstream Park turf course. Got a little headstrong as a result. Just not a good trip. And he actually ran okay, I think, all things considered.
And I think it's your generous nature that allows you to call it a turf course because I don't know. Watching some of those races at that time of the year down at Gulfstream, I'm not sure what they were running on.
Pretty dry towards
it looks a little dusty down there. But I agree with you, obviously. And Zedion's also pretty talented. Those horses are good. Yeah. And it's just he's just supposed to get the right trip. I did want to point out, the rails are at 9 feet on the inner turf. Last year, there were 2 2-week periods. This period and in June, where they moved about 9 feet, and the rail was dead in those periods, for what it's worth. And there were a lot of slow paces, and closers won them. We'll see if that's something we see, because the favorite is the controlling speed.
Something to keep in mind. We'll make the rest of the field, though, kicking off with Daunt.
I like Dawn as a horse. I think he could have a good year, but he probably wants more distance.
This could be a stepping stone race for him. First start of his 4-year-old season. First start of the year for St. Anthony as well.
Yeah, listen, I mean, out of respect for the connections, I won't be surprised when he runs well in here, but I don't love the races he's coming out of, and he looks to be trip challenged.
He will be coming off the layoff as well. First start as a 4-year-old, second start as a 6-year-old for Dreams of Tomorrow.
Maybe he's just too obvious, and he's just the kind of horse that looks like he can't lose on paper and won't get it done. But in my opinion, he may be the best horse, and he may have a big tactical advantage.
You're going to try turf again with the number 4, Bourbonic.
And in all fairness, his turf race was just his second career start. And this looks to me like Todd Pletcher saying, you know what, the race came up light, we'll take a shot.
See if we can get him back on track. And Richie's got game, first time on the grass since being claimed by Mike Maker.
Yeah, it is his first chance for him. I don't really know how good he is. I obviously respect Mike Maker, but it's not like he claimed some dope. I mean, Larry Ravelli almost won the Derby this weekend, and he's a very, very sharp trainer. And, you know, I heard some people being a little critical of Loveberry's ride, saying he moved moving too soon. I don't agree at all in there. I think that's highly unfair to him.
I think he was kind of in that position, and his horse was traveling so well that he had to take advantage at that point.
I mean, we criticize riders that are strangling horses back that want to go forward. Do we really think if he fought the horse that he was going to run as well as he did? He ran a tremendous race. You knew he was going to be forward. Now, we didn't know the pace would be as quick as it was, and he ran a brilliant race. But, geez, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much experience he has in the Derby, and I thought he rode
first Derby starter.
I'm not going to knock him at all for that ride. I mean, he just lost because the race didn't set up really well for him. But he ran terrifically, and I think the rider rode him just fine.
A rider typically that rides in the Midwest. In fact, he rode this horse, Richie's Got Game, the number 5, to win the Pizza Man Stakes.
A very popular horse.
Very popular horse. He's had old friends now, you know, in Kentucky.
Is he? Is he?
Yeah,
no, he was a cool horse. He won the Arlington Million.
Yes, he did. Richie's Got Game, an Illinois bred. Of course, Larry Ravelli with a lot of horses in the Midwest. For more on him, let's check back in with Maggie.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Jareth Loveberry. What a great guy he is, somebody that just worked his way up from virtually nothing in Michigan, and finally, after skating around the Ohio and West Virginia tracks, took a big step and went to Oaklawn, and that's really where he gained a lot of confidence and some notoriety. And I remember my husband's first grade 1 winner, Have You Gone Away, before the owner that we had bought her. He was her regular pilot, and when she got into the Breeders' Cup, he texted Tom and said, "Can I come gallop her? You don't have to pay me anything. I just want to be on her. She's the best horse I've ever ridden." Up until that point, obviously, but couldn't be happier for him and 2 fills. But we'll talk about the former Larry Ravelli / Jareth Loveberry horse in number 5. That is Richie's Got Game, as this is, as you guys mentioned, the first time he'll be on the turf for the ever dangerous Mike Maker barn. Now, last time we saw him on the turf at Hawthorne, it was a yielding course and the Pizza Man, but it was a advantageous ride, saving all the ground around there, being drawn on the inside. But I like this horse, and I wonder how aggressive Arad gets. Now, he's not a fast horse, but just the warm-up and watching this horse kind of really get on his toes in the preliminaries, I don't think he'll outrun Dreams of Tomorrow to the front end, but I would love to see him prominent here, which he's giving me indications that he could be, at least just observing him on the day today. I'm going to go with him here, Acacia. I like Dreams of Tomorrow, but I just can't trust him. As you guys said, he doesn't win that often.
No, it's a few and far between, Maggie, with Dreams of Tomorrow. Let's see if he just finds himself in the right spot, but Richie's Got Game, an intriguing prospect in here because he does have back turf races that are strong. I actually saw him at the very beginning of his career down at Gulfstream, and I wrote down in my notes that day, wants to go long on turf. So that's what he's doing once again here. And as Maggie said, when Mike Maker claims a horse and puts that horse on turf, it's often a very dangerous move.
I think he's overbet because of Tyrad Ortiz at 5-2. I'm not going to be shocked if he runs okay in here. Honestly, I think Dreams of Tomorrow at 6-5 is a much better bet than Richie's Got Game at 5-2. Doesn't mean that I'll end up being right, but I just think Dreams of Tomorrow has too much going for him, and I don't like to pick these obvious horses, but he's an extremely obvious horse and a very likely winner. He's also got to be one of the few horses in the running in just the Phipps Silks. I mean, we don't see that many anymore, right?
That's true. Yeah.
We see them partners with some horses, but not too many. Still running in those Phipps Silks.
Dreams of Tomorrow, representing the Phipps colors, but you saw the number 2, St. Anthony's, ridden by Joel Rosario, and it's great to see a lot of these big-name jockeys back in New York, and Joel returned victorious to New York on Sunday after riding Disarm in the Kentucky Derby to finish 4th, and he got a stakes win on Sunday afternoon. One of 2 victories on the day, in fact, for Joel Rosario. Bubble Rock cutting back in distance. I loved everything I saw from her prior to the race, Andy, and she delivered, coming back to a place where she had a lot of success as a 2-year-old, actually, too.
I thought she was a very promising turf sprinter and probably spent a lot of time or some time running in the wrong races. And if they keep her to sprints, I thought she could have a good year. I thought she ran very, very well in here, making that late run. And, the race kind of collapsed at the end, but she didn't just sort of suck into the race at the end. She made the move in the turn, a wide move, and I thought it was a very good effort by her.
Improved effort from Poppy Flower, the runner-up, as she made her second start off the layoff as well. The turf sprint division for the girls is always a fun one, and it looks like we'll have some more to look forward to this upcoming year. They're loading into the starting gate for this 1.16 trip on the inner, 6-5 on Dreams of Tomorrow. Let's see if he finds the right spot and tactically just has the advantage in here as they start to go in. Pick 4 kicking off here. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
Waiting for Bourbonic, and Richie's Got Game. Richie's Got Game goes in, and we are all set for race 3 here at beautiful Belmont Park. And they're off. Is St. Anthony, who shows first, Dreams of Tomorrow, and Daunt. They're second and third. On the outside is the gray Richie's Got Game, who runs in fourth. Bourbonic will be the early trailer in fifth. As the field makes their way around the turn and heads for the backstretch, with St. Anthony leading here by a half length. Dreams of Tomorrow on the outside runs in second, and Daunt is down at the rail, and right alongside is Richie's Got Game, a break of 4 lengths to Bourbonic. The opening quarter went in 25 and 2/5 seconds. It is St. Anthony by 3/4 of a length. The favorite, Dreams of Tomorrow, runs in second. Daunt is down at the rail. And on the outside is Richie's Got Game, now 5 lengths to Bourbonic, who continues to trail in fifth. It is still St. Anthony holding the lead over Dreams of Tomorrow. The half mile went in 49 seconds. St. Anthony, 3/4 of a length. Dreams of Tomorrow continues to chase in second and now is getting a bit closer. It's St. Anthony on the inside and Dreams of Tomorrow on the outside. They are heads apart for the lead. Just in behind is Daunt in third. Richie's Got Game now 4.5 lengths from the lead. Farther back is Bourbonic, and the field is coming for the top of the stretch. St. Anthony and Dreams of Tomorrow, with Daunt not far behind on the outside. Dreams of Tomorrow now takes a narrow lead. St. Anthony down towards the rail. Daunt is in third. It is Dreams of Tomorrow with the lead. Daunt on the outside of St. Anthony. It is Dreams of Tomorrow and Manny Franco in front, 2.5 lengths. They come on for the finish, and Dreams of Tomorrow has won it. Daunt was second, then St. Anthony and Richie's Got Game.
He had to work for it a little bit, but Dreams of Tomorrow getting back to the winner's circle was not actually the one setting the pace. That was St. Anthony, who was really asked by Joel Rosario right out of the gate.
Yeah, Joel wanted to be aggressive. He saw the lack of pace and take a chance. And maybe it's that dreaded dead rail on the rails being out 9 feet, or maybe he just wasn't good enough. And the horse who was good enough was the winner. He was just the best horse. Thought this was a very good return for Daunt. Going a little bit shorter than his best, kept in touch. I mean, a good trip overall. But the fact he showed more speed is promising for him coming back. And yeah, I'm going to say it again. This horse was even money, and Bourbon Chase was 3 to 5. It makes absolutely no sense, and I think it gets the heart of people over betting Irad Ortiz, who was 5-2 on Richie's Got Game. And it's not because they lost. It's just you're over betting these horses based on a rider. Yeah, he's a great rider. There's a lot of great riders out there. How's Manny Franco's year been?
Sensational. That's how it's been. Manny Franco aboard the winner, Dreams of Tomorrow, the deepest jockeys colony in the country, right here in New York. Dreams of Tomorrow, the son of Speightstown, gets the win, homebred for the Phipps stable. And Manny, I would imagine it was kind of going to plan B, because normally he will put a horse on the lead, but when Joel Rosario had so much intent with St. Anthony, Manny didn't panic. He kept Dreams of Tomorrow close and was able to take over when the time was right.
Well, he's a horse that's been successful, Ray. He doesn't need the lead to win. He just had this tactical advantage on paper. And so the race is going to be run sort of through him regardless, right? Because I think Joel's trying to get his mount to do something he's not necessarily as comfortable with. And the two ran fine here, I think, in running third. And at the end of the day, maybe Dreams of Tomorrow is just the best horse in the race. We're just trying to make other horses be a little bit better than they are. Dreams of Tomorrow is not the world's biggest superstar, but he's the best horse in this race.
Found the right spot today, and he gets back to the winner's circle. Dreams of Tomorrow, victorious in the third, 3-1-2-5 at Belmont Park. We'll bring you prices and reactions in a bit. We'll also talk about who is moving on to Pimlico, the home of the Preakness. Old Hilltop, Hi-Ho, Pimlico, crab cakes, it'll all be in the spotlight coming up before we know it.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, in the third, Dreams of Tomorrow. Well, he was many people's dream today as he got the job done as your favorite, trained by Sugar Gahey, who's standing by with Maggie.
Always a pleasure to catch up with the Hall of Famer Shug here in the winner's circle and Dreams of Tomorrow. Shug, he just proved his class here with this victory.
Well, he's a nice horse, and I'm pleased for him today. And he trained well, and we thought he would run well, and Manny rode him well. I thought there was one speed horse, and that was the horse that was in front. He kind of looked at me, I said, well, nobody shows, you can go, but I think he likes the target better, so it worked out perfect for us.
And he's a little bit, I'm sure, maybe frustrating in the sense that he can handle this allowance company, but when he steps into stakes, sometimes he gets a good trip and things work out. But so where do you find him? What kind of course do you plot for him for this year?
Well, I'd like to win a stake with him. We've got the mare and, got some offspring. She's got a Tappet baby right now, and it looks nice. And she's got another filly, I think, along the way. And so, I think it's important for us to try to win a stake with him just to kind of further the pedigree along. And, I'm sure Daisy and her family would like to see that too. So that's what after today, that's what I'm going to sort of try to figure out, nice places to be able to run him and kind of keep our options open.
Well, it's always wonderful to see those iconic silks in the winner's circle. But speaking of stakes, you'll try Game Change in the Peter Pan this Saturday. As you said, there might be a little bit of an excuse for that race after the impressive maiden win last time.
Well, I think so, right or wrong. I mean, I thought the track was a little bit deep and fluffy that day, and he's not going to like that. So I just kind of drew a line through it. We got him back up here, and he's trained really well. And when I got back up here, Lena looked at me and said, Peter Pan. So, I'll wait and see. But I thought he had a really good work the other day and seems to be doing good. He looks good. He trains very good over this track. It's he's going to have to move forward and show it. But I think that somewhere along the line, he's got it. But it's just a matter of getting it.
Right, there's a nice horse in there somewhere, and Lena, of course, your longtime exercise rider. Shug, congratulations, though, here with Dreams of Tomorrow.
Thank you.
And in 2 days, we will see Game Change in that Peter Pan. Looking forward to it, Acacia.
Indeed. Maggie, thank you. $4.10 winner, Dreams of Tomorrow. Peter Pan's always a fun one. Of course, local prep for the Belmont Stakes. And it's fun to kind of see some of those horses that maybe were a little bit later developing take that route and maybe make some noise as far as the 3-year-old picture later in the year.
Well, I mean, a horse is making noise already. It's General Jim.
Yes.
I mean, for him to come back after missing time and running 100 Beyer and winning the Pate Mile at Churchill, I think we'll probably see him the Woody Stevens and Dwyer. He'd probably love to do a Dwyer then towards the Travers the way he did with Code of Honor a few years ago. But he's a very promising horse for Shug.
Very impressive. Well, it could be a big weekend for Shug McGahey, kicking it off nicely with Dreams of Tomorrow getting the win. We're taking a look now at the probables for the 148th Preakness to come up at Pimlico on May 20th. And some intriguing runners potentially coming out of the Kentucky Derby. That includes Confidence Game, who you touched on earlier, Andy, a horse that missed a race in between, did not run in the Arkansas Derby, came right into the Kentucky Derby off a big layoff, and he turned some heads in the way that he was training. He has that Derby under his belt and will march on to the Preakness.
He's got a bit of an Oxbow look. Oxbow came out of that supersonic pace in the Derby, and he was the one who finished the best of the ones. In fact, he was the only one from the pace that came back in the Preakness. Of course, Wayne Lucas not afraid to come back in 2 weeks, 2 days, 2 minutes. And then he, the way he ran so well in the Rebel and he missed time. So I think he's very interesting in this race.
Of course, we could potentially see the Kentucky Derby winner Mage in there, but as mentioned, some horses who opted to bypass the Kentucky Derby and go right to the Preakness. That includes First Mission, who won the Lexington for trainer Brad Cox. This is a horse that coming up the inside, ran a very game race this day and did not have the points to get into the Derby, and saying that the Preakness was going to be the game plan for him.
I mean, I think he's okay. I can understand why a lot of people are going to like him. And once again, it's like the Derby. You wait until the PPs come out and you see the horses and take a look at him. He seems okay. How good he is, we'll see going forward. He obviously has some talent. I don't know if being Arabian Lion makes him the Preakness winner, but I just hope he wins for Godolphin because they just never win anymore. It's sort of
No,
sad.
it's
a
such
tragic
a shame
story.
that they never win any big races. Kentucky Oaks, of course. Godolphin's pretty mischievous, got the win. We see that iconic Godolphin blue quite a bit in the winner's circle here in the United States. Trainer Brad Cox with a great relationship with Godolphin as well. A lot of people in the winner's circle there that day at Keeneland. Blazing Sevens, meanwhile, comes out of a third-place finish in the Bluegrass Eve for trainer Chad Brown, opting to skip the Derby as well and go right to the Preakness, as Chad Brown will look for his third win in the second jewel of the Triple Crown.
Well, I hope this is a horse that proves me wrong for Chad Brown's sake. He's obviously a talented horse, but I question how far he wants to go. When you look at his Bluegrass, and he got right there with those horses top of the stretch, and they just badly outfinished him. And okay, Verifying got caught up in the fast pace, so I don't want to beat up on him too much, though he stopped badly in there. And Tappa Trice underperformed, so I think it's fair to ask how strong that Bluegrass was. A race I thought was very strong, by the way, which I may turn out to be wrong about, and I just didn't like the way he finished. And I wonder if his success going forward is going to be going shorter than going longer.
We just saw his win in the Champagne as a 2-year-old, a horse that showed a lot of promise towards the start of his career. Let's see if he can put everything together. But Steve Asmussen will send out a horse that won last time out in the Bathhouse Row, Red Route 1. Maggie, I know you got a chance to see him, and he could make things very interesting in that Preakness.
Yes and no, Acacia. Just historically speaking, in watching the Preakness over the years, it's generally not won by a horse that proverbially comes from the clouds, which Red Route 1 does. But yes, he is a horse that's kind of developing. I feel as though last time two starts ago, I should say, he had the blinkers on for the first time in the Arkansas Derby, and it kind of rattled his cage a bit. And I just don't think at that particular time, it produced the desired effects because he was just a little overwhelmed. And then last time, it did. And maybe he will learn to lay a bit closer, and maybe, the master, Steve Asmussen, will teach him to be a little bit more aggressive early on in his races. But if he doesn't do that, I'm not sure that the Preakness is really going to be his gig. I like him. I just don't know if this is the race for him.
We'll see how it plays out, Maggie. Thank you. As, of course, Red Route 1, he is one of those deep closing types. And the Preakness, the second jewel of the Triple Crown, of course, to take place in Maryland. There'll be plenty of crab cakes.
The Preakness is a great time. I've been to a lot of Preaknesses.
I miss going to the Preakness.
The Preakness is great
Maggie's
fun.
a Maryland bred.
Yeah, Maggie's Miss Preakness.
Yeah.
You're not the only miss around here. No, the Preakness is great fun. I agree. I was there last year, but I won't be going this year, but it is really fun.
We'll see how the field does shape up in this year's Preakness Stakes as we turn our attention back to today. A New York bred allowance race coming up in the 4th at Belmont Park, a mile on the main track. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field. Silver Skillet makes her 3-year-old debut after a win in the slot back in December. She's currently your favorite.
Well, I have to be kind about the Clement horses around you, and she can win. I picked her second.
You're entitled to your opinion.
I know, you're tough. I worry that her big race was on a sloppy sealed track where speed was very dominant all day, and it dresses her up a little bit. On the other hand, she's got enormous upside in a field where there isn't a lot of upside for these horses.
We'll talk more about this 4th race at Belmont Park coming up in a moment. Speaking of Silver Skillet's trainer, Christophe Clement, was honored for a strong 2022, particularly with the New York Breds. We'll recap what took place at the New York Thoroughbred Breeders' Awards after this.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred Breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. It's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having them be well handled, you know. We really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year. It's going to become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
Getting that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
We love those New York breds. You can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. This past Monday, New York breds, their connections, their breeders were all honored with the New York New York Breeders Awards. As we take a look at the recipients, Horse of the Year, Spenderella, the absolutely sensational season she had for trainer Graham Motion, took home quite a bit of hardware, as well as we see some nice horses that were honored for what they did in 2022.
There were 2 Clement winners in there.
There were.
I can't make fun of you at this point. This is very disappointing.
And Christoph honored as the New York Trainer of the Year as well. We had a lot of hardware on the table.
Who was second? I want to know. It was like gripe. City Man.
No surprise on the breeder, too. Chester and Mary Roman, the breeder of Acoustic Ave, who was honored for 2-year-old male, but pretty exciting. And owner Dean Reeves, owner of both City Man and Acoustic Ave, said in his speech he thanked the breeders for breeding such a great product and for how special it makes for New York owners to want to own New York breds and be able to run in those races. And it's so true. It's such a sensational program.
We love Dean. He came from the Derby up to Saratoga to be there, and he's been great in the game. He and Patty have only been in the game, about maybe 10 years, and have become big players in the game, and they just love it. They really do, and it's always nice to see them in Saratoga or see them anywhere, really.
Absolutely, and we love getting a chance to see some of those special horses honored, and as mentioned, acknowledging the breeders who did such a great job in starting things off. Dean Reeves, co-owner of Silver Skillet, your current favorite in the paddock here for Christoph Clement, a New York bred filly. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And speaking of New York breeders, Acacia, I just realized and looked at Silver Skillet, and she's bred by my dog walking buddy, Bob Chasanoff. So Bob's a great guy. We walk our dogs up in Locust Valley together. But Silver Skillet, she's one that I was never the biggest fan of as a 2-year-old. She just was very small, very slightly framed. She has done a bit of growing, maybe not enough for me to be the biggest fan of her, but with that being said, she does look incredibly ready for this return. Mentally, physically, she checks every single box, and let's face it, at the end of the day, this is not the toughest New York bred A other than. So yes, she makes a good deal of sense here. I do wonder though, that because of that physical makeup, whoa, okay. Oh, all right, she just reared up and hit her head on a branch. I really don't like when that happens in the horse I'm talking about. We'll see. All right, we'll proceed with talking about the next horse, number 4, Sweetie. She will stretch out from the 6 where she just got up in the shadow of a wire. What a relentless run that we saw from her to break her maiden first time out. She's huge. I really think that she'll, at least physically, appreciate the stretch out to the mile. It'll be interesting to see what kind of trip she pulls with that stretch out, and considering that she closed from so well off of it last time. But I kind of like this mare, because she is 5, by FNX. She just has a great kind of outlook. She just seems like a happy horse at the moment. And we'll see, Acacia, can she go 2 for 2?
We'll find out. Yeah, 5-year-old mare took her a while to get to the races, but she got the win at a huge price on debut. You're not going to get such a big price today on Sweetie.
Yeah, it's a bad gamble in my opinion at 4-1. She came in out of a race and just completely and totally fell apart. But to be fair, she has a pedigree that says that she can go farther. But still, a weird race. I mean, the second horse came back and ran terribly. Third horse not so well, but a couple also ran well enough out of it to suggest the race could be live enough.
And there is Silver Skillet. Yeah, she did try to get a little bit naughty, rearing up and into the tree branches, so to speak. The groom did a tremendous job holding on to her and getting her to settle. Looks like she's doing okay now, which is a good sign. The men and women that handle these horses day in and day out are the true superstars of our game.
Yeah, no question about it. It's not an easy job. They make a hard job look easy.
Absolutely. 6-5 on Silver Skillet now. And as you brought up the point, Andy, she did break her maiden, and she did so by open lengths. It was a wet track. She took advantage behind Le Bontemps, who was named actually New York bred champion 2-year-old female at the awards as well in the Maid of the Mist. So Silver Skillet, she stakes place. You'd imagine there's going to be some progression from 2 to 3.
Right. No question about it. On the other hand, I wouldn't gamble at 6-5 on her to do that. And she is dressed up by running on a wet track that was very kind to horses that were forwardly placed. And a lot of these, when you look at 10+ length wins during the course of a year, a huge percentage of them are going to be on sloppy sealed or muddy sealed tracks. And I'm not knocking her at all, but she doesn't have the past performances to be 6-5. And I agree, she is likely to and supposed to progress from 2 to 3. But to take 6-5 in a gambling sense, that to me is a bad gamble.
We'll meet the field, kicking things off with that mare, Sweetie, trying to stay undefeated.
There's like there have been a lot of Sweeties over the years running on there, and she came from the clouds last time.
She was 15 lengths back and able to get up in time. Here's the 2, Cinderella's Cause.
She's not impossible here. I prefer the horse that finished behind her last time, and I thought she just sort of was picking up the pieces at the end, but she's a player.
Looking for her first win for trainer Rob Falcone. Next will be your favorite, Silver Skillet.
I'll make that comparison again. She is the same price as Dreams of Tomorrow. Do you people think she's really as good a gamble as that horse was, given the circumstances? I do not.
Here's the number 4, Liberty Flame, stretching out for the first time.
The second off the claim, did catch a sloppy track off the claim, so I could see if people wanted to give her another chance, but does she want to get the mile?
Here's the horse you were alluding to, Juliana's Rose.
She was coming off a little bit of a freshening. I tried her last time. She didn't run that well, but she did make a bit of a middle move, and I'm hoping she can run better in her second start lift. She does have that one race that can absolutely win here.
Kendra Carmouche aboard once again. Scott Elia is next, stretching back out.
Coming in off the claim, I have to think that Jackie Davis should be aggressive and send her to the front here.
She has speed. She's on her toes. The barn has been in a good groove lately, too. 7-1 on Scott Elia. And a big price racing colors.
Yeah, and I just want to say congrats to Oscar Brera on winning our 20, the award for the 20 under 20 horses or less awards over the winter. So congrats to him on that. That's very cool for him. And the connections, the connections on the bottom horses. The horses have been live so far, so it's a little hard to make this horse in the race, but comes off the claim for Norman Follett, whose horses ran okay at Aqueduct.
Something to keep in mind with 27-1. Pick 6 kicking off here. You have an even money favorite. The number 5, Juliana's Rose. I know you had a little intrigue with this one. Back in December, she ran that 75 Beyer speed figure. If she runs back to that, could be very dangerous in this spot.
It's starting to look like a bit of an aberration, though, and I'm going to hope that she can be more forwardly placed.
She is sharp today.
These horses seem to like to run early for Kendrick, and I didn't think her first race was bad, off a little bit of a freshening. Cinderella's Cause kind of picked up the pieces, so I'm hoping she can build on that. I don't love her. Honestly, I was looking for an alternative to the 3. Not that I don't think Silver Skillet can win, but I knew she'd be a very short price, and I don't believe she warrants a short price, so the best idea I could come up with was Juliana's Rose.
Taking a look at Silver Skillet, this is when we last saw her in December. She got the win this day, wiring the field under Manny Franco that afternoon, winning by open lengths on a pretty wet day. You see the rain coming down, and I just feel the cold weather at Aqueduct.
I was going to make fun of you and say, you were, basking in the warmth of Florida
I was there
by
that
the
weekend.
I know.
I was there.
Then I realized that you were there and I was off.
Yes.
I was in Saratoga, I think, at the time in the freezing cold. But yep, we love Aqueduct.
Maggie's the one that really takes the worst of it, toughing it out in the paddock.
She does. No doubt about it.
And we all know I don't do well when it's below 60. I really struggle. I'm a wimp when it comes to that. 6-5 on Silver Skillet. The number 2, Cinderella's Cause, Manny Franco going to climb aboard her, as she was claimed for just $16,000 by Rob Falcone, but she does have some pretty good races on the go back.
No, I don't think she's impossible in here. Rob had been on a very good run at Aqueduct. I was looking at things and seeing that he was 0 for 3, as though that means anything at Belmont. And looking up, who were the starters? Well, 2 of them were first-time starters that were in tough spots and didn't really even run that badly. I think the other one was like a big drop down or something. So we're yet to see if Rob's horse has been running very well in the last few weeks at Aqueduct. So I don't think his 0 for 3 is indicative of any kind of cold streak.
For more on this field, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
And we'll check back in with your current heavy favorite, Silver Skillet. Before she interrupted my train of thought and rearing up and hitting branches, I was going to say that she truly looks like a wet track horse. So yeah, that's another reason to be cautious, I think, in taking her at a short price. It's always funny when horses do that. I heard a trick. If you wanted to stop a horse from rearing up all the time, you'd carry and you're on their back, you'd carry an egg in your hand, and when they went up, you'd crack it. So they'd think that they actually hit their head and there was blood coming down and they wouldn't do it again. Maybe that's what she thought, because she stopped and was, not that there is anything wrong with her whatsoever, but it kind of caught her off guard that she did that. She is getting a little bit more revved up as she approaches the gate. Like I said, short price, I could look elsewhere. Number 5, Juliana's Rose, as you guys mentioned, was very sharp in the warm-up, but that's a good thing. I like her to be sharp, and I like the way she was moving a bit more than when I saw her 2-back here for Mark Hennig. I think she is formidable in this spot, as Andy was saying, but I'm going to take the horse that does come out of that same race, in which I fully heed the fact that she probably did less running than Juliana's Rose, but I couldn't get over how well Cinderella's Cause looked back in the paddock, out on the racetrack. She definitely won the quote-unquote beauty contest, and sometimes that does go a little farther than just being the paddock pick. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Cinderella's Cause, nice price at 5-1. Both Andy and Maggie going with 5-1 shots and out of that race on April 13th. Manny Franco going to be aboard Cinderella's Cause this afternoon. And we'll see, Andy, I mean, for both of them, they both have some upside. They're both going to be a little bit more of a price. What about Sweetie, who did break her maiden coming from really far off of it at first asking? Maggie said that she liked a little bit more distance for her. It's just that, I mean, you got her at 34-1 this day. She's 4-1 today.
Most of us didn't get her 34-1. No, but I agree with your sentiment. I was going to say the exact same thing. I think I'm shocked that she's second choice, to be honest with you. And I think people are kind of overly impressed with her big run. Now, to be fair, from a speed figure standpoint, she ran fast enough to be competitive in this field. But, I don't know, 6 furlongs, a mile, you had the runoff speed, the race collapsed at the end. Not my kind of horse to bet at this price after the big win, but the reality is, it's not that the race came up fast enough that she does rate a real chance in this race. So I can understand why people are betting her. It's just a question of whether or not you want to bet on Silver Skillet. And if you don't want to take her short price, and once again, she's 4 to 5. I just don't understand how you look at Bourbon Chase, this horse, and Dreams of Tomorrow and say, I think the one that's the least likely winner is Dreams of Tomorrow. He was clearly the most likely winner of them. This is a horse coming off a layoff, could need a race off a layoff. Christophe's horses often, his layoff numbers aren't that great. It's not a knock on him. It's actually probably a compliment because the barn is not really cranking them up to win off layoffs. It's not to say this horse won't be ready and they don't want to win or not, but winning a race in early May with this horse off the layoff is not their main goal for the season. They want to see her progress and see how good she can get to be. And the Barnes numbers reflect that. So I just think she's a bad gamble at 4 to 5. I think she can absolutely win.
Let's see if she's ready to roll the first start of her 3-year-old season. Silver Skillet, your heavy favorite. The number 2, Cinderella's Cause, loading in. You see she's a bit sweaty. That is very normal for her. She is a horse that can get pretty lathered up before her races. There goes your favorite, Silver Skillet. Nice allowance for the fillies and mares here. New York breds in the spotlight. Let's go to another New York bred. Johnny I standing by.
Juliana's Rose, the next to move in. And then we'll have Scott Elia and Racing Colors to complete this 7-horse field going 1 mile. Scott Elia and Jackie Davis and Racing Colors with Dalton Brown moving up now. And we are set for the start of today's Pick 6. And they're off. A hesitant beginning for number 1, Sweetie, and she is at the back of the pack. Liberty Flame is out first. Scott Elia on the outside, and now moving on through is Silver Skillet. Cinderella's Cause is next in 4th, and then it's a break of 1.5 lengths to Racing Colors and Juliana's Rose. Those two are right together. Almost 5 lengths back to Sweetie. The trailer in 7th. Long shot Liberty Flame leads here by a little more than 1 length through 1/4 in 23-1. Silver Skillet, the favorite, is second by a 1/2 length. Scott Elia on the outside and third by a head. Cinderella's Cause is down towards the rail. Then it's Racing Colors, followed by Juliana's Rose, and a Sweetie continues to trail. And the leader is still Liberty Flame in front by 2. Silver Skillet is second. Cinderella's Cause looking to move on through down at the rail. Scott Elia has tailed off. 1/2 mile, 46-4. Midway on the turn. It is Liberty Flame who now has a 2.5 length lead. Silver Skillet running in second. Cinderella's Cause to her inside. Juliana's Rose is now in 4th as Sweetie gains some ground into 5th. They're at the quarter pole now. And it is Liberty Flame challenged here on the outside by Cinderella's Cause. Silver Skillet has dropped back as they move down for the 8th pole. Here is Cinderella's Cause on the outside to take over the lead from Liberty Flame. Sweetie is now up into 3rd. It is Cinderella's Cause in front by almost 3, and it will be 2 in a row for jockey Manny Franco. He wins here on Cinderella's Cause, and it was very tight for second between Liberty Flame and Sweetie.
Tight photo for second, but no doubt about the winner. Cinderella's Cause, it gets the victory. Manny Franco was named Outstanding Rider in New York of New York Breds, and he's just backing up that title.
He keeps riding like this, he's going to win the Eclipse Award the way he's been riding this year, and she got an absolutely perfect trip, and he angled her out in the stretch. I think Liberty Flame ran well. She just couldn't quite get the mile distance. The concern with her. She may have held second, though, over Sweetie, who might not have got by her, and Silver Skillet had no excuse. She was in a good spot. She just didn't fire at all. Nor did my pick.
looked like the number 4 Liberty Flame, who was your pace setter, might have
I can't
held
tell.
on. Oh, it was so close there. Sweetie coming up the inside.
Yeah, she did hold on.
She did hold on, but Sweetie actually ran quite well, stretching out and coming from off of it. It was the number 4 at 14-1 Liberty Flame who held on for second. Your winner, though, Cinderella's Cause. Back to the winner's circle today, 4-1. Manny Franco padding his stats. It was 2-4, 1-3 in the 4th at Belmont Park.
Yeah, she's in good form, and so Rob Falcone, we got the answer. His barn is not dead.
Certainly not. And Manny Franco, the train, keeps on a-rolling, that's for sure. With the victory, we'll bring you prices, reactions, and a whole lot more in a moment. There's the photo for second. Oh, so close there. That was tough. And it's not been, again, no doubt about the winner. We saw apprentice jockey Maddie Olver make her debut at Aqueduct this winter. It's certainly not easy to keep momentum going when you have the caliber of rider in the game that you do here in New York as an apprentice jockey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if she's planning to stick around the whole meet.
I think she's planning to go to Monmouth.
Right, it's probably a good idea on her part. The opportunities will be few and far between here.
Picking up a 3rd place finish with Sweetie closing from off of it. Cinderella's Cause gets the win. There's Rob Falcone going to untack her. High fives all around to Manny Franco. Prices, reactions, and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We just saw race 4 at beautiful Belmont Park. It was the 2 Cinderella's Cause victorious in second win today for jockey Manny Franco.
Yep, getting a perfect trip, and it's been sort of the earmark of Manny's, not, I was going to say his year, but the last couple of years he's been riding so well. And I'll tell you something, Hitchell ran well in the Derby.
He did.
He's a player. He's a player coming to Belmont Stakes.
Absolutely. Manny Franco, we see him there in the white silks, confident ride, Cinderella's Cause, and that confidence, such a key piece of it as well. As Richie Migliore often talks about, you make the correct decisions when you commit, when you're confident, and the confidence that Manny Franco is riding with right now is at an all-time high.
I couldn't agree more. He's putting horses in the game. He's getting good position, and the horses are responding. I mean, he's just riding sensationally, and it'll be interesting to see with the other riders and back in town how he keeps that momentum up. Well, so far, so good.
top pick from Maggie, Cinderella's Cause, $10 winner. Liberty Flame, your pace setter, able to just hold on for second over Sweetie. That's the 4th at Belmont Park. We turn our attention over to Churchill Downs. Their card today kicking off around 5 p.m. Eastern. And it is the 2-year-olds to start things off. It's one of those restricted maiden special weight. That's for horses that sold or did not meet their reserve for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. And these have been popular races for horsemen to have the opportunity to get their young horses started.
And I know that you do your work, and I know that you watch the replays, so you saw why the Frosty the Giant is 2-1 in here, because that horse had a big trip first time out.
Absolutely. Not easy to handle that day either. Caught by Frosted. That's a look at West Saratoga. Another one with experience. There are a few who have started already in this spot. West Saratoga to kick things off from the rail.
And does get a rider upgrade from a 7-pound bug rider, but I thought actually got a good trip first time out, just didn't do much running.
Here's 5-0 somewhere.
First time starter that I'm guessing. Actually, this horse is bet.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with these connections. This horse is bet. It could be a little interesting, right?
Getting a lot of attention, co-owner and trainer. Here's Patch O'Brien, another firster.
Yeah, for Eddie Keneally. Probably more turf in this pedigree.
Dunphy will be next, second-time starter.
I didn't see anything first time out, but could always improve versus second start.
Didn't seem to show too much. There is a little turf pedigree in this one as well. That's a big price right now. Frosty the Giant, Anthony Farrier, a trainer based in the Mid-Atlantic. If you're not familiar, does a good job with young horses, and this one definitely did not have the easiest time of first.
How do you not root for a horse owned by the Mama's Boys Thoroughbred group? I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm going to invest in that group.
Tyler Gaffleone going to climb aboard. Here's Calling My Name, Jareth Loveberry, who rolled 2 fills. In the
I don't see what's wrong with this horse. Showed speed first time out, did a lot of dirty work in that race. Mischief Joke, the horse who was second, who had trips, running back here tomorrow.
Something to keep an eye on as well. Here is the number 7 5-star run for Michelle Nihei.
Yeah, it's a first foal, and I don't know about you, I didn't find any pedigree.
Not too much pedigree to hang your teeth on. Really, in a lot of them in this field, actually. Next will be the number 8, Nuevo Amancer.
I like the Masteries, but a little bit of turfy maybe, and only sold for $6,000.
That one's a big price on the board right now. Second-time starter, Innocent Man is next.
I don't like this horse, but big price for a horse that did a little running first time out. Comes on a tough field.
Yeah, certainly did. It was a big price that day, too. You could imagine we'll take a step forward second time out. 16-1 on that one. Here's another second-time starter. This one for Ben Colbrook, Imperial Thunder.
Gets the 10-pound bug rider. Will have to improve.
First-time starter, Noble Gentleman. A lot of turf pedigree on the bottom side.
Yeah, there's a lot of good turf pedigree. There's a Patrick Biancone actually trained the dam. I think we probably both remember Tamara Coos won maybe the Breeders' Cup Mile. Is that right?
Yes,
Dirt Mile.
He's had a few starters on the ground. There's that first-time starter, debuting with those blinkers on. And another first-time starter to the outside, Midnight Stormy.
This one probably had the most production. The second day was a good turf horse, as I'm sure you know. But there were a couple of foals from the dam 2 or 3 that ran buyers in the 80s, so we saw a little bit. But I'm intrigued by how much money the 250 somewhere is taking in here. Not just a Munnings, but, you know, coming in from Hawthorne, not familiar with the connections, and getting bet.
Taking a lot of attention. 15-1 on the morning line, 5-1 on the board right now. But there you see at Churchill Downs, the site of the Kentucky Derby and the Kentucky Oaks on Friday. Post 14, no problem, as Tyler Gaffleone and Pretty Mischievous got the win in the Kentucky Oaks. It was her first start with blinkers on, Andy, and it looked like that equipment change had the desired effect for Brendan Walsh. She was able to hold off and improve Gambling Girl.
Gambling Girl ran terrific.
She did.
Mean, she really did. She makes the New York Reds proud, that's for sure. But the winner was best. I mean, she ran extremely well in here. She attended the pace. The pace effectively came apart. She was wide the whole way. She made the first move. This was an exceptional effort by her, and I'm really happy for Brendan Walsh, who's just a terrific trainer, a nice guy as well, and she ran well. Wet paint, probably a little overbet in there, and the disappointment, obviously, was Southlawn in here, who just never really showed up, but Pretty Mischievous ran well. I mean, it was the second most exciting moment of the weekend for me. The most, of course, being seeing Paula Duca.
Wow, that's a lot to be excited about.
Great to see Paula.
I haven't seen Paul. You know, I feel like we talk to him often because he's on the show with us. I haven't seen him since.
I don't think I've seen him since
last
Saratoga.
Summer,
I don't think I've seen him since Saratoga, but we saw each other in the paddock, and it was really great to catch up with him a little bit.
Fun. First Kentucky Oaks victory for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. He's really had a terrific last couple of years as well. He won the Preakness on War of Will a couple years back. He's been just dominant on the Kentucky circuit, and I know getting that Oaks victory, got his first Breeders' Cup this year. In fact, won 2 Breeders' Cup races. I know that Oaks victory really, really special for him.
Oh, it had to be, and she really ran well. You know, that was an excellent effort by her. She's run well in other races. The horse has improved this year, and I have to imagine we'll be seeing her in the Acorn, and she's going to be a tough horse to handle in there. She's improving, and Gambling Girl as well. I mean, you think about Gambling Girl. She was absolutely nowhere, and she just gets better and better with every one of her starts, and it's a tribute to Todd's training.
Absolutely. The New York bred, as you mentioned, bred by Gallagher Stud. We love to see those New York breds doing well on the big circuit. Tyler Gaffalione, though, he will be aboard your favorite in this upcoming 2-year-old race, Frosty the Giant. Saw some pretty green 2-year-old colts out there on the track, horses that still figuring things out, acting up a little bit with the pony, but looks like Frosty the Giant not wanting to necessarily link back up. Tyler Gaffalione doing everything right. He's just kind of bringing him alongside, saying, hey, it's okay, and not forcing him to link back up with the pony if he doesn't want to. It's the best way to move with 2-year-olds and look like he's doing okay, just kind of trotting alongside, and hopefully he'll have a cleaner trip than he did on debut.
Yeah, I mean, this was not IRADS. I mean, this horse was just awkward coming out at the start. You know what? It was a typical 2-year-old first-time starter that caused the problems for himself, and it's just one of those things. I thought he ran very well. I think American Rascal is a Wesley Ward horse, probably headed to Ascot. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought so. Was a hugely impressive winner, winning by over 10 lengths. Yeah. This one ran well, but I'm going to tell you, and I think the 6 is dangerous, but I am really intrigued by the money that the number 2 is taking. I know it shows that work at Hawthorne, but that money, I bet, is meaningful.
That one, a gelding by Munnings, bought for just $30,000. As mentioned, 15-1 on the morning line, 5-1 right now on the board. The number 3, Patch O'Brien, one who's also taking a little bit of attention. First-time starter for Eddie Keneally. As you touched on, though, on the bottom side, it looks like there's a little bit more leaning towards turf.
But maybe that means the money's more meaningful, right?
Maybe
you know, and Eddie Keneally is not just a good trainer, but can be a very, very dangerous with first-time starters. And of course, Eddie, I mean, Tom Morley, big win in the first race today, and Brendan Walsh, both of them work for Eddie Keneally.
Good place to start. The number 6, Calling My Name, another second-time starter. This one by Gormley. Was a big price, showed speed, finished 3rd, but again, you would imagine a standard step forward in the second start.
Yeah, no. I mean, I have no argument. I don't think you do either with the 2 horses that are getting bet here. They figure to take money here, and that's probably why I'm most intrigued by 5-0 Somewhere, because that's, I know it's a Munnings, but it's a Munnings costs $30,000, and he stands for 100, and he's as hot a sire as there is out there. This is a horse that could have been 20-1, and you wouldn't have even blinked.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very interesting to see the money coming in on that one. 6-1. Maybe Raylu Gutierrez liked it and told everybody.
I saw Raylu. We were discussing whether or not he'd come into Saratoga. He was talking about Ellis. I get it. I was hoping he'd come in Saratoga. I like having Raylu around, but it was good to see him as well.
Yeah. Look at you hobnobbing with everybody.
You know, I mean,
being Mr. Social, Mr. Social
I was trying to be nice. I'm trying to, I'm trying to learn from you. I'm trying to turn over a new leaf in life. You know, I really am. I'm trying to be far nicer, much like you are. You're rubbing off on me.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. There is the number 1, West Saratoga, finished behind Calling My Name, who's that number 6 at 7-2. This one is 11-1. Didn't really do much running at all. You do see Rafael Bejarano take the mount on this one, and that's a second-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, you see a 7-pound bug rider, and you see Rafael Bejarano, so you think, okay, that's a great improvement. Well, I don't know. I mean, the horse stayed on the rail and did a little running at the end. Yeah. I didn't think the rider rode fine.
Much in either direction, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, on the other hand, could improve second time. You always have to look at second-time starters as potentially taking huge steps forward. It's probably one of the biggest step forwards you can see. Yes. Not always, but you can see.
Yes, and there is 5-star run. Not necessarily first-time starters, but Michelle Nihay's a horsewoman I've always admired. I think she does a very good job with her horses. Doesn't have a lot of runners. This one, he looks like a massive 2-year-old by Run Happy. He looks like he probably wants to go longer.
He's bet a little bit right now. I mean, now he cost $100,000, so
yeah.
I guess they probably tried to put him into a 2-year-old sale, and he didn't meet a
It's
reserve. Right,
possible.
that
I
must
mean, sometimes you'll see that too, because it's the most recent sale. And to be honest, I didn't look that up, but you're
But it has
absolutely
to be
right.
that. It has to
would
be.
have been that he would go through a 2-year-old sale, and if it was reserve not attained, and he thus was not sold at a 2-year-old sale trying to be a pinhooking proposition, then in that case he'd be eligible for this race.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be that, or else he
Mhm.
wouldn't be eligible. So he
Right.
must have gone through a sale and not sold, which is, in a lot of ways kind of a negative because they paid $100 for him and they
It
didn't.
is and it isn't, though, because having just spent a significant amount of time at the March and April 2-year-old sales, and there's a lot of horses there, it can be very dominant at the top end. You have the very expensive ones, the horses that breeze 9 and 4, you're faster, 10 flat. You know that they're going to sell well.
Right.
And then in the middle and kind of lower range, things kind of get lost in the shuffle a bit, and sometimes you have to be a bit creative. We actually got one who did RNA going through the ring and got her at a price that we felt was actually fair, and we're really, really excited about this filly. So it can and it can't be a negative. Sometimes also, if you have a horse that breezes 10 and 2 at a 2-year-old sale,
Right.
and that horse becomes a horse that will not sell as a result, that horse is never going to work that fast again in the future. You're going to want them to go to the track and try to slow down and be
Gotcha.
working 12s. So that's kind of where some of those 2-year-old sales can be a little bit tricky, if that's the case for this instance. I'm just saying sometimes immediately you see horses kind of be pushed to the side if they didn't have the fastest breeze or it's not necessarily the sexiest pedigree versus some of the other
Right.
big-name colts in the group.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for that.
Yeah.
You are like definitely the resident expert on the 2-year-old sales. You're a resident expert on a lot of things, but the 2-year-old sales, I mean,
enjoy
you've
the
spent a
2-year-old
lot
sales
of time at them.
I spent a couple of years shortlisting at 2-year-old sales for Dennis O'Neill, who's Doug O'Neill's brother, and he's bought 2 Kentucky Derby winners and Hot Rod Charlie and has had a lot of experience. So, and that's when you kind of go through and there's, 800 horses in the sale and you'll narrow it down to a group of 10 perhaps that you want to bid on when you
It's a
come
lot.
to the end. Yes, it's a lot of walking, a lot of work, a lot of preparation, but learned a lot in that respect. And now I get to work with my husband at the 2-year-old sales.
He could use your help.
He doesn't market it. He has a very, very good eye. And it's interesting looking at it from a bloodstock agent perspective and from a trainer's perspective as
Right.
well. You look at things a little bit differently then too. But we see horses being backed out. I'm not 100% certain what happened at the starting gate here. I do see a rider off behind the gate. It looks like the number 6, Calling My Name, has gotten loose. So that's Jareth Loveberry in the red and white silks off. So thus they will back out all of the field here. And this is going to be tricky because it is a group of 2-year-olds, and you're going to want to make sure as a rider you're able to keep your young charge calm behind the gate.
Okay, it's going to be a little while then, I'm guessing.
I would imagine if
Should
the
we talk to
number 6
Maggie?
What's that?
Should we talk to Maggie in the paddock?
Yeah.
Or just watch them
Maggie
stand
has
behind the
anything
gate
to
for
say.
3 minutes?
2-1 on the number 5, Frosty the Giant. Unfortunately, as we're not there and we're not able to check in with Paul right now, still waiting to
I
get
think they're loading.
something from him in the
No,
future.
they're not
We're
loading.
playing a little blind here at Churchill for this first race, so apologies. Thanks for your patience with us. So number 6, Calling My Name.
They're putting him in again.
Loose behind the gate. Looks like it must have been apprehended. He is a late scratch in race 1. The 2-year-olds at Churchill down. So loading back in. Late scratch of the number 6, Calling My Name. Significant scratch of one of the horses taking attention there. They go back in. We'll try this again. Send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the call of race 1, 2-year-olds at Churchill.
Waiting for Dunphy, Frosty the Giant, Noble Gentleman, and Midnight Stormy. Midnight Stormy, last one. They're in the gate. And they're off. Dunphy bounces right out on top. Frosty the Giant is there. West Saratoga down toward the rail. Patch O'Brien is up close between them. Racing fourth. Innocent Man is out in fifth. Imperial Thunder on the outside. 6. 5-0 somewhere advancing toward the rail. 7th. 5-star run reserved, while 8th. Noble Gentleman is 9th. Nuevo Amancé's in 10th. And at the back is Midnight Stormy. At a big price, Dunphy barrels around the far turn in front. Hard on his heels is Frosty the Giant in second. These two go 1-2 to the quarter pole. Patch O'Brien on the outside of West Saratoga, 3rd and 4th. Off the turn, Dunphy trying to see it out. Frosty the Giant has collared, and Frosty the Giant has taken over. Frosty the Giant in front by 3 now. Patch O'Brien and West Saratoga trying to run on outside of Dunphy, who gives way, but everybody's chasing Frosty the Giant. Frosty the Giant will win it by 6 lengths on the wire, maybe a little bit less than that. Tight for second, West Saratoga over Patch O'Brien. 5-star run was 4th.
No doubt about the winner, Frosty the Giant. A much cleaner trip. He was professional, got the win today under Tyler Gaffleone, and it was close for second, Andy, between West Saratoga, the 1, and the 3, Patch O'Brien.
Yeah, and it feels like West Saratoga held second. I think the theme of this is second-time stars improving, but most particularly the 5. And without calling my name in there, 7-5 probably was a relatively generous price on a horse who really had a monstrous trip first time out.
Kicked away. Tyler Gaffleone putting the riding crop underneath his arm, doesn't need it. Much the best. That 2-year-old by Frosted to get the win in race 1 at Churchill. Back at Belmont Park, race 5 is coming up next. It's a claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, a mile on the main track. Here's a look at the field, 2-1 favorite right now. All the way to the outside on Loose Goose, dropping down in class for Todd Pletcher. We'll meet the field, kicking things off with the 2, Smoke and Heat.
Yeah, Smoke and Heat is a dangerous horse. They tried the turf last time, getting back to the right surface.
3-1 right now on the board. Next in the post raid will be the number 4, Uncle Waterflow off the claim.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. Tony Dutrow does not have good numbers off the claim. I can understand some of the appeal, but his claim numbers are not good.
We'll get there eventually. That's the 2. There's the 4.
Excuse me, there he is.
Taking some time to come out. First start is a 4-year-old. We haven't seen him since December either. So claimed and then on the shelf for a few months.
5 months,
couple of hurdles to overcome here. Here's the 5 next, Keen Air.
Comes off the claim and ships him for William Walden, Elliott Walden's son in this race. I didn't think this horse was totally impossible. He's got some good numbers with the small sample size off the claim.
Bit of an interesting one for sure. Blinkers going on too and stretching out in distance. Should be forward, you'd think. Here's the 6, Dreaming of Smarty.
And this one should be in front for Javier Castellano. He would have to improve, though, to win here, but not impossible.
3rd last time out at Parks. In fact, first start outside of Parks coming up here. Next is the 7, Pressure.
This is my top choice in here, a horse that was buried on a dead rail last time out. Didn't run that badly, 2 back, and get some class release. I think this horse is a very big price right now, and I like him.
First time going the mile, generous 10-1. Here's your favorite, Loose Goose.
This is the horse to beat in here. He sort of ran in spots last time, kind of a weird effort. And you could say it's a negative drop down. I don't know. Where's he supposed to run him? Maybe he's just running where he belongs. And if people are afraid to claim from Todd Pletcher, he can run in a start allowance after this. And if he gets claimed, so be it.
And last in the post parade, here's the 3, Burt.
He's got that one big figure, and the rest of his race is uncompetitive. He needs to get out of the gate. He had an absolutely brutal start last time out.
See if he gets a cleaner break today. There's your favorite, though. Loose Goose, son of Will Take Charge for Todd Pletcher. He drops in class here. Faced Añejo last time out. We haven't seen him since February. We will take a look at, this is actually the day that he broke his maiden. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is last time.
Yeah, I want to show it. Manny's riding him. He's got those silks. Manny's the hat. And at this point, Manny's going nowhere. And he says, I don't need to, just sort of beat up on him because he's backing up. But then the field starts sort of collapsing, and he kind of, I don't know if he re-rallies, but he starts closing with the field. I don't know if it's a question of Manny sort of giving up on him too soon. I'm not really sure what happened here. I don't really know the case going on. Now, I don't think it's a rider switch. I think it's Irad's going to ride a lot for Todd Pletcher. It just seems like he might have run a little better than it looks. On the other hand, we haven't seen him since that race in 3 months, so maybe something went wrong.
That's a fair assumption, too. He's 2-1 right now. He is taking a drop in class, and it was a little bit of an odd thing. And there's a stat for Todd Pletcher, first time for a claiming tag.
At Naira, and those are very good numbers. That's on dirt, by the way. On the dirt at Naira. I mean, he's winning with 30%. The ROI of $1.09 is exceptional. It's not over $2, but when you consider the takeout, it's an extremely good number. And so these horses do. The point I'm having with showing that was, I know he's going to be a short price, but these horses deliver with a pretty high consistency for Todd. So I wouldn't be that worried about him if you like him. I'm going to try to beat him with a 7, but I do believe he's the one to beat.
3-2 now on your favorite. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, we'll check in with Loose Goose in here. It does come off a bit of a freshening, a horse that, I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with. Wasn't in the paddock that day on February 11th for his lone Naira start, but he is kind of a quiet dude. I mean, he perked up a little bit when they got out on the racetrack. See him getting on his toes there. Now, he's fine, and I get it. At the end of the day, I just think they're being realistic with this drop to 40. Has faced some good ones. Some of his better efforts have come against horses who haven't worked out so well, and so it feels like the 40 is where he belongs. But let's take a look at a horse who's coming in off of a layoff. First off the claim for Tony Dutrow, Uncle Waterflow. I think he's interesting. You know, he was running for lower profile connections, and he was running quite a lot. I mean, last year he made 9 starts, and I think maybe there was an issue, I don't know, but since he's been off since December, I've seen Tony do this before, just kind of freshen horses up. And while Andy does bring up the point that his numbers aren't great, first off the claim, going back a long way when I was still a kid and running and racing in Maryland, I remember Tony being pretty good. He just had a lot more horses. So therefore, by attrition, his numbers were a bit better first off the claim. But I love what I'm seeing from this horse. Warmed up beautifully, comes back at least ready, looking upon appearances, comes back as a gelding, and he's one I liked before the claim too. So I think he's fairly intriguing. I'll take my shot with him at 8-1. Keen Air coming in for Will Walden, putting blinkers on and stretching out here. Maybe Will's trying to get a little bit more speed from this horse. Got a very aggressive warm-up from Joel Rosario, and he's built like a horse that should love going longer. He is by Keen Ice after all. So this horse makes a good deal of sense and ticks every box here coming in for the barn and to Naira for the first time. Acacia?
An intriguing new face, Maggie. Thank you. He's 7-2. Andy, though, you like a nice price in here, 10-1 on Pressure, who will stretch out in distance.
Yeah, I don't know why Pressure is such a big price in here. He's been running against significantly better horses than these, and he was absolutely glued to a dead rail last time out. And Dots Dollar and Rotney, excellent timing. I mean, these are just better horses. And the time before that, he was attending a pace that completely fell apart in the mud. Those are the first 2 starts for Rudy, and I don't think he's run badly in either one. In fact, I think he's dressed down from both of those. If Loose Goose doesn't run, and he's no killer anyway, I don't see where the strong competition comes from. And 11-1 to me feels like a massive overlay on a horse that's better than he looks on paper.
A big price, 11-1 on Pressure, as he does take a significant drop in class, as Sandy mentioned, facing much tougher. And Rudy Rodriguez, it had been a bit of a conversation we were having of how cold the barn had been. He's off to a good start here at Belmont.
Yeah, well, he got live late at the Aqueduct meeting as well, so his horses started running again. We'll see. I mean, it had been a long, long cold run, probably about 9 or 10 months winning at 10%, and you don't expect to see that from a trainer like Rudy, who had been winning 20 or more percent for a long, long time. We'll see if his horses continue to perform well.
It happens in this game. Streaks, you go up and down. Maybe things are turning around for the Rudy Rodriguez barn. 11-1 on his charge. Pressure, the favorite, Loose Goose on the outside, continues to take all the money at 3-2. The number 2, Smoke and Heat, is 3-1. Andy, what did you make of this one? He's been facing starter allowance company on the dirt prior to this.
Oh, I picked him 3rd in this race. I thought he makes a lot of sense. His 2 races on the dirt were against some better horses. He ran figures that are competitive, and I think he's very logical as a second choice. The horse that's taking a lot of money that I don't quite get is Keen Air. He's okay, and I'm not saying he can't win here, but he's got to get the mile, and I'm surprised a shipper coming in here is taking as much money. Maybe the connections must really love him, but I'm just surprised he's getting bet as strongly as he is.
3-1 on that nude face. Keen Air, your favorite all the way to the outside, though. Pick 5 starts here in race 5 at beautiful Belmont Park. Loading into the gate, we send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
Keen Air has moved in, waiting now for Dreaming of Smarty, Pressure, and Loose Goose. The favorite on the outside, Loose Goose, right now at 3-2. Pressure has gone in. Loose Goose moving up. And he will complete this 7-horse field going a flat mile. Set for the start. And they're off. And it is Pressure out first with Keen Air racing in second. Loose Goose Extreme outside runs in third. And then it's Dreaming of Smarty right alongside of Loose Goose. Smoking Heat runs in fifth, 4.5 lengths off the front. Uncle Waterflow has 1 horse beaten at this point, and at the back of the pack, that is Bert. As the field races up the backstretch, Pressure now pressured here on the inside by Dreaming of Smarty. Dreaming of Smarty and Pressure, they are heads apart through a quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Keen Air sits just off those front runners in third. And then it's the favorite, Loose Goose, 3.5 lengths from the front and on the outside. Smoking Heat is fifth, another 2.5. Back to Uncle Waterflow, and then Bert as the field goes around the far turn. Dreaming of Smarty and Pressure, they continue to battle it out here. Loose Goose just in behind in third on the outside. And now gaining ground is Smoking Heat, who is widest of all here. In behind the front 4 is a Keen Air. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Here comes Loose Goose. Here comes Smoking Heat on the outside. Loose Goose being asked for more. Smoking Heat on the outside. Pressure in the blue blinkers is down towards the rail as the field hits the 8th pole. And Keen Air is next in 4th. It is Smoking Heat in the white blinkers who has the lead as they pass the 16th pole. Keen Air, one last drive on the outside. Smoking Heat, Keen Air, Smoking Heat holds on. Keen Air was second. Loose Goose faded to third.
Third win today for Manny Franco. Smoke and Heat just able to hold on. A late run from Keen Air, who was doing that stretch out in distance.
Yeah, he was kind of early. He got kind of up front early. I just want to watch it again. He seemed to lose position and came back again and just got beaten here. But Smoking Heat's been in good form, and that's 3 now for Manny Franco in 5 races. He continues to be on fire. I mean, Loose Goose looked like he was making the winning move, and he just didn't have any finish at all. I have no knocks on Pressure. He was involved with a fairly moderate pace, and he just wasn't good enough. I don't mind taking him at 10-1. He just wasn't good enough.
You know, on your favorite, Loose Goose, he did a little bit of what he did last time, too. I don't think he's the easiest horse to ride. It's almost as if he kind of loses focus, or when he starts to get leg weary, he starts drifting out and a little bit all over the place. He doesn't really keep a straight course, and maybe that's what happened last time. Manny thought he was done, and turned out he had a little bit left today. Not enough, though. Your 3-2 favorite will settle for third. 3-1 winner was the number 2, Smoking Heat. Prices and more after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon for a little twilight racing. As we see into the winner's circle goes the winner of race 5 at Belmont Park, Smoke and Heat, $8.30 winner.
Yeah, got the right trip on the outside and was just probably best. I mean, the 5 ran well, though, in defeat here. They both ran well. The money was absolutely right on Keen Air to like him, but Manny Franco, he didn't ride loose gooseback. He rode the right horse. 5 races, 3 wins. Just keeps on rolling along for Manny.
It's been pretty impressive. Yet another multi-win day for Manny Franco as $8.30 winner. Smoke and Heat, Keen Air, your favorite loose goose at 3-2. Will have to settle for 3rd in that 5th race at Belmont Park. We turn our attention back over now to Churchill Downs. 2-year-old fillies coming up next in the spotlight. Some big name trainers who are looking for their next Kentucky Oaks contenders in this upcoming 2nd race at Churchill Downs. We'll talk a little bit more about the 2-year-old fillies after this on America's Day at the Races. Yeah,
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafact coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafact.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're getting ready for race 2 at Churchill Downs. It's a maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies. Hopefully a little bit less eventful before the race versus the first race today. And currently the number 10 Girls Weekend is your favorite, as this filly by World of Trouble, I think one of the first starters for this freshman sire. She's your favorite right now off some fast workouts at Keeneland.
Yeah, no surprise to see this horse taking money, especially with the number 2 scratch. I'm interested in Crickle, the horse inside of her, though. Did you? I'm sure you watched the race. I don't have to ask you. I thought she ran okay in there.
You almost had me. Very impressive.
Yep.
Winning.
Private purchase.
Yep.
Winning the
Private
stake.
purchase.
Yeah.
Winning next time out. We will meet the field, kicking things off with Foolish Front Fifi.
Took no money first time and did no running.
Comes out of that same race, but not very close to that runaway winner. Here's the number 4, Bella Valentina.
No money for this first-time starter either.
21-1 on that filly by Noble Mission. Here is one taking a bit of attention, first-time starter for Steve Asmussen, Closing Act.
Doesn't it feel like just sort of Steve Asmussen money? There really isn't a lot of pedigree to speak of, but there is a Munnings. The dam just has produced not a lot of runners, not a lot of effective runners.
No, she hasn't. And she was stakes placed herself. Pretty decent sprinter. Here is Too Fast for You. Let's see if she lives up to her name.
She's taking a little bit of money right now, and she's a first foal, and dam was okay.
She was a stakes winner, good on turf and dirt, perhaps a little bit more proficient on the grass. We'll see. That first-time starter for Eddie Keneally. Here's Your Kitten Me.
Yeah, a Practical Joke, so we like them. It's kind of a turf dam side, but we like the Practical Jokes.
Here's another one for Steve Asmussen, the number 8, April Clover. Freshman sire Matoli has had one winner in Russia so far.
Yeah, and this is the first foal from the dam. A winner in Russia, really?
Yes.
Love that.
Yeah.
Jeez, you're amazing.
I told you, I'm nothing else if not prepared. It might be useless information.
You spend more time on useless information than I do.
Give it to you. Here's the number 9, Crickle.
I think Crickle is interesting. I thought ran well enough first time out, could improve second time out. I'm betting a couple dollars on this one.
5-1 on that one. And off those quick workouts, here's Girls Weekend.
And off the workouts, no surprises from taking money. I did not work up the sales work, though. I forgot to look. Oh, no, I did. 10 flat, actually.
10 flat. And I think that there is a little, some questions as to how World of Trouble might do as a sire. He was very, very quick, even at the start of his career, so we shall soon find out. Girls Weekend, the favorite in that second race, 2-year-old fillies at Churchill. We'll talk more about it after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Race 2 coming up at Churchill Downs. A 2-year-old race for the fillies. Taking a look at those young horses out on the racetrack. You've got 2 from Steve Asmussen, and you have a first-time starter on the outside, Girls Weekend, who is still a short price, debuting for Jason Barkley.
Yeah, the money keeps coming in, and interesting to see how she runs with those workouts and coming quickly after being bought at the 2-year-old sale back in March, striking while the iron's hot. I think that Crickle, though, the 9, is going to run well in her second start.
She faced a good one on debut. You Almost Had Me, who was purchased after debuting for John Hancock so impressively, and then she won that juvenile race Derby weekend at Churchill Downs, or was it on? It was on Thurby technically, right? That's
I
the day that
refuse
she
to
won.
use. I refuse to use that word, but
But she was very impressive.
I called
yet
it the
again.
Thursday before the Derby. Yeah, she was.
She was very impressive.
Wasn't much
yet
of a
again.
field, but she was very impressive. And they had, yeah, she's a private purchase
Yes.
out of that debut and got it done.
A nice effort there. Crickle, we'll see if she can take a step forward. Second time out. The number 6, Too Fast for You, taking some attention. Louise Sai is going to be aboard for Eddie Keneally. She's also had some pretty sharp workouts over at Keeneland.
Yeah, you know, we saw Eddie Keneally's first to run 5. Wow, this horse is bet, huh?
Yeah, she is.
I better bet an exacta with my 9 horse.
I like it. Philly by Twirling Candy. As mentioned, there's a little bit of turf pedigree on the bottom side. The dam could run on both dirt and turf. She's by Gioponte. So I think, as you touched on in the post parade, the fact that she is taking so much money, given that pedigree, could be pretty significant too.
And World of Trouble, of course, was probably better known as a turf horse, but won our Carter on the dirt. He was pretty good.
Fun fact for you.
I'm ready.
Useless trivia. Who was the original trainer of World of Trouble?
Christophe?
No.
Just wondering.
Kathleen O'Connell.
I would not have
The
gotten that.
winningest female trainer in North America.
Good call.
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw him in his first couple starts with Kathleen actually
Yeah.
at the beginning.
Down at Florida.
Down
Okay.
in Florida. Very impressive even then. Well, we'll see how he does as a sire. 3-2 on his daughter girls weekend. To the outside, taking money Too Fast for You. 2-year-old filly is loading in for race 2 at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting for Bella Valentina, Too Fast for You, and Girls Weekend. In the gate. And they're off. Bella Valentina broke well. Girls Weekend went way to the outside at the start and spotted the field a few lengths. Meanwhile, up top, Crickle Too Fast for You and April Clover, the three of them round the far turn going 1, 2, 3. And then it's Foolish Front Fifi back racing in fourth. Closing act is fifth. Girls Weekend outside sixth. 3 lengths back to You're Kidding Me. And Bella Valentina's at the back. So they round the far turn. Too Fast for You. Hits the quarter pole in front, turning for home the leader. April Clover right alongside second. Crickle's back in third. Meanwhile, closing act moves to the outside with Girls Weekend. They're 3 lengths behind and 1 furlong to go. Too Fast for You trying to fend off April Clover. Foolish Front Fifi needs to find a way through. Crickle is there and closing act down the center. Too Fast for You's in deep water. Here's closing act. Foolish Front Fifi flying finish second best. Closing act got it. Foolish Front Fifi rallied for second. Crickle was third and Too Fast for You was fourth.
Lo and behold, it's a Steve Asmussen first-time starter. Closing act, filly by Munnings. Once she got in the clear, she came closing strong on the outside, Andy.
Feels like they were moving up front in this race because the race really fell apart. The 9 horse that I liked was chasing hard the whole way and kept on running, but just couldn't hold off the closers as closing act gets it done over Foolish Front Fifi. And what better way for us to welcome Richard Migliore to the show after a horse named Foolish Front Fifi almost got the win.
What was the tie-in with Richard?
I don't know. He's been misbehaving over there. I figured I'd have
we
some
have the
fun with him.
peanut gallery waiting for us behind the camera here. I feel like
Badly
being
behaved.
heckled.
Yeah, no, it was badly behaved. Don't worry, I'll get even.
Greg
I got
Wolf
plenty of time.
and Richard Migliore coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. It's time for Andy and I to say farewell. Thanks for joining us. Maggie Wolfendale sticking around for a bit as well. The late pick 4 from Belmont Park coming up after this. Stay with us for a lot more on America's Day at the Races.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
And welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 as we have riders up here in the beautiful Belmont paddock for today's 6th race, claiming 20. Some veteran fillies and mares in the paddock. We'll start things off with your current second choice. That's number 5, Run Devil, in here for George Weaver. Now, to me, she looks like much the horse to beat. She is just touting herself in here. She's a big, strapping daughter of Soldat and striding out well. And really, between her and the other favorite in here, who is a slight bigger favorite than she, I much prefer Run Devil on the looks of things, and really on form they look similar. I just think, first off, the claim Rob Atras people just can't get enough of. But let's not forget that George Weaver does a pretty darn good job himself, and just between the two, I much prefer Run Devil here in the paddock. But I do like the guys that have hit the desk upstairs. Richard Migliori joining Greg Wolf on the set. Guys?
Maggie, thanks. Good to be here. Twilight card coming up. We're 5 minutes away from this 6th ahead. It starts as pick 4. Good to see you, Mig.
Good to be here. It's a little bit of a late start, just kind of getting settled in, but a beautiful day here at Belmont Park.
I know, look, I used to cover these, and you rode at them, too, a lot, those night races out on the West Coast. I know trainers didn't love it a lot, but fans love to have some lights on horse racing, or even just later into the evening.
Listen, if it brings more fans and people enjoy it, I'm all for that. But it does disrupt your routine a bit as a horse person.
I'm sure. Here's Vegas weekend to kick things off. Horseshoe 2-back, 1 for $16,000.
Yeah, and last time on the race, stretching out, drops back to 7/8, an appropriate drop in class for the Cantomasis, who do good work.
This 6-year-old mare, here she is, beautiful Karen, has speed and slightly stretches out.
Yeah, but could turn out to be the speed, or the controlling speed, if you will. She has the most natural early lick.
Stablemate right next door for Rudy Rodriguez as well. Chasen Bryn, 5-time winner from 23 tries.
Yeah, hard-trying, super-savored mare, 6 years old, should get a good stalking trip. Junior Alvarado takes the call.
The one that caught Maggie's eye, here's Run Devil, George Weaver barn.
Wow, and then boy, did that flip-flop. The 6 was favored a moment ago. Now she's 6-5, and I agree with Maggie. Looking at her from a physical perspective, a standout.
Okay, honey, shortening up from 1 mile to 7/8. Rob Atras off the claim.
Yeah, has won at the 7/8 distance before, and, listen, goes to Rob Atras, but comes out of a good barn as well.
Manny Franco with a hot hand today, looking for number 3. Keen Dancer, big price, 22-1.
Yeah, big price. Would love to see speed, more of a closing type, but just doesn't look fast enough.
And even bigger price outside. Gringotts, 35-1, a 4-time winner, but it's been a long time since one's seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, recent form just hasn't been good. She'd have to find a race in the way distant past.
So let's go back to the current, wow, now 3-2 favorite, Run Devil. And 2 starts back, put together back-to-back wins. This was dominating 3.5 length score for 50,000 starter allowance at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I mean, and this filly, has been in good form. She had an extended layoff from August 20th of 20 all the way to November of 22, and came back in good form and has held that form. And looking at her from a physical perspective, dropping to the 20s, she just looks formidable here. Really well turned out for trainer George Weaver. And, filly that, again, is consistent and puts herself in the game. She can be close to the pace if they go slow. She can stalk if they go a little faster. She looks very tough.
Put together a nice resume since coming off a long layoff. Was off since August 2020 to November 2022. Back-to-back thirds, just missed by half length in those 2 wins, and then a second. As we take a look at OK Honey, this is a 7-year-old mare that Rob Atras just claimed last time out for $20,000. And a near miss at Aqueduct going a mile March 31st.
There's a couple of things that stand out to me about OK Honey. One is 6 wins, 14 seconds. And looked like she had to win turning in the other day, took the lead, and still found a way to cough up the victory late. She got run down from the outside. But it seems like if she gets by a horse, somebody else is ripe to pick her off, or a horse comes back and gets her. I'm just not crazy about that plethora of seconds compared to the number of wins. The other thing is, watching her warm up, just wasn't crazy about her energy level in the warm-up. Would have liked to have seen her pick up the bit a little bit more under Manny Franco, who has been riding lights out. I believe he's already got 3 wins today.
3-1 on OK Honey. We'll see if Manny can keep it going. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm picking up what Meg's throwing down with regards to OK Honey. Look, I've never really been her biggest fan, to be fair, and I was expecting her to kind of carry a little bit more weight and conditioning coming out of the new barn in Rob Actress, which is something he's very good at doing. And while she looks good in her coat, again, when she broke away from the pony, as Meg was talking about, she's just very lackluster. Look, she's been around town. It might just be her. This is her 67th start. This is kind of old hack for her. And she's moving fine, but just between, like I said back in the paddock, between her and the 5, I much prefer Run Devil. As we'll check in with number 2, Beautiful Karen. She's a reclaim here by Rudy Rodriguez. And over the winter, she just didn't look as though she was doing that well. Just her coat was very dull. She just didn't look like an athlete, you know, like she was happier. And now today, for whatever reason, she's completely dappled out. She's a lot more defined and chiseled, and I appreciate that about her. When she's done some of her better running, it's when she's looked like this, Greg.
All right, so a lot of positives there. Thank you, Maggie. By the way, I shortchanged Manny. You got it right. He's actually looking, he's won 3. He's won 3 in a row.
Yeah.
So this will be his 4th in a row coming up if he can win on the 6 OK Honey here, this 7-year-old mare.
Yeah, again, I prefer others. I mean, listen, she's got form good enough to make her a contender. Some of the things we use to discern who we like and don't like is watching horses from a physical perspective, watching how they warm up. And then me personally, I'm not crazy about horses that start racking up twice as many seconds as they do wins. Yes, of course they're going to win. She knows how to win. She's won 6, but 14 seconds makes me feel she's a little bit more of a herd-bound type, more content to run alongside horses. Just things that jump into my mind watching the 2 Beautiful Karen. Ruben Silvera picks up the mount. His crop is yellow. It's a bright yellow. Back when I was riding, you were not allowed to use a crop that was a bright color. They had to be neutral colors, brown, black. They felt like that there was a potential for it to shy, make other horses shy. If you were waving around, spooking it, yeah. Now horses are colorblind. I don't really think it makes a difference, but that was the rule over 13 years ago when I was still riding.
Even money right now on Run Devil. All the money coming in on the 5. You can see where to play all the action. Pick 4 starts here. You can get down with Naira Bets at nairabets.com. Pick 4 pool, 145,000 and growing, and continuing to get some of these terrific camera angles. Love this coverage we have. Short price on Run Devil, but getting the positives from Maggie from a physical perspective, obviously in very sharp form, and seems to be really, of late, pretty consistent too.
Yeah, very consistent. If I'm going to use anybody underneath her, because Maggie and I both picked an even money shot, I think the one Vegas weekend is interesting. I like her going back to 7 furlongs. I like that she ran, basically way over her head last time, coming off a win for 16. 20's a more appropriate spot. And look at her record going 7 furlongs, Greg. 4 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds, and a third. She's run very well in all of her 7 furlong starts.
And how aggressive can the man with the yellow crop, Ruben Silvera, be on Beautiful Karen, the 2?
Well, Ruben Silvera is a rider that's not bashful about allowing a horse to use speed. I think Beautiful Karen is probably the most likely pace setter in here.
Makes her dangerous in here. 3-time winner from 30 starts. The 2, Beautiful Karen, set for the start of this late pick 4 on a twilight card on this Thursday program from Belmont Park. John Imbrial, the call.
Number 5, Run Devil, has moved into the starting gate. Now it'll be OK Honey with Red Hot Manny Franco, who has won the last 3 races on the card. Keen Dancer. Long Shot now moving in. And another big long shot, Gringotts, to complete this 7-horse field. And they'll be racing 7 furlongs. And we are just about set for the start. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there at the start for number 7, Keen Dancer, and she trails. Beautiful Karen is out for the early lead with Run Devil running in second. Vegas Weekend is down at the rail. Chasing Bryn next in fourth. Gringotts far outside runs in fifth. Then OK Honey in sixth, who is already 7 lengths from the lead. And the trailer is a Keen Dancer. Beautiful Karen leads here by 2 lengths. First quarter in 23 seconds. Vegas Weekend and Run Devil are right together, second and third. Then it's a length and a quarter. Back to Chasing Bryn in fourth. Gringotts on the outside in fifth. Another 3 to OK Honey. And way back is Keen Dancer. As they continue along, Beautiful Karen continues to lead here by a length. Run Devil in second. Vegas Weekend is down at the rail in third, and alongside is Chasing Bryn, who is now moving up a spot. Then comes Gringotts and OK Honey being asked to pick it up, but not responding yet. The half went in 46 and 2 as they head for home with Beautiful Karen still on top here. It is Beautiful Karen with the lead. Chasing Bryn on the outside of Run Devil, and Chasing Bryn is gaining ground on Beautiful Karen. Beautiful Karen Chasing Bryn on the outside, and the two of them will battle it out to the finish. And Chasing Bryn has the momentum, and Chasing Bryn is the winner by a length. Beautiful Karen was second. Run Devil finished third.
Beautiful Karen trying to do it on the front end. Gate to wire. Her stablemate comes and gets her late here. Chasing Bryn with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, Rudy Rodriguez's barn has really come to life. Beautiful Karen, absolutely no excuse. Freewheeling on the lead under Ruben Silvera. Looked like she was gone, turning for home. Chasing Bryn made the outside Belmont balcony sweep and got by his stablemate. Absolutely no excuse for your favorite. The 5 Run Devil was always in position to win the race. Just did not come up with it through the stretch. Jumped back to her left lead mid-stretch. Just never didn't look that comfortable. Switched back to her right lead, but Chasing Bryn under strong handling from Junior Alvarado gets up in the shadow of the wire. OK Honey looked lethargic throughout. Maggie and I kind of commented about the way she was warming up, and she wound up getting up for third, but never looked like she was interested.
Stablemates for Rudy Rodriguez. Run 1-2. Chasing Bryn, Beautiful Karen. 3-2, 5-6. Yeah, the Run Devil, the 6-5 favorite at post time, backing up to third. 9-2 start to this late pick 4. We'll have the prices. Move on to the pick 3 when we come back.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage on this Thursday Twilight card. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Would you toss the crop when you went to the winner's circle?
Yeah, I probably played it up, twirled the crop, tossed it, you know, a little bit of
feel-good moment.
Oh, yeah.
Junior Alvarado for Rudy Rodriguez, LaMarcus Stable, Chase and Bryn at 9-2. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Junior Alvarado aboard Chase and Bryn. And Junior, she needed every bit of the stretch to get there, but she grinded out that victory.
Yeah, definitely. You know, she broke good, you know. I was able to, you know, get a good spot the whole way around, you know. I'm sitting behind the number 5, the favorite. So, you know, but, you know, I was kind of looking at the other Rudy horse being in front. I was like, oh, boy, I might have to work a little extra because, you know, she looks very comfortable. But, you know, I mean, she kept grinding his way to the wire, and, you know, we got it done.
Yeah, Rudy exacta, but nice to have you on top of that one. But, Junior, you're back riding in New York full-time?
Yeah, I'll be here full-time now and, you know, working in the morning, hoping for opportunities to come.
Well, you have a big one, and his name is Cody's Wish. He's such a special horse that captured the hearts and imaginations of everybody that watched him, obviously in the Breeders' Cup, but to come back now this year and win the Churchill Downs. Talk about the ride that you've had on this horse, you know, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, you know, it's been just an unbelievable experience. It's a whole different meaning for me just to win with that horse. You know, like the story behind, it makes this winner so much special. And, you know, to be honest, going into this race, coming from the 6-month layoff, you know, I was even more nervous than going into the Derby. You know, I knew a lot of eyes was, you know, like on Cody's Wish, you know, Cody Dorman, his family, they were there too. So I was like, oh boy, please don't make me mess this one up because I will look like the villain of the story, you know. But, you know, Belmont, you know, such a fantastic trainer, you know, did an amazing job with him, getting him ready after a 6-month layoff. And, you know, like I said, I'm just glad to be a passenger there.
Well, it's been so much fun watching the two of you have so much success together. I guess don't be the villain. You will never be the villain, but keep up the great work with him.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
And good to have you back here at Belmont. Congrats as Junior Alvarado getting winners here at Belmont. But, boy, I can't wait for Cody's Wish to run again, Greg. Hopefully it's up here in New York.
I'm with Maggie. To me, that was the performance of the weekend. Off a 6-month layoff, Cody's Wish coming back and providing that kind of performance. I mean, he was dominant off the bench.
He was dominant, one with something left. And, you know, Belmont's the trainer that kind of builds his horse into a campaign. So to come back off the bench, that was big. And about Chase and Bryn at $11 over his stablemate. Beautiful Karen, the Rudy Rodriguez exacta, $19 for a buck.
Pick 5 began back in race 5 and smoking heat with the victory. That was the 3rd of 3 in a row for Manny Franco. That streak comes to an end here in race 6. Jason Bryn, if you're live in this pick 5. Nice start, long way to go as we get to race 7 coming up next. 1-turn mile, New York bred allowance, optional claiming field next, 3-year-olds and up. And we're going to see plenty of attention for aggregation. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Manny Franco coming back for his 4-year-old debut. When we last saw him, it was in that New York bred New York Derby, 3rd to Barise.
Yeah, real nice New York bred as a 3-year-old, comes back now as a 4-year-old. The sons and daughters of Flatter seem to actually get better with age, and horse comes with a nice steady work tab for a trainer that's very good with horses off of layoffs.
I'll get to a post parade in a little bit. We're going to head to Churchill Down to the Twin Spires race 3. 6.5 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance. And just 2 minutes to post. Moon Magic Chrissy blinkers go on.
Yeah, had some blinkers stretching out from a sprint. It was running on synthetic before that. Dirt races are better than her synthetic, but she's still going to need to improve.
Next door, second off a 3-month layoff for Tell Me When, Luis Saez.
Horse that's had nothing but a steady diet of sprints and should be very forward here.
Had the maiden breaker at Churchill Downs back in September of her 2-year-old campaign. 6-5 favorite, Ghostly Girl. This one coming off a big number last time out for Kenny McPeak.
You know, turning back in distance, those numbers were going a mile and a 16th. Now she's going 6.5, but her numbers, you know, make her stand out. But those are going longer.
She's faced Julia Shining. She's faced South Lawn. Charlie May. Jack Gilligan rides at 8-1.
a filly that should be in a good stalking spot. I actually think she's got to look at 8-1.
Frigid Lady Mike Maker. He's going to have Tyler Gaffleone in the irons, coming in from Keeneland last start.
Tyler having another big meeting at Churchill Downs. Kentucky Oaks win over last weekend, and another player.
And 11-1 outside Mean Sue, trained by Michael Tomlinson, who did have the only one of her career. It came at Churchill Downs, sprinting 6 furlongs, second start of her career.
Yeah, broke her maiden, came with a big kind of middle move, and then won with something left. So obviously she showed an affinity for Churchill Downs.
What is a win like? Obviously, Tyler, he won the Preakness, War of Will, but coming off Kentucky Oaks victory, what does that do for your confidence?
Oh, I mean, listen, Tyler's a pretty confident guy to begin with, but you win basically the female equivalent of the Kentucky Derby, right? The Kentucky Oaks is the Derby for the fillies, the Lilies for the fillies, right? And deliver a absolutely picture-perfect ride. And the way he rides Churchill Downs, it's just, it fits him like a glove. He's just so comfortable with it.
7-2 on his mount. Frigid Lady, Tyler Gaffleone for Mike Maker. Even money, though. All the money going to Ghostly Girl. And, yeah, you mentioned the cutback in distance. Ran pretty good, though, at 7 furlongs, even though it wasn't the biggest figure. But in the debut, and it was at Churchill Downs, back as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, but that steady diet of races around 2 turns, does that maybe dull her speed a little bit? But that's my question about it at a short price. Listen, she looks like, from a speed figure standpoint, the best horse in the race.
She took the lead in the stretch in this race. This was going a mile and 16th at Keeneland. So maybe shortening up is exactly what she needs.
Well, maybe they're feeling like, well, she didn't stay the distance here. You sort of lean in and bump the eventual winner deck of cards, and it just didn't look like she was that interested in going by her. Or was it the distance had, you know, stretched her out and kind of pointed out she has some distance limitations? I'm sure this is one of these things, too, right? You have Brian Hernandez Jr., who rides not first call for Kenny McPeek, but kind of Kenny McPeek's go-to guy. And usually when you're someone's go-to guy, there's communication there. There's, you know, a give and take. You talk a lot about the horses. And I wonder if this wasn't two heads getting together and saying, you know, she's just not finishing the deal going further. I think she'll finish stronger if we shorten her up.
Did you have a lot of guys in your day that you had that kind of rapport with? You felt comfortable enough making those suggestions?
Yeah, there was always 1 or 2 outfits that I was in that position with, and I always liked that. I excelled in that position because I came up under a contract with Steve DeMoro, and you had a lot of input. Not only were you the driver, right, if you're talking about like NASCAR, you were part of the pit crew, and you were doing what you can to tune that horse up, get that car right in the spot you needed to be. Obviously, John Kimmel, Karen McLaughlin, Michael Hushin, you know, you had an open dialogue of what might make horses better.
Ghostly Girl, the 4, short price. Kenny McPeek with Brian Hernandez Jr. Here's Travis Stone.
They're off. And Tell Me When bounces out on top. Mean Sue for that outside post breaks alertly, and so too does Charlie May. In behind is Moon Magic Chrissy on hold. Ghostly Girl's in the thick of it too, and Frigid Ladies at the back as they chase Tell Me When down the back stretch run. Short lead there. Charlie May prompting in second. Moon Magic Chrissy very keyed up toward the inside, stymied down toward the rail with nowhere to go. Mean Sue to the outside is racing fourth. Ghostly Girl shuffled back into fifth, but is only 2.5 lengths off the lead. And Frigid Lady moves up on her outside. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 4. They're on the far turn. Tell Me When trying to shake loose. Opens up by a length, heading for the quarter pole. Mean Sue on the outside. Moon Magic Chrissy comes off the rail. She finally has racing room, and she's coming after the leader as they turn for home. Tell Me When, top of the stretch in front. Moon Magic Chrissy fully extended now, but it's still second furlong to go. Ghostly Girl comes off the rail as well, now third. Frigid Lady fourth. Tell Me When trying to tough it out. Moon Magic Chrissy desperately trying to get by. Ghostly Girl shakes loose late. Too late to catch. Tell Me When. And Saez with a masterful front-running ride. Moon Magic Chrissy was second. Ghostly Girl was third, and Frigid Lady was fourth.
Tell Me When, second win of her career. Saez for trainer Tim Ham.
Bounced out of the gate, put her on the lead. There was a lot of things going on in behind her, but she was always comfortable under, as usual, aggressive Louis Saez. This daughter of midshipman kept finding. Moon Magic Chrissy was running off down the backstretch, but she was very difficult to handle. And in turn, that put the 4, Ghostly Girl, in a little bit of a tough position. She wound up having to kind of back out a little bit, finally got to the clear. Came with a mild, grinding kind of run. That was kind of what I was afraid of coming out of those route races, but tell me when. Speed is always dangerous. You said that off air a little while ago.
Yeah. And we see it again. It broke her maiden at Churchill, and then she faced red carpet ready. Her only other start at Churchill, we saw win a stake over Kentucky Derby weekend at Churchill Downs. Late pick 3 from New York is next. We'll have a paddock report post-parade when we come back.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We're up to the 7th here on this Thursday card at Belmont Park. 1 turn mile ahead. Getting set for a post parade here momentarily. 2-1 favorite. Aggregation. Manny Franco will be looking for his 4th winner on today's card. Teaming up with a 4-year-old for Chad Brown-Klarovich, who's coming off a layoff dating back to July of last summer for the 4-year-old debut. And there he is.
Yeah, but he's won off a layoff before, right? You go back to August 12th of 21. He ran once at Saratoga, didn't run again until the following year in April, and came back with a resounding victory. So layoff shouldn't be an issue for him.
Still riding a high after an incredible achievement in Saturday's Kentucky Derby. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Javier Castellano, Javier, I got to ask, when you get to this point and you win your first Derby, is it more special or is it more relief? What were your emotions when you crossed that wire first?
I think it's more special. You know, I feel like, that's a dream come true for me, myself. I've been chasing for many years. I'm glad I did it and I made it.
How about throwing out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium?
That was also, that's the best feeling. I grew up in baseball, Venezuela. And throw the first pitch in the Yankee Stadium, no priceless.
It's iconic. Well, we couldn't be more happy for you. Go jump on Olympic dreams now. Still got work to do.
Thank you.
Javier Castellano, your 149th Kentucky Derby winning jockey. And as the guy right next to you, Greg, well knows, the job is never over for a rider.
And how about this, throwing some smoke at Yankee Stadium?
Did it from the rubber too, okay? He didn't try to, hedge and go down lower. I mean, I thought that was terrific. Listen, Javier, obviously a terrific athlete, played baseball and, playing with him years ago on the jockey softball team. We would play the state troopers up in Saratoga. Good athlete. Just like Manny Franco, really good athlete.
A little movement on that pitch.
Yeah, well, he told me earlier he wanted to throw a slider. I said, really? I'd have just been wanting to get it to the catcher. I don't know if I could have made it. Yeah.
There he is. Kentucky Derby win on Mage.
I would have threw one of those folly floaters. Like, I would have made sure I got it there.
Pressure to me. Wow. I mean, you're not doing something like that every day, and you have all those fans of the stadium, all eyes on you. That's pressure.
Did you ever see the pitch that Gary Dell'Abate from the Howard Stern show threw out?
No.
I think he threw it in the dugout.
Probably meant to. There have been some terrible first pitches. There he is. Can Mage keep it going? They haven't announced officially if he's going on to that second leg of the Triple Crown, but it seems like to this point it's all systems go.
Yeah, I kind of hope he does. I mean, he came into the Derby, lightly raced, obviously fourth start, had plenty of time between the Florida Derby and that race. And, you just love to have an opportunity at a horse going for the Triple Crown. We know how daunting it is, what a tough task it is, but you can't win the Triple Crown if you don't compete in all three.
Third horse ever in the history of this sport to win a Kentucky Derby having not raced it too. And we were talking about this off air before we came on. This is incredible to think about. It's the first time since Justify in 2018 that a Kentucky Derby winner is going to go on to the Preakness. That's incredible.
That is incredible. Years ago, it was commonplace for a horse to run in all three, regardless of where they finished in any of the races. They showed up and they battled it out, and I really hope we do see him in the Preakness. It does look like he came out of it in good order, and obviously you want the connections to do what's right for the horse first, but us as fans sure would like to see it.
This tells you what a strange run it's been in the Triple Crown the last few years. We had a couple of DQs, obviously. We had a year that the Belmont Stakes started it off. That's why part of that your trivia question was a Belmont Stakes that began that Triple Crown when Tiz the Law won it.
Right.
Here's our post spread. We start with aggregation, so 4-year-old debut for the 2-to-1 favorite.
Yeah, a horse that ran certainly fast enough in his second start as a 3-year-old that kind of makes him stand out.
Here's your Derby winning rider, Javier Castellano, in Olympic Dreams.
I'm very interested in this horse. This horse really kind of raced into condition for Pat Quick, kind of figured the game out, and he has improved in every single start.
That was a big effort last time out. I thought it was going to be a much shorter price. Here's Masked Marauder, is going to stretch out in distance.
Yeah, off the claim, moves up to 45. Does have races in his past that would get a nibble.
Daddy Knows, huge price, 25-1.
Daddy Knows actually 5-1, Craig. But I think a major player. The race 2 back, albeit for 16. This horse has ability. He's a little quirky.
Kendrick for Mark Hennig. This is Full Moon Fever.
Would like to see some things get a little heated up on the front end, more of a closing type. But another horse that has races good enough to be competitive here.
Rudy Rodriguez, can he go back-to-back? This horse ran a big number last start, missed by a neck.
Man, like the perfect horse for Joel Rosario to ride. Should kind of set up in a good spot outside.
And another one who got a big figure last start, Hush of a Storm, Arad Ortiz Jr. rides.
Yeah, been getting good figures, though, steadily, competitive. Kind of runs the same race every time, and a lot of his races will be good enough to be right there. Bred at Berkshire Stud up there in Pine Plains, New York. William Murray has been such a welcome addition to the New York scene. I mean, a really good horseman and runs his horses where they belong.
5 minutes to post here in the 7th from Belmont. And aggregation, long time away. And there he is. And he's going to need to move forward a little bit here to contend. We talked about Olympic Dreams. He's run some, especially last time out, a much faster figure than this horse has ever run. But you expect progression from 3 to 4, and especially from this barn.
Yeah, that's the thing I think you're counting on the most, a horse from 3 to 4. If he was able to run as fast as he did as a 3-year-old, can he run faster as a 4-year-old, and will it come in his first start back? That's the other question.
Let's take a look. 2 starts back. This was the biggest number and the best performance of his career. It was in a New York bred first level allowance race. It was a mile at Belmont, and he dominated a group that included Pineapple Man and Full Moon Fever, who we're going to see in today's race.
Yeah, listen, a really strong effort here, and not to take anything away from it, but didn't he sit an absolutely perfect trip right behind a very fast pace and, was able to take over at will, and those fractions kind of made it a fast race all around. The thing you like is the way he kind of pricked his ears up when he hit the front and seemingly won with a little something left.
So he's the 2-to-1 favorite, long time away 4-year-old debut. Take a look at what Chad Brown has done on layoffs, extended layoffs, dirt routes on this circuit the last 5 years. That is incredible. Almost 40% win percentage. We'll see if he can do it again with aggregation. Let's go back to Maggie.
You know, at the end of the day, Greg, he was a bit disappointing up in that New York Derby, but with the long layoff, obviously something happened coming out of that race, because he did and was able to control on an easy lead and saved all the ground from that inside post position and really just kind of shortened strides late in the game. But watching him today, now he's a horse that when he ran at Naira always kind of had a really laid back disposition and was a little bit more of maybe not the most athletic looking type, just because he was on the younger side. Today, he's quite perky, and he's gotten a lovely, energetic warm-up from Manny Franco, hot riding Manny Franco, and he looks ready to go. You know, I don't want to necessarily take him at 2-1 because of that long layoff. It's just too short of a price for me, but I am not going to be shocked when he ends up here in the winner's circle. But I'm going to take number 7 on the outside, Hush of a Storm. He's third off the bench, and he's one that in that return race back on February 19th just got really washy, just didn't look like he was ready to go necessarily. And there's been a marginal improvement in his subsequent start, and I just feel like now, today, he's truly fit. He's truly ready to put forth the best effort possible, which is often when horses will do so in that third race off of the layoff. So I like what I'm seeing from Hush of a Storm. Do want to talk about Daddy Knows, as Mig talked about, a tough horse to ride at times. Katie Davis, who regularly gets on horses for Ray Handel in the morning, obviously has a good rapport with this guy, and he's a reclaim for Ray. Ray knows him well too, and he carries the best weight and conditioning when he's under Ray's care. And they've really kind of simplified the equipment on him too, as we do see an equipment adjustment on number 3, Masked Marauder here. But back to Daddy Knows, simplified it. Short cheater cut blinkers, not a very severe bit. So I think that's all a good sign with him, as he's currently 7-1, Greg.
Interesting horse. He looked like he was starting out with star potential. He won the first 3 starts of his career. They were all on synthetic. But then they tried him in the bluegrass, did not work out, went to the bench, and they've had to regroup a little bit. But he's run some big numbers on dirt of late.
Absolutely. Consistent sort. Shows up. Good outside draw. Kind of interesting. Listen, I totally get why aggregation is the favorite. Inside post, off the layoff, despite tremendous connections. I'm looking elsewhere. You know, I'm going with Daddy Knows. You know, he doesn't have any real speed or his kind of speed outside of him, and I think that's key. If you go back to his race 2 back when he ran such a fast figure, he was 7 of 7, and he's just a horse that gets really comfortable when the rider can just sit quiet on him and put the bit in his mouth.
How aggressive, especially coming off the bench, we see horses a lot more fresh and firing out of the gate after they've been out for a long time. How aggressive do you expect to see Manny Franco with aggregation?
Well, Manny's a rider that understands the importance of position. So from the rail, he's not going to come out too quiet. He's going to allow him to run out of there. And if nobody goes, then he's going to control the race. Most likely, I think the 4 Daddy Knows is probably going to the lead in this spot, much like he did 2 back.
6-5 favoritism. These silks, this barn, attract a lot of attention. Hard to ever find value with Klarovich and Chad Brown. Manny Franco again looking for number 4 this afternoon. See if Olympic Dreams can run as big an effort as he did last time out. That was at 1 1/8. Shortens up to a mile, which he did win at 2 back. But he's really in sharp form right now, trying to win his 3rd in a row.
And he's a horse that showed that fight last time. He was hooked. The horse actually got ahead in front of him and doesn't show it on the chart. And then he fought back and inched away late. Did get to set a very controlled pace there, going 1 1/8 at Aqueduct. Turns back to the mile, but he was good at a mile to start previous to that.
There he is, the 2. And with Javier Castellano, Gallagher's stud, homebred for Pat Quick. 7th from Belmont on this Thursday card, and the return of aggregation from the rail for trainer Chad Brown with Manny Franco. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
Full Moon Fever has moved in. Waiting now for Wild Banker and Hush of a Storm. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. And from mid-pack, it is Daddy Knows, challenged quickly on the inside by Aggregation. But Daddy Knows is in front. Aggregation runs second. Hush of a Storm on the outside in third. And Olympic Dreams is next in fourth. Break of two to Masked Marauder, who's followed by Wild Banker and Full Moon Fever. Trails the field in seventh as they race up the backstretch. Daddy Knows in front, length and a quarter. The favorite, Aggregation, is down at the rail and in second. Hush of a Storm in the clear on the outside in third. And right alongside is Olympic Dreams in fourth. Daddy Knows, Aggregation, they are 1-2 as they head for the far turn. It's Aggregation on the inside, now moving right alongside of Daddy Knows. The quarter went in 23-3, the half mile in 47-2. Daddy Knows narrowly, Aggregation at the rail. Hush of a Storm's on the outside in third. Then it's Olympic Dreams in a fourth. Full Moon Fever has advanced up into fifth. Wild Banker is next. And at the back of the pack is a Masked Marauder. There's room on the inside for Aggregation. Here he comes now. Aggregation coming on through to challenge Daddy Knows for the lead. Aggregation and Daddy Knows with Hush of a Storm on the outside in third. And then Olympic Dreams in fourth as they move for the furlong marker. Daddy Knows has come back to grab the lead, but now a new challenge on the outside from Hush of a Storm and a challenge on the inside from Olympic Dreams. These three will battle it out to the finish. Daddy Knows did it. He took on all challengers today. Daddy Knows defeating Hush of a Storm and Olympic Dreams.
Daddy Knows into the stretch. Looked like there was trouble coming outside and up the fence as well from Olympic Dreams. Able to hold everybody off.
Daddy Knows, tricky horse to ride. Katie Davis did a great job. This is a horse that tries to bear out. He giving her fits around the turn, but she did a good job. Nice long hold her in, trying to drift through the stretch, but man, he kept finding. Every time he felt that pressure from Hush of a Storm on the outside, kept digging in. Then here comes Olympic Dreams along the inside. Held him safe all the way to the wire. I mean, this was a really nice ride from Katie Davis on a horse that's very difficult to ride.
9-1 on Daddy Knows, and you saw how far off the fence this horse was on the front end.
Yeah, even around the turn, she was always about the 4 or 5 path, but she knows the more she tries to hold him in, the worse she's going to try to get out. So she's kind of riding that fine line. And this is when a rider really helps a horse, knowing the horse, having that experience with him in the mornings, getting on him a lot, and knowing, okay, this is what I have to deal with. I know he's difficult. He tries to bear out, but let me, kind of bargain with him, not get into a fight with him. And Daddy Knows, he ran the race. He ran back 2 back, and this is what I was hoping to see him get very comfortable despite the fact that he was trying to get out. Really, Ray Handel, Adelphi Racing, Kater Racing, they owe Katie Davis a debt of gratitude here. A lot of other riders would have gotten into a big fight with him, and it would have been counterproductive. A horse uses his energy fighting a rider. She did a really good job here.
4-7, 2-1, 9-1 upset here in the 7th at Belmont. This 7-year-old winning for the 7th time in his career. What a ride delivered from Katie Davis. Well, the prices set up the feature next.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Well done from Katie Davis, handling a difficult to ride son of Scat Daddy here for Ray Handel, and the 7th win of this 7-year-old's career. $20.20 for the win.
And, you know, just a nice effort, a horse that was good enough to win, but difficult to ride, and Katie Davis really did a good job.
4-7-2 finish. And all of a sudden, this pick 5 perking up quite a bit with 2 legs remaining. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Long hold, I look over, I'm in the fight.
Here with Katie. Katie, reliving the ride with Daddy Knows. We were just talking about it. He is difficult, to say the least.
He is. He's probably the most difficult horse I've ridden in a race because it has to go his way 24/7. You know, if he gets in tight, he panics and he bolts to the outside. So I really liked our post position and knowing the outside didn't have speed, so I broke him out of there and stayed in the 5 path and went all the way around that way.
Talk too about, so people can understand, because a lot of times you'll see maybe riders panic a little bit and pull up on that inside rein, but you just kept your hands nice and low and steady with him.
So he's an older horse. He knows his way around there. So I don't need to tell him anything. I just have to guide him a little bit mentally, encourage him that way, and he just rebroke for me. So, you know, the outside encouragement, we stayed straight as much as possible, and it was great. You know, I was not gonna lie, I always questioned riding him a little bit because of how strong he is, and it's his way or no way. But, you know, it's nice to connect and be able to connect with a horse like that. It's just cool.
That's what I've always said about female riders. Yeah, biologically, we're not as strong, but
no
empathy.
Exactly, and you know, the strongest rider on the backside can't compete against a horse. So mentally, if you can get to them, it goes a long way.
Katie, I couldn't be happier for you and prouder, and I think you just put on a clinic there.
Yay! I keep proving myself, you know, trying.
She does. She does. We're going to see Katie Davis's name, I think, climb up this Belmont leaderboard. Guys.
Terrific performance from Katie Davis on a difficult-to-ride runner. Did you ever mount you knew that you were in for a long race ahead and you weren't looking forward to it?
Oh, yeah, there were several throughout my career. There was one horse I flat out refused to ride. I just couldn't handle him. You know, his name was Boomtown, Frankie Lovato did a great job with him, you know, for Barry Schwartz, Michael Hushin, but he would lug in so bad, and I just couldn't keep him from bouncing up the fence. But I tell you 2 things that stand out about Katie. Her connection with the horses and you know, being able to understand what a particular horse needs, and her attitude. She cannot be more positive. She is so upbeat, and I believe this to the bottom of my heart, that horses feed on energy, and if your energy is positive, good things are going to happen.
You can just tell she loves what she is
Absolutely.
doing, and just so happy for the opportunities she is getting. That was fun to watch. Quick look at those odds. You saw Belmont's 8th, mile and a 16th. It's on the inner turf. The rail's out 9 feet on the inner turf. It's a 50,000 starter allowance. We'll have more on that coming up. We go back to Churchill right now. Race 4 is next. 6 furlongs. Start of the late pick 5. $20,000 maiden claiming race as we look at Little Man Can. Goes turf to dirt and drops in class.
I think the drop in class is the key here for a horse that has run some okay races.
And so Klein, Adam Beschizza, 2-1 favorite.
Another one taking that precipitous drop in class. Best races came on synthetic, though.
Bo Hader coming up. Bo don't know. First-time starter. Dan was 0 for 3, and this is the first full to race.
Yeah, but a horse that's taken some money, starting out at this lower level claiming tag.
Crossing in the background there. There's the 5, who has had 3 starts, has not hit the board.
Yeah, another one taking that more of a progressive slide to this $20,000 level.
12-1 next door. Perfect Thunder. Colby Hernandez rides. There's the 6.
Yeah, a horse that started a career for 20, was claimed, and that horse went off short price favorite that day. He ran back for 30, ran actually a little bit better, now back to that $20,000 level coming out of Oaklawn.
That's a difficult race to make anyone 2-1 in here. The 8 outside, Lazarus, cuts back from a mile and a 16th at Keeneland for maiden 50, in which he was a non-factor.
Yeah, and son of Practical Joke, and dropping down also. Turn back in class is interesting to me, and a sharp work before the previous start out of the starting gate.
And the favorite right now, it's a horse with synthetic form, so a little interesting. What do we do here? Let's check in with Paul LaDuca. Paulie.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Thanks, Meg. Getting you from the cell phone. We've been having some difficulties here on the new backside with the new paddock here, and it just seems like we can't get enough connectivity. But when we get to this race 4, the 4 Bo don't know. Lindsay Schultz is very, very good, although sometimes she'll give a horse one out. And I got to watch Isaac Castillo a little bit. He kind of rides a little bit better from off the pace. I would think the 2 is going to head to the front end here. But if I was going to make a bet in here, it would be the 4 or the 8. I think the 8 just got bet in the maiden special weight, got bet again for Bill Morey, and I think draws a nice little cozy post on the outside. So I'm 4-8, 8-4 in here, Wolfie.
Paulie, thanks. Start of the pick 5. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Crossing mid-pack, breaks out well. Lazarus is there. Perfect Thunder. Isocline comes through down toward the rail. Onto the main track they go. Perfect Thunder in between. Isocline at the rail. Lazarus keeping pace with them 3rd. Crossing broke on top and has eased back into 4th. Little Man Can. Reserved at the rail 5th, and it's 6 lengths back to Bo Don't Know the trailer. Isocline past a half-mile pole, joined on the outside by Perfect Thunder. Lazarus keeps pace with them. Their opening quarter, swift, 21-3. They're on the far turn, chasing Isocline. Perfect Thunder 2nd, Lazarus 3rd. Crossing, sent on toward the inside 4th. Little Man Can has tailed off into 5th. Still a long way back to Bo Don't Know the trailer. Quarter pole, Isocline heads for home in front. Lazarus sidles up. Lazarus and Isocline, these two head-to-head off the turn. Little Man Can's a rallying 3rd, crossing toward the inside. 1 furlong remaining. Lazarus has taken the lead and has opened up now. Lazarus by 3, Isocline 2nd, crossing up into 3rd. Little Man Can is 4th. First is Lazarus to win it by 3. Isocline held 2nd, Crossing was 3rd, Little Man Can checked in 4th.
Well, you could tell coming around that turn, Lazarus just ranging up and was about to swallow this field. Big performance, drop down in class, and maiden breaking win, start number 3.
You see horses coming out of races, around 2 turns, a mile and a 16th, laying up that close to the pace, comfortably sprinting. You know they're going to have something to finish with, right? They have that foundation, those miles underneath them. And William Morey, so good at placing his horses. We talk about being a top trainer is the horsemanship part of it, getting your horses as good as you can possibly get them, but then running them where they belong.
New York Thoroughbred Breeders Annual Awards held the other evening at Saratoga National Golf Course. My partner emceeing the event, and that man on the right taking home some hardware, a French bred, taking home top New York bred honors. The story next.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
Covering almost 300 acres near the borders of Vermont and Massachusetts, New Hill Farm was established in 1984 by the parents of current owner Lily Kobielski. She says she's guided by one principle.
It's got to be all about the horse. You know, everything we do is to make sure that we're raising healthy, happy racehorses.
That's me. Lily's husband, Maciek Kobielski, is a famous fashion and portrait photographer. Lily is both a photographer and freelance writer whose work has appeared in Vogue and the New York Times. It's not surprising that they love living surrounded by beauty at the farm that Lily took over from her mother a few years ago. And they believe it's a good place to raise both children and horses.
You know, we'll have as much as 45 horses at the farm at a time, which gets a little crazy.
Lily grew up riding and showing hunters and says her children appear to have inherited her love for horses. Whatever path they follow, New Hill Farm will always be a farm.
Very committed to conservation, so all of the farm is protected as farmland. And about 70 of the acres are fenced off for the horses.
Wow, look at that beautiful farm. For more information on New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. And an important night earlier this week for the New York Thoroughbred Breeders Annual Awards. Meg was hosting, and look at who took some of the top honors from Spenderella. What an incredible year for that New York bred filly trained by Graham Motion. Grade 1 winner to end last year.
Grade 1 winner, was second in the coronation in Europe. And that's the thing about New York breds now. They make an impact on an international level, not just a national level. And it's just been incredible to watch the evolution and how much New York breds have improved over the years.
Manny Franco, top rider. Christophe Clement taking home Trainer of the Year, and Chester and Mary Broman as your outstanding breeders.
Yeah, Chester and Mary Broman for years now, one of the top breeders in the state of New York. And, you know, I have such a long, deep history with them. I actually groomed Mr. and Mrs. Broman's children's horses when I was a kid out at the Knoll Farm in Brentwood, and then wound up winning a Florida Derby for them. And it's, you know, they've been woven through the fabric of my life since I'm a little kid. Always nice to see them richly rewarded for all they do for the New York breeding program. Christophe came up to get his award. I made a joke, of course, that he's not even eligible. He's not a New York bred. He was bred in France, but obviously he had great success with New York breds last year. His table was pretty lively. You had Dean and Patty Reeves. They won turf with City Man and 2-year-old with Acoustic Avenue. William Butler and his wife were there, and Rodney got the sprinter. So they were at the same table. It was a fun evening. Couple technical difficulties, but all in all, a great celebration of the breed of horses in New York.
You were there. I know someone else who was there as well, enjoying the evening, Acacia Clement.
We were, Greg, and Richie's right. Our table was a little rowdy, but hey, what's the point of it if you can't have a good time and have fun? But as Richie touched on, just so great to have the opportunity to celebrate some terrific New York bred horses and what they've done, not only with a New York bred company, but an open company as well. City Man and Spenderella, great examples of that. We'll talk about horses here in the paddock in this upcoming 8th race, starting with the number 1, My Sea Cottage. It's been a little while since I've seen him, but I did see him quite a bit towards the start of his career down at Gulfstream a couple of years ago now, which is pretty crazy. But this is a horse that I always thought he's so attractive in the way that he's put together. He always comes in dappled out head to toe. He carries great weight from race to race. He looks like he could be the controlling speed. My issue with him is that he just never really seems to have that final punch that you expect him to have. He was controlling the pace, setting the pace by several lengths last time out down at Gulfstream, caught late, and he doesn't really seem to have kind of that dominant presence, so to speak. Now as a 5-year-old, he hasn't really changed much. He hasn't grown. He hasn't filled out anymore. He still looks great. I actually just wonder too if a mile and a 16th is pushing it for him. I think a mile, maybe even 7 furlongs for him and his speed might be better. We'll see if he can take them every step of the way. But the number 6, Timbuktu, looks to make trainer Rick Dutrow go 2 for 2 since coming back off that 10-year break here. And this is a horse that I always felt the longer, the better for him. He was one, too, that even when Brad Cox had him at the start, he sometimes lacked a little bit of condition across his top line and his flank. He tends to be a leaner type of horse. He looks very strong in here today. He's incredibly fit, very well muscled. He was pretty far off of it from an outside post last time out and started kind of throwing his head around. And it looked to me like without cover, without kind of being able to save some ground or get in behind horses, he never looked settled for Trevor McCarthy that day. The number 7, Shinson, is one of 2 off of a layoff for Barclay Tagg in here. This is a horse that last year always carried a ton of weight. He actually never really looked the most fit. He comes back and he's probably the most fit I've ever seen him, and off of a layoff too. So I think that that is a plus. He is coming back, going from 3 to 4. Same thing, didn't really grow or change much. But I think from the fitness perspective, that's really key. And this was a horse that I always thought was a little bit better than maybe what he showed, especially from that outside post and the really tough trip he had in the starter allowance before the layoff. He's a little intriguing to me at a bit of a price off the bench. Greg?
Acacia, thanks. The favorite right now, the 6 at 2 to 1, Timbuktu. I'm just going to throw this out there. The 3 Achilles heel, 37 to 1. He's only been on the turf twice. The first time he was on the grass against this horse right here, who's the favorite. He was second, beat a neck on the turf at Saratoga to this horse.
Well, don't you think that's a function of that turf races off of the form that you get? You have to look at online at the horse's full running lines to see those races. And I think sometimes the public will miss something like that. And that's why it's good that we have people like you to point it out.
We'll see. I mean, I still would need to improve off that number, obviously, but hasn't had a lot of opportunities on the grass. But me, a long shot to throw into your exotics at 37 to 1 with the 3 Achilles heel. This horse, yeah, how about Rick Dutrow? Coming back 10 years away, was banned from the sport, back and wins with his very first starter. Long time coming for that win, and obviously incredibly happy to be back in the winner's circle. A man that won a lot of races in this game, including a Kentucky Derby with Big Brown.
10 years is an awful long time to be away from the game. Came back with a win. Now he trains this horse for Karen Murphy, one of his attorneys that tried to get that suspension overturned, worked hard for him. Timbuktu, I agree with Acacia. Just never found any cover last time. Was 7 to 7, and that's just not an ideal turf trip, particularly at Aqueduct. This is nobody's fault. You know, people love to point fingers at jockeys. Sometimes post position dictates the trip you get.
Favorite My Sea Cottage from that inside post, a horse who Jose Ortiz potentially can try and control with here on the front end, coming in from Gulfstream.
This horse has got speed. He's got post one on the inner turf. The configuration favors the inside horses. Not a lot of speed in here. I think he's going to be very formidable on the lead.
And basically start this race on a turn at this mile and a 16th on the inner turf. Here's Javier Castellano, Parquetry for the 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, comes off a layoff for terrific horseman in Barclay Tag. Seems like, he's run well at this distance. Let's see if he can do it off the bench.
Skylander, huge price, 47-1.
Yeah, huge price for Sanford Bacon. Sandy Bacon, a long-time supporter in the York Bred program. Campaign Save Florida Sandy, as well as Dancing Renee.
Regano, Charlie Baker trains. Horse looking for the first turf win in 5 starts.
Horse has some speed. Get Joel Rosario. Rosario likes to get horses to run into his hands. I think the addition of Rosario here actually aids the one My Sea Cottage, because I know in Joel, he's not looking to chase that horse on the lead.
20-1 on Joel Rosario. It does not happen. Here's Timbuktu, Rick Dutrow, and Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, has races good enough. I think probably taking even more money because of the Rick Dutrow factor that he came back with a win.
Shinson, Kinder Carmouche, horse who actually won the debut on the Belmont turf.
Interesting horse by a Shin Forward, Edition Farm. Vivian Malloy brought that horse back from Japan. Horse that needs to get away from the gate a little cleaner.
Flavian Pratt for Linda Rice on Royal Spirit went by, and here's the 9, Our Country.
Yeah, Our Country, more of a deep closing type. Certainly his race is good enough. Don't think he's going to get the kind of pace he might need to set up his late run.
And 41-1, Jose Gomez for Mike Maker.
Was claimed for $10,000 out of a dirt race. Sprinted on the turf and now stretches out for Mike Maker at a big price.
And there's a 3 I was talking about who just missed again by a neck to the 6 in the first turf start of his career. He's only been on the turf twice.
One turf race kind of makes this horse interesting at a huge price. I love that you pointed that out. Achilles heel, and should be well placed. He's not slow, should be in a good stalking spot.
9-5 favoritism though on the rail. My Sea Cottage, Mark Cassie, Jose Ortiz, and a horse who has speed to use from the rail, and especially with this kind of configuration here at a mile 16th, speed can be even more dangerous.
Well, he's breaking, and they're going. Basically, they're starting on the outside rail of the main turf course. They run up over the main turf course and then hang immediate into a left-hand turn. His natural speed, it allows Jose Ortiz to just break quietly, and he'll run into that turn and should take the lead quite easily. I think he's got so many advantages with that inside post.
9-5 favoritism now for the 1 My Sea Cottage. Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on the number 10 Great Workout, who's 42-1. And as you guys kind of touched on in the post parade, this was a horse that just really caught my eye in the paddock. And is he good enough against this bunch? I don't really know, but there are some layoffs to contend with in here and a few things that maybe he could kind of slide and underneath the radar. And I just really think that he's a horse that is going to outrun his odds, if maybe not a win candidate. He is a big, leggy type of tall drink of water. He does not want to sprint. He wants to go long on the turf. And that's what he gets to do in here today. Jose Gomez took him away from the pony. He's got him striding out nicely out on the track. He was really hard-assed last time out, and he just doesn't necessarily have that kind of sprint speed early on. I just thought at a huge price of 43-1, you could do worse. And in a horse that maybe could hit the board, getting back to doing what I think he really does want to do, Greg.
All right, huge price outside, 43-1. Man who won Outstanding Apprentice Rider at the Eclipse Awards, Jose Gomez, now adjusting to life as a journeyman.
Tough transition. You know, you're getting business from people that like getting the 5 pounds off. It's an incentive for owners and trainers to give a young rider an opportunity. This is how we're going to develop riders for the future. You know, it's just very hard to compete at this level without getting that advantage early on. But listen, he had a terrific bug year. Angel Cordero Jr. did a great job with him. And he's hanging in there, and that's what you have to do. You got to work through it. You got to, show up every morning, work hard, ride hard. You don't know when you're going to get an opportunity, but make the most of it when you get it.
You won that award too, but you Seemed like you had a head start on some of the competition.
Well, you know, I came up under contract to a very successful top trainer in Steve DeMauro, coming off of Eclipse Award-winning years, with, you know, having the likes of Wadram and Dealey Precious in the barn. So he gave me instant credibility. I still struggled after I lost the bug. I told you about a story about a trainer who actually took me off a horse for no reason. I had been working, left my brother's wedding to ride a $5,000 claimer for him because he said I could ride the other horse if I did it, and then didn't let me ride it. You got to be able to take those knocks, and you got to be, you know, strong enough, you know, and willful enough to say, you know what, I'm going to keep fighting, and I'm going to make it. And that's how you make it.
Got a great shot of what this looks like right out of the gate. Props to our crew for that, and shows you the kind of advantage Jose Ortiz can try and establish with My Sea Cottage from that inside post with the 1, who is the 2-1 favorite. Let's go upstairs. John and Brianne with the call.
Number 10, Great Workout. Moving up and into line, and we are set for Belmont's 8th race. And they're off. My Sea Cottage from that inside post position is quickly out for the early lead, with a Skylander now being passed there by a Timbuktu, and from the outside it is Royal Spirit. So it is My Sea Cottage with the lead. Royal Spirit runs in second, and Timbuktu sits behind the front runners in third. And then it is Shin Sun on the outside, next in fourth. Skylander is back running in fifth, down on the inside. Then comes Our Country, who's in sixth. Achilles Heels runs in seventh. Parketry is next in eighth. At the back of the pack are Uragano and Great Workout. So they're spread out here through a quarter in 25 and 1. My Sea Cottage leads here 3/4 of a length. Royal Spirit runs in second with Timbuktu in third. Shin Sun on the outside is fourth. A half mile in 49 and 4. And it is the favorite, My Sea Cottage, who continues to lead here. Royal Spirit gives chase in second. Timbuktu, Shin Sun, they remain third and fourth. Skylander down on the inside in fifth. Our Country on the outside, break of 3 lengths. Back to Achilles Heel, and then Parketry, and they're all still chasing My Sea Cottage, who has the lead. Royal Spirit on the outside in second. Then the Shin Sun. Timbuktu is in behind horses as they head for home. 3/4, 113 and 4. Royal Spirit now right alongside of My Sea Cottage. It's Royal Spirit and My Sea Cottage, and the two of them are right together as they head for the 16th pole. My Sea Cottage on the inside, Royal Spirit on the outside. Late run here from Timbuktu. They come on for the finish. It is Royal Spirit to win it by a neck. Timbuktu got up for second, and then it was My Sea Cottage and Shin Sun.
Flavien Prat, Linda Rice, Royal Spirit with the 3rd win of his career on grass.
What a great job by Flavien Prat. He got this horse into position. The 1 My Sea Cottage did what I thought he was going to do, go to the lead. He had everything his own way, nice soft pace, but the key was Flavien Prat not allowing him to get away in that soft pace and put him on top of him, turning for home, 3rd off the layoff for Linda Rice, strong handling. My Sea Cottage tried to battle back. Late rally from Timbuktu, set a good trip in behind them. You know, the perfect kind of pocket trip came out and just wasn't good enough to catch Royal Spirit, who got an absolutely perfect trip.
Another mild upset in this pick 5. Royal Spirit for Linda Rice. It's actually bred by Claiborne Farm, owned by Robert Marzilli. Flavien Prat, 2nd start of his 4-year-old campaign in the winner's circle. Again, 4-1 here on your winner.
Yeah, and again, the key to victory was getting him in the game, getting his position going forward, allowing him to attend the pace that My Sea Cottage set, and a very comfortable pace it was. 25 and 1, 49 and 4, 3/4 and 13, and just position made the difference.
Prices when we come back. It was Royal Spirit in the feature. We have the nightcap to come. Plenty more ahead from Churchill Downs as well on this Thursday evening.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Flavien Prat, Linda Rice. Do you believe there's an Eclipse Award with his name on it in the very near future?
You know, he's certainly so talented, and he fits in so well whatever jockey colony he rides in, whether it's East Coast, West Coast. Very thoughtful, strong rider, no weakness in his game.
Sit down serious to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning jockey Flavien Prat, Royal Spirit. Flavien, you made sure he wasn't too far off of it. Talk to me a little bit about that game plan and making sure that he was close enough to take over when needed.
Yeah, well, we had a good outside draw. It felt like there was one speed, and the rest we were pretty much all in the same boat. So, yeah, being outside, I had a chance to get out of there and then get myself in a good position.
How important is that on these turf courses here in New York, especially as we saw with the mile and the 16th, the way it kind of has that odd dog leg at the beginning?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's really important to break sharp and get yourself in a good position. But I mean, after that, he just did the jump well. You know, he was traveling well all the way around, and he was there when I asked him to make a run.
You're fresh off a nice weekend at Churchill Downs. We saw Monterey come back with a win in the Derby City Distaff, and you're smiling. You've been a regular rider recently. What do you feel now from her as a 4-year-old as she got back to the winner's circle in a big way?
Yeah, no, she's such a great mare. She does everything right. She has great ability, and she proved it again last weekend.
Hope we get to see her in New York soon. Congratulations here, Flavien.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat, back to New York and Monterey. We've seen her win on the Naira circuit before, Greg.
Yeah, we certainly have. Incredibly talented mare, and that's an incredibly talented rider right there. Made that switch from the West Coast out here to the East Coast to try and get on better horses, get involved in that Eclipse Award conversation, and he has had a seamless transition.
He really has. And again, he fits in wherever colony he rides, whether it's California, New York, Kentucky. Very thoughtful, smart rider, Royal Spirit, 1040. Always in position under Flavien Prat. Nice run from Timbuktu. My Sea Cottage, absolutely no excuses on the lead. Maybe be better off opening up a little bit.
Back to Churchill Downs, 5th race next. Start of the Pick 4, mile and an 1/8 on the turf, allowance optional claiming field. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. You know, I thought a difficult kind of race, as you could look at the betting board. I mean, listen, 2-1 on Tiberius Mercurius, who I think Luis Saez is going to go to the front end here. Now, this is a horse now 7 years old. I thought ran a bang-up race last time, and it seems like the numbers are right there, and it seems like he's always right there at the wire. This one for 3 Diamonds Farms. And I think, obviously, the horse to catch. The rails are out here. I would say at least 15 feet. So it's cutting the turf course about in half. So when you look at a horse like Lavar, the 6th, who launched from so far out of it, and kudos to Robert Medina to get this horse at 19-1. But this horse came from dead last in a cookie pace. And I get it. This was an impressive race. And maybe the Lasix and the blinkers has helped this colt by Cairo Prince. I just don't know if that closing kick can happen here. When you look at maybe the dynamics of this race, the 8 and the 9 maybe lay 1 and 2 in here. You don't really know what's going to happen with the 2, Tommy B, first time gelding. Does he show speed? So I do think the 8 will take control of Luis Saez and will be tough to handle. I think the horse is getting overlooked on 17-1 with Johnny V is Fenwick Station. If you look at Fenwick Station's PPs, he's been up on the pace the last 2 times. You know, the time before that when he won at Keeneland in April of last year, he just got a slow pace and was able to jog around there. His races before that, he came from a little bit off the pace, and I think he cannot get the lead in here, and he can sit a decent trip. I cannot believe he's the longest shot on the board at 17-1. And the last horse is Founder. A horse that maybe wants to go a little bit longer. Michael Maker horses, if it gets heated up front, this is the horse that might come from one out of it. So I do think the 8 might be tough in here. I just don't think the 7 should be that big of a price. I think the 7 can hit the ticket, and I think the 6 at 4-1. I think the public is about right. I think the 6 might bounce and might be too far back, Greg.
Paulie, thanks. I'll throw in another horse at a big price that I mean, maybe you can understand the recent form's not there, but Harlan Estate, the 4. This off his, you forget the last 2 races, if you take those away, just in terms of what he's done on the grass, he's probably the horse to beat in this race. But the last 2 were so bad. He walked off, though, and the last time he was on the turf in a grade 3, and then he didn't show up in a synthetic race. Is he the same horse?
Well, I mean, maybe he didn't want the 1.5 miles in the company in the McKnight, and then he ran on synthetic, so you can kind of make excuses for him. He dropped somewhat in class, takes the blinkers off, but he does have turf races that would make him competitive here, and he's 15-1. So if you're going to take a swing with him, today's the day to take a swing with him. I kind of agree with Paul, though. The 8, Tiberius Mercurius, should really get pretty comfortable, shouldn't he? He's drawn outside and should get into the race the right way.
See how it plays out here. Vivar, another one who's intriguing. The 6 here, he's going to come from way out of it. Chris Landeros. Start of the pick 4, Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Tiberius Mercurius on the outside breaks out well. From mid-pack, it's Dash Attack. Harlan Estate is there. Tommy B down toward the rail. And Vintage Print from the far outside. Bias for the first time. Here's Harlan Estate coming up underneath of Tiberius Mercurius, and those 2 will share the lead early on. Vintage Print stays off the rail from 3rd. Tommy B comes away in 4th. Dash Attack buried at the inside 5th with Vivar. Fenwick Station was squeezed a bit at the break and is stuck 3 or 4 wide onto the first turn. And Founder settles in at the back while saving ground. So around the turn they go, and it's Harlan Estate with a short lead. Tiberius Mercurius reserved, firmly held on the outside 2nd, behind an opening 1/4 mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So down the back stretch they go. Here comes that half-mile time, 49 seconds flat. Tiberius Mercurius continues on a long hold. Harlan Estate coasting along. They share the lead. Vintage Print is racing 3rd. Fenwick Station's going to get stuck wide on the far turn as well. 4 wide for Fenwick Station. Tommy B, meanwhile, saving ground down inside, moving up a spot to within 2 lengths of the lead. Farther back, it's Founder and Dash Attack, and at the back is Vivar. Round the far turn, Tiberius Mercurius been given more rain and grabs a narrow lead, heading for the 1/4 pole. Harlan Estate trying to keep pace. Vintage Print is poised. Tommy B down toward the rail. Fenwick Station always wide. Off the turn, Tiberius Mercurius comes away with a clear-cut lead, heading into the final furlong. Harlan Estate, though, is resolute and is fighting on. Harlan Estate's not done yet. Here comes Harlan Estate right back at Tiberius Mercurius. Tiberius Mercurius and Harlan Estate pitch battle to the wire. It's going to be close. Ow, it's tight. Photo finish. Harlan Estate, Tiberius Mercurius, Tiberius Mercurius, Harlan Estate, either one. Vintage Print and Dash Attack.
Tiberius Mercurius, Mike Maker, Luis Saez on the outside. It's Harlan Estate, Declan Cannon on the rail. I'm not sure who got it.
Desperately close. Tiberius Mercurius actually opened up about a neck on Harlan Estate, who fought back gamely. And right at the wire, that's too close to call because we're not dead center on the wire, so I'm not going to attempt it. It looked like the edge might have gone late to the 8, Tiberius Mercurius, but it's all about where their nose was on the line. And again, not being flush on that wire, it's a little hard to tell. You liked the 4, though, at a huge price, and your opinion was justified regardless of which way this bob goes.
Yeah, I mean, look, he had the back class. I'm just shocked he was that number. This horse was second in a Group 2 at Woodbine against some really good company. And he really digs in here and proving there's something left in the tank for this 5-year-old.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, and you know, good move from Declan Cannon, putting him on the pace. Not a lot of pace on here, and they ran 1-2 around the racetrack. These two, they didn't really let anybody else in the race. Boy, in that angle, it looks like the outside, but I'll reserve judgment. The cameraman thinks the 8-horse Tiberius Mercurius got it.
It seemed like that final jump might have been the 8.
No, the cameraman's hedging too.
Tough call. One more look down the stretch. Did you usually know when you were involved in these?
99% of the time you knew if you won or not. I mean, it was crushing when you thought you won it and you didn't. And then there was every now and then you get surprised the other way. One mistake here for Stephen Eldemoro one day, my boss's son. Thought for sure he got beat. Carly's commanding, and she actually did get her nose down in front, and I didn't think we won.
Certainly looks again from that angle like it was the outside who was going the best of it late. But we will wait for the photo. 15-1 on Harlan Estate, and it is your 8 who gets the victory unofficially put up as your winner. Saez and Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm.
Yeah, I used to do it, Louis Saez did there. I would wait forever if it was close. I didn't want to come back and have to wait for them to post the numbers. I hated walking around. I wanted to come back and see which number was up. This was a tough beat, like in Harlan Estate. He fought back, actually popped his head in front, looked like he was going to hold him off, and then just the last 2 steps. Wow.
Saez for Maker, Tiberius Mercurius. Well, the prices when we come back.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
We're back on America's Day of the Races, program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have the nightcap still to come. Here at Belmont Park, going to close things out. Mile on the grass, rails out on the Widener here, 27 feet. 40 maiden claiming race. Let's go to Acacia.
And your favorite, Greg, currently is a Pioneering Spirit, who I don't have any problem with getting back to the turf, but we'll save him for trackside and talk about some that are doing something different or for the first time in here, beginning with the 2 first-time starters. The number 6 Variable Cost for Chad Brown does come in here for the maiden 40 level, and this is a horse that was initially purchased as a yearling at the Tattersall's October sale for $285,000, the U.S. equivalent. So the fact that he comes in as a gelding, as a 3-year-old, in for the $40,000, yes, that's a bit of a concern, but Chad actually does have good numbers debuting maiden claiming on the turf. This horse is very laid back. I almost wish he was a little bit sharper here in the paddock, and I'll keep an eye on him on the racetrack, but he looks very fit for debut. Certainly looks well suited to the turf. The dam was the stakes winner and Group 3 place in Europe, and obviously we've seen the success of these Kingmans here stateside. The number 5 East Side also has a big pedigree. This is out of a mare who was a Grade 2 winner, Grade 1 placed. She is the dam of multiple graded stakes winner Cavording. There is one sibling, Moon Colony, a Grade 2 winner who was a 3-time turf winner, but overall it's a largely dirt pedigree, and for a $240,000 purchase, debuting for 40, yes, there are some questions here. He's not overly turf looking. He does look fit. He's well muscled. He's a little bit on the smaller side. I think the jury is still kind of out as far as how West Coast is going to be as a sire, but he is the son of Flatter, so we'll see. I again just find it a little bit disconcerting, the fact that he does debut for the 40 in here and on the turf. I'm going to take the wait and see approach with this one. The number
You, the day Secretariat won the Derby.
I was learning to crawl, I think.
I actually do remember watching Secretary's Belmont on a black and white TV in Brooklyn. And I was already smitten with racing, but Secretariat was certainly one of the horses. Forgo's the horse that sealed the deal for me, though. Yeah, he was coming back every year. You look forward to him. He built a fan base because of his longevity. And his greatness, obviously.
One of the great pictures they had up here forever, that huge shot of Secretariat and that wide view of how far back the rest of that field was down the stretch. Just incredible what he did to that field. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, Avianca Holding Limited, Pioneering Spirit takes the nightcap on this Thursday twilight card at Belmont. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Linda Rice, who won the Lake Double here, and Linda, Pioneering Spirit, back to the turf. Can you tell me the decision to try him on grass once again?
You know, I was a little disappointed with his last effort on the dirt at Aqueduct, and the rider told me he was kind of getting out the whole way, and I thought, well, let me switch surfaces. You know, American Pharoah, Giants Causeway, they should certainly like the turf, and he looked like he relished it today.
Yeah, though he's not the biggest, he's really such a strong, powerful horse, and he kicked away with that nice stride.
Yes, I was very happy. He broke better today, and Jose said he was much, you know, he really enjoyed the turf.
Now coming up tomorrow in the Gold Fever, you have Joey Freshwater. What a good claim he has turned out to be for you, of course, winning the Bayshore last time out.
Yes, he has. He's, you know, I claimed him for in Kentucky, and then we moved him to New York, and, you know, I thought he'd be a useful horse, but, you know, we're really excited and hoping for good things tomorrow.
How's he done coming out of that last stakes win?
He's trained terrific. You know, he's kind of a green behaving horse, but his behavior, his seasoning is getting better, so hopefully he can handle the competition.
We look forward to it tomorrow. Congratulations on the wins today.
Thank you, Acacia.
A good day for the Rice Barn, Greg, and could be an even better one with Joey Freshwater coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. We'll have coverage of that on the Friday card. Pioneering Spirit, $5.50 to close things out on this Thursday card. Pick 4 comes back just over $330, and the pick 5, $3,538.
Well, you know, listen, very doable sequence too. A couple of horses there that you had to dig a little deeper, but got it done. Daddy knows your toughest one, 2020. Hindsight.
You liked.
I did like him just because I thought he was well posted because of how difficult he is to ride, and Katie Davis did a great job with him, and he paid 2020. Hindsight's always 2020.
Well done. Churchill, let's get it to Paul LaDuca. Find out more as we get set for race 6 here coming up back on the main track, Paulie.
Yeah, and when you look at this race, Greg, it looks like a two-horse race in here. And, you know, the Mike Maker charge in here and Luis Saez. And Invaluable was a really good winner last time out at Keeneland from the outside post. And it seems like ever since she's gotten Lasix and blinkers, she's gotten a little bit better. I do think the 4 in here
is got a legitimate shot. Here's the thing with Little Grayson. You know, she's 9 now. She has trouble getting out of the gate. But, you know, being at Oaklawn that whole meet, Robertina Diodoro was dropping and popping everything. And if you look at this mare, he claimed her for 12, 5, and 10. He never dropped her. And after that last race, you would think, okay, maybe a drop for a 9-year-old mare. No, not a drop. And I'm taking that as a good sign. I think the 2 is going to be a handful to beat here. But the 4 Little Grayson gets out of the gate. I think she makes a good account of herself even at age 9. I just can't see anybody else. I do think the 6's last race was a lot better on dirt. I'm going to take a tiny bit of a shot, the 4 against the 2 in here, Robertino Diodoro. See if the 9-year-old can get it done, the mare by Grayson.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, that is Diodoro, Little Grayson at 8-5, coming in from Oaklawn. 11-time winner.
Invaluable, looks like the lone in controlling speed, but Little Grayson, the entire field has 33 wins combined. Little Grayson provides exactly a third of those wins.
9-year-old mare, as you heard Paulie tell us, looking for the 12th win of her career, and still has some pretty sharp form. It wasn't that long ago she had reeled off 5 consecutive victories. Travis Stone, the call. Here's race 6 from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Princess Tapiture far outside. Little Grayson, those 2 go on with it now, and they cross over together, and they speed off together. They've opened up by 2. Little Grayson down inside, short lead. Princess Tapiture pressing from second. 2.5 back to every other 1/3 toward the rail. Invaluables hustled along while 4th. La Capricita's on the outside 5th, and Super Tail of Houdini is the trailer in 6th. So down the back stretch run, heated exchange up top. Princess Tapiture and Little Grayson together through a quarter in 22-1. And they're on to the far turn, and they're 3 lengths clear. Invaluable comes on to grab 3rd and is on the march now. Invaluable getting closer, but is in a drive. Nonetheless, 3 lengths behind. La Capricita's racing 4th. Super Tail of Houdini comes on from 5th. Every other one's the trailer in 6th. Quarter pole. Princess Tapiture rolls off the turn, putting away Little Grayson. Invaluable still in a drive, but it's still 3rd. There's 1 furlong to go, and it's Princess Tapiture by 4. Little Grayson's trying to hold 2nd. La Capricita's coming down the center. Invaluable's not going to get it done. Princess Tapiture with a 5-length lead to the wire. And sharp was she. Scoring by 4 in the end. La Capricita was second. It's tight for 3rd. Invaluable or Super Tail of Houdini.
Princess Tapiture with the victory. 5-year-old mare, the win. And 5th win in 21 career starts, turning the tables on Invaluable.
And the 9th win of the career of Luis Marcano, 7-pound apprentice. You know, horses show improved speed with apprentices. You get that weight advantage, again, for owners and trainers to be incentivized to give a young rider an opportunity. He rode his first 4 wins at Camarero in Puerto Rico. Makes me believe he probably is a graduate of the jockey school there. We've seen the product they continually put out. Irad Ortiz, Jose Ortiz, Manny Franco, so many more. I don't want to leave anybody out, but 9th career victory for this young man, allowing her to show good speed and gets it done.
2 7-pound apprentices completing the exacta here. 6-5 finish. La Capricita, believe, checking in there in 2nd. There's your winner, though. We're going to go back to the beginning of the race, and what do we see here out of the gate?
Yeah, well, the 2 I thought would show, you know, really good speed. See, she kind of had her head a little bit turned, straightened up here. I'm just trying to get a feel for this. She kind of bobbled, but bobbled going forward. Then she got bumped around and maybe didn't get to show her normal amount of speed. And the outside horses just got the drop on her.
So there's your winner. Got to feel good for a 7-pound apprentice. Get a little confidence. Get that picture taken. Well, the prices when we come back. We'll set up the 7th when we return.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Thursday FS2 coverage. Card in the books in New York. More to come from Churchill Downs, including prices from the 6th we just brought you. Princess Tapiture with the win.
Yeah, at a nice price. 7-pound apprentice getting his first win at Churchill Downs, his 9th win overall, and showed good speed throughout. Kept finding. Nice effort from Alice Beckman on your runner-up. La Comparsita, am I saying that properly?
Yeah. Did you feel that confidence right away as a bug rider?
I don't know that I felt the confidence right away, but I had that enthusiasm right away. And I think enthusiasm goes a long way. Horses feed on energy, and if a rider goes out there believing they're going to win, it can only help your cause.
Nearly $18 for the victory. Another apprentice checking in second on La Comparsita.
You said it much nicer than me.
Wish I knew what it meant.
I actually just looked it up. It was a song. And it was a whole Wikipedia page about it. Sounds like a very beautiful song. Very beautiful exact if you had it.
Yes, it was. I'm going to have to listen to that one tonight. Wish I had heard it beforehand. Stakes action coming up tomorrow from Churchill, which we're going to take a look at here in a minute. Let's set the stage, though, for the 7th at Churchill first. Mile and 3/16 appropriate, with the Preakness coming up next. Middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Entry level allowance. Weird to see that distance at Churchill.
Yeah, no doubt. A little bit of a hybrid distance for Churchill Downs, but nice long run to the first turn. Should be able to sort themselves out pretty well.
Giant game. It's put together 2 very big efforts, but at Gulfstream for Dale Romans. We'll see if that South Florida form can hold coming to Kentucky.
Yeah, but, Dale Roman's one of the all-time leading trainers at Churchill Downs, a Kentucky native, right? Somebody who is, larger than life. Love seeing Dale at Spring Street Beach or Deli in the mornings. Always good to talk horses with Dale. And Giant Game certainly looks like he should be formidable here, right style.
We have a stakes race. We've talked about a couple of runners already. Joey Freshwater, one of them for Linda Rice. We'll see in the Gold Fever. Coming up on our Friday coverage from Belmont Park. 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds running for a purse of $150,000. Joey Freshwater. We'll have Kendrick Carmouche aboard, trying to turn the tables on Drew's Gold, among others. And Squire Creek in here for Brad Cox. Comes in undefeated, 2 wins, debut at Fairgrounds, and wins at Keeneland, start number 2.
Yeah, very naturally fast kind of individual here. And, you know, the Mare Covenant, first foal, but she was a stakes performer herself. This horse has been impressive. I mean, if he has any moves forward in him, you got to think we're going to see him in races like the Woody Stevens. And he's fast, makes his own trip.
Looks like he is potentially the speed of the speed in this group. We'll see if he can do it. Start 3 for 3 at 3 different racetracks. Got a bullet drill coming in as well at Churchill Downs leading up to this. Drew's Gold, we talked about. He met Joey Freshwater in the Jimmy Winkfield. That was back February 11th. This will be Drew's Gold's first start back. He's 3 for 3 for the Chapman barn.
3 for 3, hasn't done anything wrong, and he's versatile. You know, he can stalk, he can go to the lead like he did in the Winkfield. I think he'll find himself more in a stalking role, but this horse doesn't know how to lose at this point. And you know, a horse that is confident with a rider, Jose Gomez, that obviously has to be very confident in him, and he's well posted. He's gonna sit the right kind of trip.
See how he's developed. Was he just precocious early? Well, he won his 2-year-old debut. We didn't see him for a long time until it came back as a 3-year-old, about 8 months away. Came back, won right off the bench, wins a stakes race. 3 different tracks in those 3 wins. Look forward to that. We're going to have coverage again for you on Friday. It's race 8 on the card, 4:40 Eastern start time for that Gold Fever. When we come back, we'll talk more Kentucky Derby winner Mage, what lies ahead in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown in the Preakness.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
At Gainesway.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. To the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we have more coming up from Churchill Downs. And we have more coming up, of course, in the Triple Crown as well. Mage surprising in the Kentucky Derby, bucking history. 3rd horse ever in this race with all its history to not have raced as a 2-year-old to win it.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what threw me off the track a little bit. I mean, I did like Forte, who unfortunately was a late scratch. And then I don't use Mage. I mean, if you like Forte, you had to like Mage a little bit. They weren't that far apart in the Florida Derby. Worked out a really nice trip under Javier Castellano. Saved all that ground into the first turn. Angled out for clear sailing. And see, Javier, wait till he got down inside the 8th pole before he actually asked him for his best. 2 fills was very, very game. Nice ride from Jareth Lovebury along the inside. And here comes Angel of Empire with a rally on the outside, but Mage, got it done. And you know what? He kind of out-footed Angel of Empire around the turn. Angel of Empire and him were very close proximity, and Mage just was a little bit more nimble, a little bit more athletic, where he could kind of move when Javier needed him to, made his spot, and Javier Castellano gets his first Kentucky Derby. He kind of felt like he didn't need it on his resume. Obviously a Hall of Famer already, but I'm sure he's thrilled to add that America's race to his resume.
It's the one everybody wants to win. So difficult to do it. And Javier able to do it on a horse who joins just Apollo in 1882 and Triple Crown winner Justify as the only horses to win a Derby who had not raced as a 2-year-old. Now, assuming all stays fine and good with him, but it appears he's on that path. We're going to see him in the Preakness a week from Saturday. Paulie, your thoughts on the performance that we saw on the Run for the Roses from Mage?
Well, number one, I thought it was a tremendous performance. And, you know, this is a horse that, if you look at his first career start, he actually showed speed and went to the front end. And then, you know, in the Florida Derby, he got and broke in a tangle and sort of found his running style. And I think a lot of people were thinking, okay, Forte threw in a little clunker, instead of saying Mage was giant that day and made a giant move. I will tell you this, Greg. I got to talk to Gustavo Delgado, who's absolutely legendary over in Venezuela. He's won over Triple Crowns, over 6 Triple Crowns. He had one horse that won the Triple Crown as well. I had a lot of my Venezuelan baseball players texting me, some of my friends, Kelvin Escobar, Carlos Beltran, saying that Gustavo Delgado's the man over there in Venezuela. And I will take this. You know, last year when I went to interview Eric Reed, Rich Strike was asleep. I've seen Frosted dead asleep when he had to chase American Pharoah. Like 13 years I've been doing this, and I've gone to barns after races. I've never seen a horse besides American Pharoah. American Pharoah was the one that was up and at him, and he was very, very smart. Mage was up walking around to the point he almost took a bite out of me when I was doing the interview. I couldn't have believed the energy. Gustavo Delgado Jr. said the horse couldn't even sleep at night after the Derby. So I'm taking that as a positive sign. And I actually think he might move forward in the Preakness.
All right, we see that, Paulie. Thanks. Quite often, the horses do make that jump. They get that confidence. They win a race like that, and they're just blossoming at the right time coming out of the Derby.
Well, you know, I think being lightly raced and winning the Derby, being a lightly raced horse, actually bodes well for him coming back in the Preakness off of a short turnaround. And the fact that, you know, Paulie was able to see him and he was so bright-eyed and, you know, seemingly not knocked out from the race. And, you know, listen, his trainer is legendary, Gustavo Delgado, 4 Triple Crown winners in Venezuela. He's got a horse in this race, Captain, coming up, and guy who knows how to win.
Some new faces, including Bob Baffert, going to be showing up likely in the Preakness with National Treasure. As we look at Confidence Game, who had interesting path to the Derby. Won that Rebel, looked so impressive in the slop late February, didn't run again with another prep until the Kentucky Derby.
Well, you know, I mean, it obviously feels like they had some issues and they had to kind of train him up to it and not get another run into him. Now he's got this run under his belt. Thought he ran okay in the Derby. He was not disgraced by any means whatsoever and could take a big step forward. And we saw Keith DeZormo win a Preakness with Exaggerator. And this is something we've seen him do consistently, buying horses for not a lot of money and having terrific success with them.
Yeah, horse is $25,000. He's won $785,000 already. New shooter, new face, going to show up for the Triple Crown for Brad Cox, potentially. Horse who won the Lexington, beating Arabian Lion and Disarm. Disarm got into the Derby with this 3rd place finish.
Yeah, this horse got a perfect trip, got to come through inside Arabian Lion, then came down to him. Maybe Arabian Lion would have been better off just going on about his business before giving up the rail to the inside and then having to weave around in the stretch. But this horse was game inside and got it done. And, you know, listen, again, they're 3-year-olds and they're changing and developing right in front of our eyes.
A couple things to take away from that race, you know, that you really like. That was his first try against winners, and it was in a grade 3 with horses, one of them at least who went to the Derby, and he fought a little bit from a tough position down inside on the fence. So we'll see if he could take a move forward for Brad Cox. Blazing Sevens, it's been a familiar path for Chad Brown. Pass on the Derby, wait for the Preakness. He's won a couple that way.
Yeah, and, you know, identifying which horses will excel You know, skipping the Derby and going to the Preakness. You know, the Derby's a tough race to win. I think you got to have a certain kind of horse to do it, a certain particular kind of individual. And I think Chad Brown's very thoughtful about that. You know, this horse is your Champagne winner over a sloppy track, and be interesting to see. He's going to need to step forward, but why can't he?
Horse who comes from way out of it. Can that style win in the Preakness? Red Route 1, Steve Asmussen.
No, it absolutely can win in the Preakness, but pace makes the race for these kind of horses. You know, we've seen horses win the Preakness from well off of the pace in the past, but as long as the pace is fast.
Leaves himself with a lot of work to do, and he's usually last out of the gate. We saw him look impressive in that Rebel. I mean, he's making up a ton of ground on that wet track, and showed he could do it on a fast track too in a win in that Oaklawn race.
Well, I'm going to elevate this horse's chances if Joel Rosario rides him, because I think he rides this kind of horse so well. A stone one-run closer, but Joel might have another Asmussen runner to deal that he's going to ride in there and disarm. But I definitely elevate a horse like this with his style with Joel Rosario, but he produces these horses so well in these situations.
And then potentially a Federico Tessio winner who could make an impact in the Preakness. You rode a Federico Tessio winner, Magic Wisner, what, 4th in the Preakness?
Well, no, second in the Preakness. I actually beat Magic Wisner in the Tessio with a horse of Pletcher's, smoked him, which got me the mount on Magic Wisner in the Preakness, and then he was second at a big price.
45 to 1?
Yeah, something like that, to War Emblem. Magic Wisner, a real nice horse. Nancy Alberts did an amazing job with him. But, you know, listen, Shug McGahee is not supplementing this horse to the Preakness. Look at the way he closed through this field with Fergal Lynch and got up right at the wire. I mean, horses don't tend to do that there, not the way he did it. Shug McGahee doesn't need to just run a horse in the Preakness. If he's running this horse in the Preakness, it's because this horse earned his right to run the Preakness.
How about another Good Magic? Good Magic, of course, produced Mage, and Perform, a son of Good Magic as well. 148th Preakness, look at the possibles. And again, you know, National Treasure, we saw in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Cave Rock got all the attention, really, for Bob Baffert, even though he got beat. Many expected him to be the lock in that race. He got beat by Forte, but National Treasure not that far behind Cave Rock, you know, back as a 2-year-old.
No, and I would imagine Johnny Velasquez gets them out there. I mean, it'll be interesting. I think a very interesting Preakness. You know, Mage, obviously your Derby winner coming in. You know, for us here at NYRA, we would love to see him come here with a shot at the Triple Crown. It certainly creates even more of a buzz. But the Belmont's always a great race regardless. You know the old adage is, right? The fittest horse wins the Derby. The fastest horse wins the Preakness. The best horse wins the Belmont. And only a great horse wins all three.
See what happens. It would be pretty incredible first year that Fox carries the Belmont Stakes to have a Triple Crown on the line. See what happens a week from Saturday. And, of course, the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Yes, it will be on Big Fox. Belmont Stakes, a test of the champion. Saturday, June 10th. Don't want to miss it. We're incredibly excited and honored to be covering that race.
I'm really excited about it. I mean, this is my home track. This is where I grew up, my backyard. And we're here immersed in it every single day. So it's just something we're really excited to sink our teeth into.
Churchill down 7th is coming up next. And here's a look at Spin Wheel Julian Leparoux for Rusty Arnold.
Getting back to the dirt for Rusty Arnold, another trainer that's done extremely well in Kentucky. 1,900 career wins for Rusty Arnold.
Master Game had a couple of back-to-back big efforts at Fairgrounds and then did not back it up at Keeneland. There's the 2.
No, his Fairgrounds form was good, and he just hasn't produced that form in Kentucky yet.
Horse who was on the Triple Crown Trail last year as a 3-year-old. He's produced 2 very good efforts, but at a mile at Gulfstream, going longer today.
Yeah, he's won at a mile and a 16th, though. Dale Romans, over 2,100 training career victories, and horse looks sharp on the racetrack.
Big figure off the bench for Tiwanaku for Tom Amos. That was at Fairgrounds.
Showing good speed. Tom Amos, a trainer that understands the value of speed, usually allows his riders to use a horse's speed.
That's too big a price on that horse. The 7, Principe Doro, Todd Pletcher runner who has speed.
Yeah, Todd Pletcher with Well, no, it's not Johnny West. It's Ricardo Santander, actually. But, yeah, another horse that has speed and has improved. Out of the mare, Dame Dorothy. That's Bobby Flay's foundation, one of her foundation mares.
Cousin Larry at 20-1. Gabriel Saez for Michelle Lovell.
I have a brother Larry, not a cousin Larry. Has run some races that certainly would put him in the frame, at least for a piece.
This horse ran a big effort last start to end his 3-year-old campaign. That's a 4-year-old debut for the Princess Spur.
Yeah, nice effort, Keeneland last fall. This is a tough task, go mile 3/16 off the bench, but you get Tyler Gaffleone.
That was adding blinkers as well for the first time, so those blinkers stay on for the comeback. Bolsey, Don Von Hemel, Francisco Arrieta.
Horse that has shown steady improvement, ran his best race yet at 1 1/8 miles.
Kentucky Derby winning trainer Gustavo Delgado. He's got Christian Torres, who was the meet leader at Oaklawn, on O Captain.
I think this horse is very interesting. Third off the layoff, has faced tougher.
Much tougher.
Much tougher. I think he's very interesting. And even though he's got that outside post, he's got a long run to the turn. You see where the gate is positioned down to the run to the first turn. Should be able to sort himself out and get some decent position.
2 minutes to post. Featured 7th race. 5-2 favorite, Paulie, the 7 here. Principe Doro, who should be leading the way early.
Yeah, I would think so, Greg. I mean, when you look at this race, your worry that you have with the 7 in here is that it's a Todd Pletcher horse that hasn't sealed the deal. In the last race at Keeneland, got run down by Barber Road, who was kind of spinning his wheels at Oaklawn, and then went to Keeneland and got the job done. So do you really want to take right now your favoritism on the 7? I thought the outside 3 horses had a look in here. The Phil Bauer runner. You know, Bolsey is a horse for Donnie Von Hemel, if I'm not mistaken. You know, he had this horse up at Oaklawn. He kept on telling me this horse wants to go longer and longer. He's a gun runner out of an include mare. And he always thought longer would be better. I think that horse has got a good shot. And then Gustavo Delgado, the Derby trainer, I thought the 12 looked tremendous on the racetrack. And Mig, you're completely right. The 4 with Martin Garcia, I mean, looked like a copper penny on the racetrack. I mean, looked amazing. I guess you just got to worry about the distance with the 4 Giant Game. And I would think Martin Garcia will put this horse a little more in the game. So I think with so many chances with the 4, the 10, 11, and 12, I'll land on the 11 in here, Bolsey a little bit, because I think this horse does want to go longer and grinds away a little bit. I think he could take a shot maybe against the Pletcher runner in here.
All right, we'll see what happens here coming up. Principe Doro, Santana. Yeah, almost been a late change here for Pletcher on a horse that looks like he has the pace advantage in this spot. He just missed against Barber Road. Yeah, Keeneland last time out. Barber Road waking up for John Ortiz. But this horse has run very good efforts aside from the debut on turf. They moved him to dirt, and he's continually moved forward.
It's an interesting thing. I think sometimes horses that ultimately want to run long distances don't show themselves as much in the morning. You know, because they're not going to have that flash. They're not going to give you those 8s and 11. So maybe a trainer says, well, you know, let me try him on the turf first time to get him started. Then ultimately they do want the dirt. It's just that they weren't as flashy as a sprinter type.
You know, back to, you know, the 4 Giant Game. This horse, this could be a cruel game. This horse broke his maiden, 2nd time out. Dale Romans puts him the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He was 3rd against Corniche. Goes to the Triple Crown Trail briefly, makes no impact. So we don't see him for the better part of 3/4 of the year. He's come back with 2 very big races, both at a mile. Now I guess the question for him, he becomes a favorite right now, the 4. Can he get the extra distance here at the mile and 3/16?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. The other thing you've got to factor into the equation is Giant Game isn't always handy away from the gate. And he's a little bit of his own worst enemy, you know, because he puts himself out of position. 2 starts back, awkward start. Last time hit gate. You know, it's just going to be interesting to see how he gets away, because no matter what the distance of a race, starts are so important. You don't want to give anybody a head start, and you don't want to be caught behind runners that you have more natural pace or stride then, because now you're in trouble. Now you're steadying and looking for a spot along the way, and you got to work harder than maybe you would. You can see he's a horse that moves around, rocks in the gate a little bit. I think that's going to be the key, how he gets away from the gate to establish position.
Travis Stone feature on this Thursday card from Churchill Downs. Here we go.
There in the gate. And they're off. The Princess Spur bounces out near the top. Giant Game is there. Tiwanaku, Bullseye from the outside, and O Captain on the extreme outside tries to tuck in the run to the opening turn. It's Giant Game who's come on to take the lead. Tiwanaku's right there racing in second. Principe Doro did not get away particularly well and is racing up in behind to be third. A bit tough to control in the opening quarter mile. The Princess Spurs on the outside in fourth. Principe Doro is running up at the leader's heels. Really tough to control is he. Meanwhile, Bullseye is going to get stuck wide. 3 or 4 wide. Racing in fifth. Cousin Larry 6. O Captain 7th. Master Game is 8th. And Spin Wheels at the back in 9th. But only 5 lengths off the lead. It's a tight pack turning to the backstretch run. And Giant Game's quarter was 24 and 1/5 seconds. The pace is sensible. They're moving down the backstretch. It's Giant Game the leader. Tiwanaku in no hurry to go by from second. Less than 5 furlongs to go. The Princess Spurs on the outside third. Principe Doro still held fourth and toward the rail. Bullseye still 5th, and Cousin Larry's in 6th. Master Game trying to come through toward the inside 7th. O Captain takes the outside route, and Spin Wheels at the back. Round the far turn, Giant Game mounting pressure from Tiwanaku now, who's ratcheting it up on the outside, and these two go 1-2 with the Princess Spur poised on the outside third, and Bullseye is cut loose with a 4-wide bid fourth. O Captain comes on 5 wide 5th. Principe Doro's right there in behind horses with Cousin Larry. They're off the turn. Tiwanaku takes over. Tiwanaku's in front heading for the 8th pole. The Princess Spur is there. Giant Game fights on. Giant Game fights on indeed. Back in front of the 8th pole. Giant Game's in front. Tiwanaku rises to the challenge. These two final 16th. Giant Game and Tiwanaku. Giant Game determined. By half a length in the end, Tiwanaku could never get by. The Princess Spur and Bullseye.
Giant Game can indeed get the mile and 3/16. Determined effort here and a big run from Tiwanaku, who winds up second for Tom Amos.
Yeah, just couldn't get by. He was always stalking Giant Game. Giant Game broke very, very well today and established the lead and got very comfortable under Martin Garcia. Saw him drift out there a stride or two. Martin went back to Random Crop. Actually dropped this crop right at the 8th pole there. Did you see that? And got to throw and changing holds at him. I call it washing clothes here late, and kept finding. Actually found more when he dropped his crop than he was when he had it in his hands.
And Tiwanaku sort of engaged with him too. It's almost like he found a little more. This horse wanted to fight today. Looked like he was in trouble when Tiwanaku came up to him.
Never poked a sleeping bear. Sometimes you got a chance to get by one, stay away from him. And we see Martin now throwing the reins at him. He'd already dropped his crop after going to switch back from his left hand to his right hand. And, you know, a horse that's game and fights for it, you don't need to demand it from them. Make sure they see the competition and keep finding, especially after setting a very comfortable and controlled place after that sharp break. Right now he's telling the outrider, hey, could you maybe go get my crop? It's at the 8th pole.
Well done. Pat on the back. Picture time. Martin, Dale Romans, West Point Thoroughbreds, and Giant Game runs a big one. This horse is certainly developing and taking some big strides forward as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, in a partnership here, West Point Thoroughbreds and Alba Stable. They had Angel of Empires in the Kentucky Derby, so obviously they're involved with good horses. This is a nice effort from this horse, and he really kind of touted himself when he came on the racetrack. He really looked sharp. Dale Romans, now career victory 2,154.
And as you said with this horse, too, not just the big effort today, broke a lot better today, which had kind of been his Achilles heel. Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, I'm with winning trainer here, Dale Romans of Giant Game. He looked like amazing in the paddock. He ran to his looks, Dale.
He's a beautiful horse, yeah. He's just getting his game back together. I think that's what he wants to do, go a little longer, around 2 turns, and love the way he ran today.
Were you expecting to be on the lead by yourself?
No, but, you know, I couldn't see the time from here, but it didn't look like they were going very fast. And, you know, it looked like he was comfortable out there just galloping along.
Martin seems like he always puts the horse into the race. And the only question was this horse going to be able to get the distance? And boy, did he.
Yeah, he did. You know, when you're going out there, I like when he came by here and his ears were up and he was nice and relaxed, and I figured he's going to have a horse to kick with. Yeah, but Martin, he always gets in him a game, and he does a very good job.
You know, I hate asking this question, but if the horse comes back and cools out very nicely, where do you think you go next with him?
I really don't know. I mean, this horse, I think, deserves a stake sooner or later. I don't know if it'll be next time or a couple of times down the road, but he'll be in black type races soon.
Well, enjoy that cigar and enjoy this win. Dale Romans gets the job done. So does Martin Garcia. Good ride on Giant. Game, Wolfie. Who was very game?
See if this horse can continue to develop here as a 4-year-old, and sounds like we're going to see him in some much more important races in the future.
Yeah, I've got to think eventually they're going to step him up and try him in some stakes. I mean, he was third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Grade 1. Things went a little bit awry. Looks like they got him back in good form, and this was a very game effort.
Goes off as the 5-2 favorite this weekend. Big one coming up, a Grade 1 coming up this weekend here at Belmont Park on the grass. It's our ABR race of the week. Mile and 3/8, $600,000 Man of War, and this is the group that is going to line up. Charlie Appleby, here we go again. Look out. Warren Point and a Godolphin homebred, and a horse who has been first or second in 6 of 7 career starts on the grass.
Yeah, I mean, and again, you said it right? Charlie Appleby, when he brings horses here, he knows that he's bringing the right kind of horses that are going to adapt to American racing and handle the trip and handle the shipping and everything that goes with it. And, I think he'll be very, very tough here.
We were talking about it after the win of the Fort Marcy with Ottoman Fleet. He's the most dominant trainer in the game right now, probably.
Yeah, he really is. And again, his percentage sending horses to the States is gaudy. You've got Frankie Dettori coming in to ride the Man of War. Frankie Dettori basically on his farewell tour, right? This is his last year riding. He just won the 2,000 Guineas, another classic. He won the Italian Derby, something that had eluded him in the past, going home to win it. His father, many times the leading rider in Italy. And it just seems like Frankie Dettori's having a great time. Now, you wonder with all this success that he's having, if he might not postpone that retirement.
He was doing so good. He's having so much fun. I thought already it's leaked out. He may stay a little longer.
I mean, how do it's just such a tough thing. It's great in theory to leave when you're at the top of your game, but it's awful hard to do, either way. Listen, I wasn't nearly at the top of my game, and then I got busted up besides, and I didn't want to leave. Sometimes they got to show you the door, but no matter what he does, it's been a fairy tale story. I mean, Frankie Dettori, what he's been able to accomplish on an international level is
just incredible.
Unprecedented.
Flying dismount, not what it once was, but he's still having incredible success.
I don't know how he still does it at all. I watch it and my knees hurt. So,
who is Warren Point going to line up against in this race? We got Verstappen in this spot, who is coming in for Brendan Walsh, comes in off a victory in the Grade 2 Elkhorn. That was a Keeneland at 1.5 miles.
Yeah, and, a horse that shows the ability to get the distance out. It's 1 3/8, but, we're splitting hairs here. A horse can get 1 3/8, 1.5 miles. It's really not much difference. And he finished. I thought he made kind of a middle move and got there and then had a fight for it. So, you got to like that. They bring along his rider, Declan Cannon, who, seems like he gets along with him extremely well. A horse that takes a ride and very game to get it done in the Elkhorn.
There's a fight there, and that horse who just misses on the inside, that is, most know him well on this circuit who watch our show, Red Knight, 9-year-old. He'll have the rail for Mike Maker. A win, that narrow miss in his last 2 starts, and you just can't count him out.
No, you can't count him out. And he's a horse that, again, is a specialist at these marathon distance, as is his trainer, Mike Maker. Now you get a good inside post. There's plenty of run to the first turn, but inside posts make things easy for a jockey on the turf. You don't have to look for position, fight for position. Just let them fall into their position.
And how about the man you introduced last evening as the New York Trainer of the Year, Christophe Clement? He'll have Soldier Rising in the races coming back for his 5-year-old return.
Yeah, and Soldier Rising, has had a little bit of a habit of getting there and not wanting to finish the deal. Kind of hangs just a little bit. Jose Ortiz knows him very well. His last 2 victories came under Jose Ortiz. Now, albeit both in allowance races. but he's a horse with a lot of talent, has shown that he can compete at this level, has speed figures certainly good enough to win. I just question how bad he wants to go by horses when it gets to crunch time. He seems very happy to kind of run up alongside horses and just stay with them a little bit.
Looking forward to a Grade 1 coming up on Saturday on our coverage. Race 5 happens at 3:07 Eastern Time. Man o' War. And we'll see if Charlie Appleby's dominance here in the States continues. 50-year anniversary of the Triple Crown sweep from the Great Secretariat. As you nailed that trivia question. I can't believe you got that. Well done.
This is the only thing I have any actual knowledge of is horse racing.
What a moment in the Belmont for Secretariat. Celebrating Secretariat presented by Claiborne Farm and set new records in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown.
And then took his form to the turf. And he won his last 2 starts on the turf. And he beat a stellar field here in this Man o' War. He beat Fort Marcy. He beat Tentham. He beat champions on the turf in his start here before going up to Canada to win the Rothmans International with Eddie Maple aboard because Ron Turcotte, his regular pilot, was suspended. So Eddie got to ride him. And I've spoken with Ron Turcotte about this. He felt Secretariat was a better horse on the turf than he was on the dirt. Think about that. Try to digest. Wrap your brain around that.
I can't, because look, that stretch in the Belmont, just incredible. We're going to have that 3rd and final leg, Triple Crown, Test of the Champion, coming up Saturday, June 10th. Will there be a Triple Crown on the line? What a moment that was last year. Mike Rapoli getting that coveted big win in New York with Mo Donegal. We'll be back right after this.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Prelude to that Test of the Champion, traditionally, is that Grade 3 Peter Pan, 1 1/8 at Belmont. That'll come up on Saturday as well. It's race 6 on the card, and quite often we see the winner of this race go on to that 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. Bishop's Bay will come in undefeated, lightly raced for Brad Cox, son of Uncle Mo, who has 2 wins at the fairgrounds.
Yep, he's got a good post from the outside, but this is Go Soldier Gold, first time in the Todd Pletcher barn. He ran in the UAE Derby. He's won at Meydan. That's actually the only racetrack that he's ever won at. Now, so how will he do with shipping to America? He's been training here. He's a horse that obviously, like you see, kind of rings his tail, doesn't seem to really appreciate urging very much, but I'm sorry. Wrong horse there. I was looking at the leader. Yeah, gets up, just got up there. Go, Soldier, go. Excuse me, my apologies. You know, it'll be interesting. He's only run it at Meydan. Now he comes to the States. First time Belmont. You know, every dog is brave on his own, you know, front steps, right? At his own doorstep. How will he do shipping and being here for the first time?
Struggled, you know, those back-to-back wins, and then really not up to the task against Dermot Sotogake in that UAE Derby. We'll see if it's just an off day for him.
Although he ran well, Dermot Sotogake in the Kentucky Derby, didn't he?
I expected to be in front. He did not get out of the gate that well.
Missed the break. Yep.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Bishop's Bay, Brad Cox, so he wins at 6 furlongs in the debut. They stretch him out to a mile 70, start number 2, and he wins by a neck at 2-5.
Very well drawn, mile and 1/8 at Belmont. Long run down the backstretch, 9 of 9. He's got natural speed, but it allows Florent Drew to just let him break into his hands. He was very game in this effort at Fairgrounds, kept finding inside. Horse on the outside tested him all the way to the wire, but he just kept sticking his head out, did not want to be passed.
Classic catch. Oran Ortiz Jr. will ride and was given a shot on the Triple Crown Trail. The Wood Memorial didn't pan out. It's a maiden win at Gulfstream.
Yeah, it just took him a long time to get untracked in the Wood Memorial. Actually, really finished with interest with you know, in a race that was dominated with horses with position, right? So I think he could take a step forward here in the Peter Pan around one turn for sure, with his, especially with his pedigree.
See, if he can continue to develop, blinkers will go on for the Son of Classic Empire. Slip Mahoney's another Brad Cox runner. Tried that Wood Memorial. He ran second, distant second in a strangely run Gotham race. Not up to the test. Got bumped around a little bit. Had to check in the wood. Son of Arrogate out of an AP Indy mare. Seems like distance is going to be his friend.
Yeah, I mean, he basically lost all chance in the first turn of the Wood Memorial. Just got in tight and lost all position. And that was it for him. I think the one turn he'll appreciate it. He finished so well in the Gotham. One turn, mile and 1/8 should do him well here. Yeah, I think you put a line to the Wood Memorial. I just don't think he had a fair chance the way the race was running in the first turn.
All right, so give him another shot. Try and get into the Belmont Stakes, back on the Triple Crown. Meanwhile, Henry Q get an 8 clap for UCLA Bruin fans, owned in part by UCLA men's basketball coach Mick Cronin. Had a stakes win at Sunland in the Mind That Bird Derby, and then 3rd in the Sunland Derby.
Yeah, I mean, a horse that took his game to Sunland and was very, very good there. Right?
Huge number.
A huge number, but is that going to translate to Belmont Park? Some horses excel at, you know, other tracks, and it just doesn't play out at Big Sandy. You know, I don't really know what to make of him. Obviously, he's a horse that showed ability. Frankie Dettori broke his maiden at Santa Anita. He's going to ride him again here. You know, again, we talk about his farewell tour.
Be great to have him here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's always kind of a little bit spicier when Frankie Dettori's around, right? But kind of interesting. You know, another horse that is interesting to me coming out of the, if I can find it real quick here. I'm sorry, I can't find it. Horse that ran at Laurel last time against Perform. He finished 3rd in the stakes. Summer Cause. He finished 3rd. Perform won it. Perform supplemented to the Preakness. Maybe this is a barometer of, you know, Perform going into the Preakness if he performs well here.
Coming up on Saturday, race 6. And again, likely going to get the winner if all goes well. Coming out of that race, to see new challengers always await 2nd, 3rd legs of this Triple Crown. That's why it's so hard to win it. We'll see if the winner does move on to the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, AP Indy missed the Derby, prepped in the Peter Pan to come on and win the Belmont Stakes. Colonial Affair prepped in the Peter Pan, went on to win the Belmont Stakes. I'm sure I can come up with a lot more as well.
Saturday coverage includes that one. That's going to start actually the pick 6 on the Saturday card. And we'll include this one as well, the Run Happy Stakes. Drafted, the old man, back for more. Jose Ortiz will be in the irons for the 9-year-old millionaire, has won over $1.1 million in his career. It was that toboggan that was that just eye-opening move that he made, what was that, a year ago? It was just sensational on that muddy track. But Graveson showed he's still up to the task, had a win back in late December.
Yeah, Dave Duggan has done a tremendous job with Drafted. Over $1.1 million in earnings. Came with this big run last year in the Run Happy to get it done. He's a horse that needs pace. When he gets pace, he's going to come with his run. It's just a matter of if they set it up well enough for his late run.
Let's see Twisted Ride, Mr. Phil, a couple that could provide that pace in that Run Happy. Barron's going to take obviously a lot of attention there too for Butch Reed.
Yeah, a horse that's ultra consistent, shows up every time and runs hard. 11-time winner from 27 starts.
Weekend stakes schedule, there it is. Gold Fever Friday, we already talked about. 3 graded stakes on that Saturday card. And we look forward to it. Sunday, the Vagrancy coming up as well. More ahead. Churchill Downs going to close out the card with this 8th. And Long Crow, right now the favorite to close out. Mile to 16th, condition $50,000 claiming race. Long Crow, Steve Asmussen, Luis Saez will ride. There he is. We'll be back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine!
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Nightfall in New York. We got the nightcap coming up at Churchill Downs on our America's Day at the Races Thursday evening coverage. Going to hear from Paulie coming up in a moment. Mile to 16th to close it out. 3-year-olds and up who have never won 3 or who are 3-year-olds. We're going to start with the horse who inherits the rail, Stone Vicious. Eric Foster trains.
Stretching out. He's been running in sprints on turf and synthetic. Now goes long on the dirt.
8-1 from that inside post. Johnny's Fireball, 5-2 on this 5-year-old son of Tonalist.
Yeah, a horse that has recently been on synthetic, but has some good races on dirt and should be in a good position.
Carmichael, Dale Romans just had that impressive winner, Giant Game. We'll see if he can win again here with Martin Garcia once again.
Claimed this horse for 50 at Churchill last fall. Chased a very fast pace at Gulfstream, had some time off. I like this horse. I think he's a major player.
They charged it last time out. Who's been in some major stakes. Long Crow, Steve Asmussen, Luis Saez.
Yeah, more of a closing type. Would like to see some pace in here, making a nice impression physically on the racetrack.
Here's an uninvited guest, Steve Margolis.
Yeah, a horse that's been was running decently at Fairgrounds on the dirt last time, well beaten at Churchill.
2 minutes to post. This 8th to close out the card under the Twin Spires. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, Greg, a kind of confusing race in here because when I looked at this race actually last night and this morning, I loved Long Crow in this race. And the reason why is his 2 races here at Churchill Downs are by far his best 2 races. And physically, he's a monster compared to the rest of this group. I can understand why it takes him a little while to get going. Now, they put blinkers on him, did Steve Asmussen, his last 3 starts, and it kind of hasn't helped. But I think with the scratches here in the short field, 3-2, I don't know about that. But I just think physically he might be able to circle this field. He looked unreal on the racetrack. The 7 uninvited guest, you know, this is a horse that does have a start here at Churchill Downs going a mile and 1/8 and actually showed a little bit of speed. You're trying to wonder who's going to get to the front end in here. You know, came off the layoff last time, was bet down to 6-1, so had to be working okay coming into that race. You're getting 5-1 on that runner that could be cutting out the fractions. And Johnny's Fireball here, the 3. When Phil Bauer's horses take money, they usually run well. This horse is 0 for 2 here at Churchill. One of them was over a wet surface, so I think the 2 can show some speed. I'm not giving you much. I'm just hoping that Long Crow here would give me a little bit of a price, but then again, like they say, it's about picking winners, right? So I just think physically looking at this horse, he's physically the best looking horse in the race. Blinkers going on. I know he's going to have to come from way downtown, but I think he might do it. And this might be one of Mig's kind of bicycle horses. Louis Saez might have to ride this horse the whole way around the racetrack.
Well, keep an eye on him. Yeah, he comes from pretty far out of it. The equipment change with blinkers did not put any more speed in this horse.
No, it didn't. And usually when they put blinkers on a horse, it's to get them more focused, get them more involved in the game. I agree with Paul, though. I mean, watching the horses warm up. Now, you know, I'm watching them on TV, but Paul certainly reinforced what I thought I saw. I mean, he was a standout from, I mean, look at the size of him, his hind end, his coat. I mean, he could not look any better physically. I'm interested in the 5 Carmichael getting back to the level he was claimed by Dale Romans, Martin Garcia, and Dale looking to sweep the late double there at Churchill. And I just think this horse was in an impossible position chasing the likes of Charge It to a very fast pace last time. You're not going to see that kind of pace here. It's going to be a more moderate tempo, and he's going to be forward. I thought he made a lot of sense.
And he's, you know, run at least one very big figure on this track before, even though he hasn't won here. But he's handled this surface pretty well in the past. 6-year-old making just his 2nd start of the season here for Dale Romans, and not going to have to deal with anyone like a Charge It in this spot.
No, and listen, they ran a 2-turn mile and a 16th at Gulfstream last time to go 22-3, 45-4 around 2 turns. You'll see that a 1-turn mile because they pick up speed on the straightaway. When they do that going 2 turns, they're basically running hard the entire way. Now, you know, the one thing when I look at horses that compile more seconds than wins, he does have 2 wins, 5 seconds. That's always problematic to me. When I was riding, it was always something I looked at. If I was on a horse that had piled up more seconds than wins, I would either try to put them on the lead because they've already broken through that plane and they don't get ranked because they wait on horses, or time my run to perfection and try to get there late.
8-5 favorite, Long Crow, Asmussen, Saez, homebred for Calumet Farm. That's a lot of money on this horse, but I guess part of it is how good he looks.
And the connections. Look, you get Steve Asmussen, Louis Saez. I mean, you're not going to get much better than that from a rider-trainer perspective, are you?
I'm a little surprised he's that short in this group.
I am too. Deep closer. Things got to go right. Needs some pace. Although it's starting to even up between the 5 Carmichael and the 6 Long Crow now, 9-5 opposed to 8-5.
This is the one that will close out this Thursday card at Churchill Downs. Hope you enjoyed our coverage. There is Long Crow, the 6. Those Silks Calumet Farm stepping in. And Luis Saez should be pretty far back early. Travis Stone with the call to close out things at Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Carmichael mid-pack. Stone fishes from the rail. Johnny's Fireball, uninvited guest, backs off them. And at the back early is Long Crow. First turn, Stone Vicious goes out to lead. Stone Vicious in front, Carmichael. Mild pressure from second. Johnny's Fireball trying to settle in toward the rail while third. Uninvited Guest on the outside is fourth, and moving up into third now, Johnny's Fireball relegated back into fourth while in some traffic there. And Long Crow's to trailer, but only 4 lengths from top to bottom. They're on the backstretch run, and it's Stone Vicious to leader. Carmichael's right alongside second. They went that opening quarter in a composed 24 and 3. 5 furlongs to go. Carmichael comes up alongside of Stone Vicious. These two will now share the lead down the backstretch run. Uninvited Guest has moved up into third. Johnny's Fireball's fourth and Long Crow's fifth. 4 furlongs to go. Carmichael and Stone Vicious continue onto the far turn together in tandem. 2 lengths back, Johnny's Fireball trying to come off the rail and put in a run. Under pressure's Uninvited Guest. Long Crow's wide and trailing round the far turn. Carmichael comes away with the lead. Opens up to lead by 2, but Johnny's Fireball's in pursuit. And here comes Johnny's Fireball second on the outside. Stone Vicious back to third, top of the lane. Carmichael trying to see it out. Johnny's Fireball's cut loose for the final furlong. Carmichael digs in though. Johnny's Fireball trying to push on by. They're shoulder to shoulder with 1 furlong to go. Johnny's Fireball and Carmichael, Johnny's Fireball, short lead. Carmichael fights onto the finish, but Johnny's Fireball gets the nose down first. Johnny's Fireball the winner. Carmichael game effort to be second. Farther back, other Uninvited Guest or Stone Vicious.
Johnny's Fireball with Julien Leperoux had been off since late February on synthetic. Picks up the 3rd win of his career.
He's had a really nice trip under Julien, in behind the pace, in the pocket, was able to tip out and outgame the 5 Carmichael to the wire. Carmichael now 2 wins, 6 seconds. Johnny's Fireball, son of Toneless, gets it done. Phil Bauer, terrific job to have this horse ready. A couple of synthetic races over the winter. Julien Leperoux, 1 mount on Derby Day, a winner. He's winning at a high percentage there with limited opportunities, riding live horses. Your last year's Mike Venezia Award winner.
Yeah, congrats on that. Well deserved. Phil Bauer got played hard to a big upset victory in that Distaff division as well. He's a trainer. Got to keep your eyes. He had a tremendous Saratoga, winning a lot of those races with Rigney Racing last summer.
He really did. Came up to Saratoga with the right kind of ammunition to win up on the major stage, the Mecca, Saratoga.
Indeed. Johnny's Fireball, 5-year-old son of Toneless, with the victory to close things out at Churchill Downs. Hope you enjoyed this Thursday coverage. Fun doing the twilight racing. We're going to have a few of them coming up this month.
Yeah, and I'll be northbound, heading home tonight, off tomorrow. See you guys on Saturday.
Giant game, maybe a player in this older horse division for Dale Romans. We're going to hear more about. Says off this performance, could be stepping him up in some graded stakes action soon. Daddy knows. What a job from Katie Davis, navigating a hard-to-handle horse to take the feature at Belmont. And Javier Castellano. Preakness next after that Kentucky Derby win on Mage and bringing the heat at Yankee Stadium, throwing out the first pitch. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 Eastern.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment